It is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Mr. Lee Richardson, member for the electoral district of Calgary Centre, by resignation effective June 6, 2012. Conformément à la ligne 25.1b de la loi sur le...
Pursuant to subsection 25(1)b of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed my warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
I have the honor pursuant to Section 11 of the Lobbying Act to lay upon the table the report of the Commissioner of Lobbying for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2012. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Finance on its study of responsible resources development.
House of Commons, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures. The
committee considered the bill and reports it back to the House without amendment. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics in relation to expenses of the members of the Board of Directors and senior management of the Old Port of Montreal. In pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is requesting the government respond to the report.
Committees. Dépôt de projet de loi éminent de
Introduction of private members' bills.
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Sarnia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition in support of Motion 312. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q614, Q615, 620, and 623. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q610, 611, 612, and 625 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions 610, 611, 612, and 625 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that in relation to Bill C-25, an act relating to, and this is seconded by the Minister of State for Finance, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and relation to Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and at the expiry of the 5 hours, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the said bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Menzies, moves that in relation to Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill, and at the expiry of the 5 hours, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the said bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be a 30-minute question period. We'll try to keep the questions or comments to about a minute and the responses to a similar length of time to try to accommodate as many people as possible. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there's no great joy I rise to my feet today to again address questions to the government about why the need to invoke closure, shutting down debate in this House. We now have the record being set. This is the 24th time the government has invoked such an act to shut down debate and discussion in Parliament, whose very name means the place where we discuss things. Mr. Speaker, it's this. Just because the government has the power to do this, which it does in its majority position, and the Conservatives can do this, doesn't mean that it should invoke this power with such frequency, and if I may offer, such joy, to continue to shut down discussions on such important things as pensions before you can have an actual debate about it, shows a certain lack of courage from the government. Allow me to quote this, Mr. Speaker, and my question is directed to the Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, here we go again. This is a quote from the Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, here we go again. This is a very important public policy question that is very complex, and we have the arrogance of the government in invoking closure again. When we look at the Liberal Party, who was then in power, on arrogance, it's like looking at the Grand Canyon. It is this big fact of nature that we cannot help but stare at. That's what the Conservatives used to believe when they were in opposition, about invoking closure on important public policy debates. My question is to the government. If they have the courage of their convictions, if they believe they have the evidence on their side, why the need for the 24th time to invoke closure on Canada's Parliament? Why the need to shut down debate, to shut down open and transparent government for the 24th time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we do realize the urgency of getting this pooled registered pension plan in place because the provinces, frankly, Mr. Speaker, are waiting for it. Quebec, for one province that has a large number of people in their constituency, in their province, that do not have a workplace pension plan at this time. The Finance Minister, Raymond Bachand, and I have had many discussions about this, and he continually urges me to get this through our legislative process. And I would suggest that it is very critical that we get this done. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, the only people that have come to me, the only people that have written to me that say that pooled registered pension plans aren't a very good option that we should be pursuing are those that now have a pension. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to push this forward to make sure we provide an option for the 60% of Canadians in the workforce that do not have the luxury of that plan.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is very clear is the government has no qualms in terms of being able to abuse its power. It's important that we recognize that the government has now introduced time allocation on major variations of all sorts of types of legislation, budget proceedings, and so forth. Everything from the budget itself to the Canadian Wheat Board to back-to-work legislation, and yet again today. I would like to really emphasize to the Conservative backbenchers in particular, when you start to think about what's going to be happening next week during the hours and hours and hours of potential voting that might be taking place, I want you to reflect on the ability of the government House Leader. The ability of this government House Leader has been dismal, Mr. Speaker. I have worked under NDP and Conservative governments, majority governments in the province of Manitoba for many years. Never before have I seen a government or a House Leader fail in his responsibilities in providing adequate and proper debate on a wide variety of legislation. And my question to the government is, why have they failed so miserably in terms of being able to work with whether it's the official opposition or the leader or the Liberal Party of Canada in ensuring that there is fair and adequate debate, therefore allowing for true accountability on the wide and important issues facing Canadians today?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my question would be, why is it that honourable member can only talk about process? There's ample opportunity here today. He could have asked me a question about what the substance of a pooled registered pension plan is, how it works, how it's going to help Canadians, how it's going to provide another option for them. But what does he ask? What does he ask, Mr. Speaker? A process question, probably identical to the one that he's asked every other time that he stood in this House. Mr. Speaker, I did not run for election. I did not get elected telling my constituents I was going to come here and debate process. I told them I was going to come here and debate substance and do what is right for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are, in fact, debating a time allocation motion, which is debating the abusive process that this government insists on following, whereby for the 24th time they are limiting democratic debate on fundamental issues affecting Canadians. You know, let's face it, what sparked this crisis around pensions was the crash of the markets, private markets, speculating fraudulently, wildly, rampantly in the private sector. And so what we need and what there is general consensus on is strengthening the public pension system, public pensions best represented by the Canada and Quebec pension plans. My question to the members opposite is, why would we ask Canadians to again trust their money in the private market, which has in fact dashed the hopes of so many for retirement security, Why would we trust them again now? Why would we allow them to make profits on the lack of security for most Canadians? And how can the two-thirds of Canadians who don't have the extra money to put into a private speculation, how do we ask them to put even more money aside when they're having trouble making ends meet with a higher than ever personal debt level in Canada today? How can he justify that?
Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And when I chastise my Liberal colleague for not talking about substance, now I see that you've provided the latitude to the following questioners to actually get into the substance of it, and that's good, Madam Speaker, because we should be talking about that. That's what Canadians want us to talk about here. Can we provide a better option for people to help save for their own retirement? And the answer is yes, and we've put forward pooled registered pension plans as an option for that. That didn't just come out of my mind. That was through extensive consultation with seniors, with actuaries across this country that provided very sound advice on how we can best help Canadians save for themselves. It also included consultations, very extensive consultations, with all of the provinces. And the honourable member should know, with her experience with the dealing with provincial legislatures, that we do not have the authority to make an arbitrary change to Canada Pension Plan without two-thirds of the provinces agreeing, and as well two-thirds of the population in those provinces agreeing to make a change. We did not have that, Madam Speaker, but what we did have was unanimous consent from all of the finance ministers from all across this country to pursue the framework for a pooled registered pension plan. That's what we're doing.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Madam Speaker, the pooled registered pension plan is a small step. It does provide another vehicle for savings. The NDP are quite right in pointing out it's not an actual pension plan, but it is another savings vehicle. But in fact, there's another idea that could be implemented, which would strengthen the option of the pooled registered pension plan and help keep fees competitive. And that would be a voluntary supplemental Canada Pension Plan, which would give Canadians on a voluntary basis the opportunity to invest in what is a fund, the Canada Pension Plan Fund, which is well managed, it's well diversified across asset class, it's well diversified geographically and sectorally, and it also has a very low management fee because of the scale of it. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the CFIB, has endorsed and supports the Liberal proposal of a voluntary supplemental CPP, as has the Canadian Association of Retired People, CARP. It would not lead to a significant or a big increase in payroll premiums at a time of high unemployment, which is the concern the minister has expressed about the New Democrat proposal. But it would help keep fees low for the financial services companies providing options in terms of pooled registered pension plan. Will the minister express the government's view on this option that the Liberals have put forward, which could coexist with the pooled registered pension plan and is endorsed?
Order, please. Before I recognize the Honourable Minister of State, I'd like to ask all members to ask their questions as briefly as possible and provide brief answers so that I can... Order, please. Order, please, so that I can recognize. I see many members rising, and I'd like to recognize as many as I could. And as the Speaker has often said, we treat this like question period, so recognizing, for the most part, members of the opposition, but I will recognize a couple of members. So, the Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I too shall try and keep my answers brief, and I appreciate that. But I do want to reflect on the fact that we actually have a question on substance, and that's what we should be talking about, Madam Speaker, because we should use every minute that we have in this House to actually talk about substantive issues, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member asked a very good question, and we looked at that as part of our consultation, whether there should be an increase to Canada Pension Plan. We're still working, our officials in the finance departments of all the provinces and territories, as well as the federal finance department, are looking at options, making sure that we that Canada Pension Plan reflects the new environment that we're living in, but we also looked at a voluntary supplementary Canada Pension Plan. We actually talked to the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board and asked them the question outright. Could they accommodate a voluntary supplementary pension plan? And they said not without increasing the cost. Madam Speaker, that's why we're putting forward a low-cost, very accessible pension option for the 60% of Canadians that now do not have that option.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Brossard.
The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, this is about a time allocation motion. A breach of democracy, and that's problematic. But since we have an opportunity to put some questions to the minister, I'd like to do so. He talked about consultations with the provinces to improve the pension plan, the RCP in Quebec. When we look at what the government has done, we see that its action has been unequal with respect to transfers. It makes decisions, imposes these decisions on the provinces. Then there's EI. The government unilaterally made a decision that will affect the provinces, especially the Atlantic region. How can the minister say that the government will negotiate in good faith, consult the provinces when it takes such unilateral action? That's my question for the Minister of State. Now, in acting that way, how can we expect, in fact, to see discussions among equals to help people who are retired, who've worked for Canada, who built this country, the country that we have here today?
Minister of State.
Well, that's very easy to answer yes to that because we have actually held the consultations. Madam Speaker, we recognize the challenge that retirees or future retirees were facing in 2008, early on in 2008. Our finance minister recognized that, and he asked two pension experts, retirement experts, to draft consultation papers for the federal, provincial, territorial finance ministers to have a close scrutiny of in December of 2008. This is before the NDP ever thought that there was any issues with retirement, Madam Speaker. So we started consulting then with the provinces, Madam Speaker, who are our partners in this. So the consultation has already taken place. All across this country, I've traveled to every province, every territory in this country to consult with those that have been impacted and will be impacted. And this, Madam Speaker, is the consensus that comes from the provinces and the federal government, and it is exactly what Canadians are asking for.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity just to tell the Minister how much I, as a member for Mississauga, very much appreciate this bill. For many years, throughout Canadian history, small business people that have really built this country, and they've never had this kind of a vehicle, savings vehicle, available to them, especially in Mississauga, where we have so many new Canadians who come to Canada and often find it very difficult when they first arrive to get hired by large industrial companies with traditional pension plans. They start small businesses. They employ friends and neighbors, and this is a plan that I think is important to them. I wonder if he could talk a little bit about how important it is to small business people and new Canadians in particular. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for not only his work on this, but a very intuitive question, because this is the challenge that excuse me, many small businesses have dealt with, and they raised this with us in our consultations, is we want to be able to provide some assistance. Not every business, but many businesses said we want to be able to help provide an option for our employees. New companies starting up, and many of the long-time existing companies would like to offer a pension option to their employees. But for the type of registered pension plan that most employers can offer, the employer carries the fiduciary responsibility. And if something doesn't go right with that investment, who are the employees going to blame? They're going to blame their employer. That is the beauty of the pooled registered pension plan. All the employer has to do is offer it to his or her employees. The fiduciary responsibility is on the pension plan provider.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Charlebourg.
The honourable member for Charlebourg Haut-Saint-Charles. We're talking about time allocation here this morning, and we know that we have been told to remain silent 24 times now because of time allocation. For the richest members of society, there are benefits. People can invest in RRSPs. People who have money, if they have enough money, they can choose to do so. There are pension funds as well that protect people, help them at the federal level through CPP and the Quebec pension plan. But here's my question. Now, we know that there was a scandal not so long ago by white-collar criminals. People risked funds in risky ventures on the stock market. And people lost large amounts, $10,000, $20,000 at a time. Why risk Canadians' money by jeopardizing these pension funds this way?
Mr. State.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member raises a very good question, is how well protected are seniors' investments. And we had a very serious conversation with our provincial partners. We were putting forward a Canadian or a common securities regulator. We put forward the legislation to actually be able to protect those investments. Unfortunately, the opposition voted against that. They didn't see far enough down the road to see that they were actually leaving investors vulnerable. And the question that she asked me might not have happened if we had in place a common securities regulator that not only made it simpler for businesses that want to invest in this country and employ more Canadians, but it helps protect those investments that are already made, whether they're in pension funds or whether they're in mutual funds. But I guess the opposition really doesn't care about protecting Canadians' money.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I asked the Treasury Board President through the Speaker, with the 19,200 jobs lost, the $5.2 billion cuts in the budget, would he be more specific, explain it all to the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and the Parliament? And his answer was, I would remark that we are reporting to Parliament precisely in the normal means through the estimates, the quarterly financial reports, and the public accounts. In effect, he's saying, we'll let you know as we go along. If this were a public company and the CFO was being asked by the Board of Directors, explain the budget, where are the cuts, why this much, and he said, we'll let you know as we go along, he'd be fired on the spot. So my question of the honourable member is this. When are they going to be more specific about the cuts and where they're going to be most dramatically hit?
The honourable member, the honourable Minister of State.
Well, Madam Speaker, staying on subject, I think what he actually wanted to ask me is, why is it that the Liberals and the NDP are not standing up for Canadians? Standing up for the Canadians that do not have a pension plan that they can count on, Madam Speaker. I find it, and as if I was a Canadian watching this debate, I would be quite aghast at that sort of a comment that is once again simply about process. That honourable member and obviously the rest of the opposition have completely forgotten about what we're here for. We're here to help Canadians, not debate process.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I find it fascinating, absolutely fascinating, that this government would talk about being here to watch out for Canadians and then refuse to allow us to do our job and ask the questions that are absolutely essential in regard to this pooled pension scheme. And it's nothing but a scheme, Madam Speaker, because we know that it's the employees who will take all the risk. We know absolutely that it does not provide a defined benefit plan. In other words, employees won't have any idea what their so-called pension will be worth. It's not indexed to inflation. It will increase in terms of costs as time goes on because the employees will be expected to make all of the contributions, and employers are not required to make contributions. We have a vehicle, Madam Speaker, and that vehicle was discussed at this finance minister's meeting, and that was the Canada Pension Plan. It's absolutely solid. No matter what they said years ago about it being in jeopardy and about to evaporate, we know it's solid. And so my question is, why not take the advice of all those who know and simply make sure that Canada Pension provides the kind of pension that will secure Canadians' future?
Order, please. Order. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance has the floor.
Well, there was a number, Madam Speaker, thank you. There was a number of factually incorrect comments in that. We've actually reminded Canadians, once we completed our triennial review in conjunction with our provincial partners and territorial partners, that Canada Pension Plan is actuarially sound for another 75 years. And we should get that message out to Canadians, and we try. Obviously, the NDP, sitting right across from me, Madam Speaker, hasn't even heard that. Because of that statement she just made, and that bothers me that they're sending out false statements. But, Madam Speaker, I do need to raise one point. The member from Hamilton Stony Creek was the critic for pensions for the NDP. Emphasis on was. He was doing a great job consulting with Canadians. Madam Speaker, he worked with me. He didn't always see eye to eye. He and I did not always see eye to eye, but we were supportive of the main goal. He's no longer the critic, Madam Speaker, and I find that very disappointing that there's no one over there that has the depth of knowledge that the member from Hamilton Stony Creek had on pensions.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, Minister of State for Finance, for the outstanding job. He's been working on this pooled pension fund project for a couple of years now. It's not just a couple of weeks, couple of months, but a couple of years. I know he's traveled across this country and met with stakeholders from a variety of small independent business owners to mums and dads, the gamut of business operations and individuals across this country. So maybe ask the honourable colleague in the remaining time that he has, if he could share with the House how long this debate has taken place, exactly the number of hours the debate has taken place, and what you've done to date, consulted. I know you've come to my riding, you've come to other communities, and also what the timeline is to implement this Act once it's passed by Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I won't be able to answer that in 1 minute, but I do appreciate the question. We've actually gone back and looked at this. We've had 6 hours of debate, 6 days of debate, 20 hours of debate, 63 speeches, 4 days at committee, 6 hours and 40 minutes at committee, and 26 witnesses appeared. Madam Speaker, the member from Burlington, who's not sitting in his seat, by the way, but he is here, has actually spoken 3 times. 3 20-minute speeches on this. Madam Speaker, I think that you make sure that time is shared equally on both sides of this House, so I would suggest that not only have our members spoken to the attributes of this, the NDP and the Liberals have had lots of opportunity to speak to the attributes, but apparently they don't want to help Canadians.
On a point of order, the Honourable Member for Ottawa. I would remind the Honourable Member opposite that he's not allowed to say who is here or not here in the chamber. That is accurate.
En effet, c'est exact. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Order, please. Could I have a bit of order, please, in the House? I'd like some order in the House. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and pleased to rise for a few minutes and respond to the fact that we're being faced with a 24th time allocation motion by this government. If they were so proud of what they were doing in terms of this bill and other bills, why do they keep bringing in these motions to limit debate? And let's understand this, that the reason that Canadians have a crisis in terms of saving is because they're not making enough money to be able to put money aside to save for their retirement, number one. Number two,
the best way to deal with that, it's been shown, is through the Canada Pension Plan, less overhead, less cost, more safety for retirees. And the reason why we've got this hatched up job, this bill, is because this minister and the Minister of Finance didn't have the courage or the fortitude to be able to deal with the provincial ministers of finance to be able to get a deal on the Canada Pension Plan. That's why we're dealing with this mess right now.
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Madam Speaker, that honourable member is suggesting that we should have rammed our views down the throats of the provincial finance ministers. That is not the way we work with our provincial partners, Madam Speaker. We actually work with our partners, and that is why we are bringing forward pooled registered pension plan option for Canadians, because the provinces all agreed that it was the best framework available at this time.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not surprised that the government is trying to shut down debate on their bogus pension plan, because they don't have the courage to go talk to the senior citizens of this country. Because this is a government that went to Davos to talk to the millionaires, at Davos to say, guess what, we're going to make senior citizens work another 2 years. And the kind of myopic contempt is reflected, when I look at the member for London Fanshawe, who's spoken up again and again and again for seniors, tirelessly spoken out on them, and I see the clowns on the back benches laughing at them. That is completely unacceptable.
On that point of order, I will hear the honourable member, but I would like to ask all members to be judicious in their use of language in the House, and it is not permitted to use offensive language in speaking about other members. So I assume we can move on. This is the point. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this...
Honourable Minister of State. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the fact that you find that sort of language offensive in this place. We are all here for one purpose, and that's to help Canadians, not to call each other names, Madam Speaker. That's deplorable, and I would ask you to ask that honourable member to apologize.
I am asking the honourable member for Timmins James Bay to withdraw that.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll be more than willing to withdraw that comment, but I want to say that we are here to represent our constituents and to debate. And what is happening with this government is a shutdown of debate because they will not do the honest thing and stand up and speak. So that is what's intolerable in this House.
I consider that he has stated that he is withdrawing that statement, and I'm on a point of order, but I must advise all members that it's my duty to interrupt these proceedings. So that last point of order, the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have been here but for short of 4 years now, and it boggles my mind that this type of behaviour continues under your watch, Mrs. Speaker. And I'd appreciate it if you would actually listen as I speak, because this member ought to apologize, which is what's required, not retract and then attack again. I would ask, Madam Speaker, to please...
Order. Order, please. I must interrupt these proceedings, but according to the rules of order, the honourable member's comments have been accepted as the equivalent of an apology, and I will close the matter now. It
is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to immediately put the vote on the question.
Seconded by Mr. Menzies, move that in relation to Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the bill, and at the expiry of the 5 hours, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the said bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea! All those who oppose this motion, please say nay. No! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
question is the following one. Monsieur Van Loan, appelé...
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Menzies, moved that in relation to Bill C-25, an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the bill.
5 hours on the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill. Any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. LaBelle.
Mr. LaBelle.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrite.
Mr. Brightcrite.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Kemp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Portiev.
Mr. Portiev.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mr. Vellicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen to Bick Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen to Bick Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Lison.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies Vancouver
Ms.
East.
Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc-La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc-La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Mr. Tibaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassigna.
Madame Hassigna.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Coderre.
Monsieur Coderre.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 147, 147. Nays contre 126, 126.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Order du jour.
Government orders bill, resuming consideration of Bill C-25 on the pooled pensions plan and on the previous question moved by Mr. Menegakis.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand today to speak about this particular issue. You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, back in the last Parliament, C-501, my bill to protect workers' pensions in case of bankruptcy. I'm very pleased, although we weren't successful and the parliamentary session ended before there was a chance to pass it into law. I was very pleased to see a number of Conservatives stand and support C-501. And as they did, it was very clear to this government in the last Parliament that something needed to be done about pensions. This is the government's answer to pensions and protecting pensions for all Canadians. Now, as this bill does not actually guarantee an actual pension, it's best to refer to this, I guess, as a savings scheme. That would be a better term for it. And I won't go into details, Madam Speaker, about how this is set up, because there are some problems with it, and I'd like to outline some of those today. This pooled pension or savings plan will be managed at a profit by financial institutions, banks, insurance and trust companies, and by the very nature of it, there will be on everybody's money that they put into this plan, there will be an administrative cost. Now, there's no regulation in this bill to regulate those costs that can be charged, and I guess the government's reasoning is that that just by doing that, the costs will remain low because there'll be some competition among the institutions. Oh, by the way, Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Brassard-La Prairie. Now, unlike other pension plans that we've seen in the past, workplace plans and the like, this particular pooled plan does not require matching contributions from the employers. And I guess that's problematic in itself. And I suppose there will be some provincial regulations perhaps in place to see if, when they set them up, to see if employers have to be part of this. But right now in this bill, there isn't anything like that. And the big problem, the big first problem with the pooled savings scheme is that it's not indexed to any kind of inflation. So workers will be putting their money aside, which for their retirement, which is a good thing. Money will be taken off for administrative costs over the course of 20 or 30 years, or however long someone is working and putting money into this plan. They won't have an opportunity to take advantage of inflation. And also, in addition to that, of course, the big problem is that they're not really protected because it's not indexed. They're not protected from the vagaries of the marketplace. As we saw in the last couple of years, people who have been saving for most of their working life had RRSPs. In many cases, saw the value of their RRSPs, which are not unlike this particular plan, because they are privately managed by institutions, and they saw the value drop by 25, 30. People have come into my office in Thunder Bay and talked about 35% drop in the value of their RRSPs. So there's no real protection here. What I would suggest to the government, Madam Speaker, is that there is another much simpler way to help Canadians save for their retirement. A simpler way, with fewer fees, indexed to inflation, and we'll be there. We'll absolutely be guaranteed to be there when they retire. In fact, they'll have a pretty good idea of how much they'll be receiving when they do retire. And that's using the best pension plan we have in this country, and it's CPP. We put money into CPP now, Madam Speaker, and most Canadians are happy to do that. We see the benefits of that every day. I see the benefits of it every day as people come into my office and say, can you help us? Can you help me apply for my CPP or CPP disability, OAS, GIS, these sorts of things? And I think it's a wonderful thing that we have this in the country. But what we could have done, and what we still can do, instead of a savings scheme like this, we could open up CPP. We could open up CPP so people can contribute to CPP over the course of their working life at a higher rate, for example. Or if you're self-employed, to pay into it. Or to to pay on behalf of a spouse who might be a stay-at-home mom or dad, to pay into this scheme over the next 20 or 30 years. And let's just say, for example, they were allowed to pay double their contributions that they're making now. They're allowed to pay double. And if they did that, they would, of course, reap the benefits of CPP, because you get out of CPP right now what you put into it. So it would still work. What happens is we reduce all those fees. And I understand that the government is interested in having a private business be involved in pension plans, and I understand where they're coming from on that. What I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, is that that's not the best way to go about doing this. So if someone were to double their contributions to CPP, we're allowed to do that over the course of their working life, and it's not going to that kind of change is not going to help people like me who are nearing retirement. But just think of the people who are now in their 20s, are working. Not many people in their 20s think about retirement. CPP would be a wonderful vehicle for them to start planning for their retirement. So if they did that now, 10 years down the road from now, the benefit would be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1,900 a month when they retire. So if it were a gradual shift, if it were a gradual contribution, let's say doubling over the next 10 years, for example, that's what it would be worth. I think $1,920, I think, is actually the figure that it would be worth. So imagine younger workers being able, over the next 10 years, to double their contributions, because there can be an assumption, I suppose, that people who are working, that their wages will increase over that time. So they're not going to take a disposable income hit to make that investment. So they do that. And then we're not caught in a situation, or as the government seems to think we're caught into a situation, where they have to raise OAS to 67, for example, from 65, because they think a big crisis is coming. We can avoid all of that kind of talk. We can avoid that situation by simply doubling over the next 10 years CPP and allowing a wider contribution pool for people to get into it. It's safe, it's secure, the market does not affect it at all to the same extent as private savings plans are, RSPs, for example. And so you would have a very secure fund. Now, the other reason that I like CPP, and I'm talking about that as the alternative to these pooled savings plans, is, of course, the government can't get their hands on it. And I think that that's critical. I think that's an important part of CPP and how it's managed today. So you have a protected pension fund that is guaranteed to be there. You know what you're going to have, and you know, it's a defined benefit plan, I guess, if you will, if you want to call it that. We've seen what's happened in the past, Madam Speaker, with defined benefit plans. We've seen what happens when organizations like Nortel go bankrupt and people are left out in the cold. So in the pooled plan, I wonder what's going to happen. First of all, employers are not required to put any portion into it. So it's simply a savings plan of RSP-related kind of savings plan for people to have for their retirement. It is portable, that's my understanding from the bill, that it is portable, but if employers are not required to match or to put it in, and I suppose some will, perhaps with some kind of collective agreement. I don't know exactly how that will work. But what happens if that company goes bankrupt? What happens to that employer's contributions? Are they safe and secure in there? And so there are some very serious concerns about this. So from 2008, when I introduced, am I finished, Madam Speaker? Oh.
The honourable member's time has elapsed, but may add some questions, some comments in response to questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member talked a lot about the Canada Pension Plan. I think we all agree that this is a very well-run, national plan that helps Canadians prepare for their future. The board has obtained good returns on its investment, but he went in the same sentences praising the CPP to suggest that it is not dependent on the mercurial nature of the stock market. If you look at the holdings of the Canada Pension Plan, you'll find that about half of it is invested in the stock market. It is very much dependent, therefore, on the profitability of the business sector. Of course, a stock in a company is only worth what that stock can pay out in dividends over time. So the CPP, which the NDP purports to cherish, depends very much on after-tax corporate profit. Would he join with me in supporting lower taxes on Canadian business so that that after-tax profit is higher and the benefits to plans like the CPP is increased?
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comment. And I know that he is very concerned about pensions and the future of Canadians and how they retire, and so I thank him for that question. But let me just say in response to that I just have a couple of quotes here, Madam Speaker. John Kesselman, who is the Canada Research Chair in Public Finance at Simon Fraser University, says, expanding the CPP is the best option for improving Canadian workers' retirement income security. It can ensure results that none of the many alternative reform proposals for private schemes can provide. The Calgary Herald, and I won't read the whole quote, I'll just use a little bit. The Calgary Herald, in an editorial in 2010, at the end of 2010, says CPP already covers almost all Canadian workers and thus spreads the risk and management fees. It's fully portable, offers guaranteed income to all retirees, and is the only risk-free investment broadly available to workers. So, Madam Speaker,
I regret to interrupt the honourable member, but I must allow time for more questions. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberal Party has talked about this particular fund as a potential small tool that would be able to facilitate a number of consumers, individuals that are aging, thinking in terms of their pension plan. But we're very much concerned about the wider picture, the bigger picture, I should say, in regards to CPP. And what we're looking for is stronger leadership coming from this Prime Minister and the government in terms of sitting down with the different provinces at the table and try to get some sort of an agreement which would enhance CPP benefits for all individual Canadians that are working. And I wonder if the member might want to comment on the importance that the federal government has in terms of demonstrating leadership on negotiating with the provinces.
Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg for his question. The problem with this savings scheme, as the government outlines it, is it misses a whole demographic in Canada that CPP would be able to cover. And I'm talking about those who are living in poverty. According to Statistics Canada, more than 14% of senior women on their own are living in poverty. To increase the availability of CPP and GIS, for example, would be enough to eliminate poverty in our lifetime and the next generation's lifetime. And more than half, 52.1%, of female lone mothers with children under 6 live in poverty. They won't really have any kind of access at all to this savings plan. And so I think what the government should be doing, as the member suggests, is they should be showing leadership, real leadership, to include all Canadians in a retirement scheme in this country.
Resuming debate. The Honourable l'Honourable Député de Brossard-la-Prairie.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased today to rise to speak to Bill C-25, an act dealing with pooled pension plans, which makes amendments to other pieces of legislation as well. From a general perspective, this bill seems to be a good measure, but it's a half measure. And when you look at it in greater depth, as we did in the Finance Committee, and as we have in the NDP, we see that there are serious problems with it. But we really need to look at it from a comprehensive perspective, ask ourselves why the government is moving with this bill. Now, if we look at what's happening with the budget, Bill C-38, we can see that the Conservative government is attacking seniors. Now, that's clear. We just have to look at OAS, the GIS. The government has decided to increase the eligibility for retirement from 65 to 67 with no explanation. We've put questions on that subject in committee to the Minister of Finance. The opposition had a solid position, and in the end the government admitted that the savings would be 10.8 billion in 2030.
So the government wants to balance the budget on the backs of seniors and future generations, and this is a problem. And so we have to see where the government is coming from when we look at this bill. And in this bill, because we're talking about retirement, if we look at the problems, one of the first things is that this is a product that looks a lot like what already exists, that is RRSPs. Why RRSPs or a registered pension plan? Well, this is administered by banks or financial institutions and in investment in markets. On the weekend, one of my constituents said to me, well, listen, when I was younger, we talked about 50-50 retirement plans. So it was the idea at 50-50 that if we invested, based on what our financial advisor told us, we invested so much money in the retirement plan or the product, the RSP, and at 50-50 you'd be able to take your retirement without a problem. But now the same gentleman is still working and he is over the age of 65. Why? Because the products fluctuate depending on the market, and when the market has fluctuations like this, the market is in fact experiencing difficulty, the amount allocated for the retirement depends on the market. So in this case, what we're doing is exactly the same thing. Apparently, we're not learning from the past mistakes. The same thing is being done again. So we're putting forward a product and we're saying it's for people who need it. Everybody wants it. Of course, everybody wants to have a retirement that's stable, guaranteed. But this particular product will not guarantee that at all. And when I say that it's like an RSP, why? Because we're telling the employee, invest in this plan, and we're not forcing the employer to also contribute. So the employee will carry all the risk. There is a possibility, yes, that the employer will contribute, but it will depend on the employer and the goodwill of that employer. So if we look currently at the tools that the government has, among others, we see the Canada Pension Plan, and there is also, of course, in Quebec, the Quebec Pension Plan, and this is a plan. These are plans that exist, and I think nobody can deny the fact, even on the other side, that the Canada Pension Plan works. It's well administered, and it guarantees a good retirement for those who can benefit from it. So if we look at who can, we see that these are workers, the self-employed, the public and the private sectors. So this is a plan that exists, and that's what we are saying is instead of creating a product that will look like what we already have, that is RSPs or others, why not invest in things that work? And we know this, we saw it in the Finance Committee when we had testimony from witnesses. We know that there are costs that are beneficial to taxpayers. It's less expensive to administer than if we create a new product. One of the problems is that this product, since it's administered by financial institutions, and that's normal, of course, the financial institution wants to make a profit, and there will be profits on the backs of who? On those, at the expense of those who invest in the product. So in this case, there is no guarantee, even if we talked about the fact that perhaps there would be rules put in place to ensure that the fees wouldn't be too high, but there is nothing to guarantee that these fees would not increase with time. And what happens when those fees increase is that ultimately the person contributing will lose, and I'm talking here about the employee. Instead of helping employees and people who will take retirement, the government is helping financial institutions who, we have to admit, with what the government is doing in previous budgets as well as in this budget, are already benefiting. And their income tax rate is going down, they're making more profits, and it's not trickling down to those who need to have a healthy retirement and a real future. And we see clearly yet again that the government does not have the interests of people at heart. If we look at my colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River, I think that's it, who he mentioned that he had a bill that was to protect pension plans. For example, if there was a bankruptcy, that the pension plan be protected. And I saw it in the last election when I met with people who came to see me and they said, well, look, you had something great to protect us. And this was somebody who worked at Nortel, had worked their entire life or almost at Nortel, had invested, done their job, helped to make the economy work, and the amount was put in the pension plan for the future, and that person was promised that when the retirement time to retire came, that the pension would be protected. We know what happened next. Nortel went bankrupt, and because the pensions aren't protected, well, that person is in difficulty, poverty, and that person told me clearly and had tears in their eyes when they said it to me, I've invested, I've worked, I've done what I was asked to do, and now the government is not protecting me. And this person is at the age of retirement. So once again, when we see this, and this is very difficult for me to understand why the government doesn't want to really protect seniors, those who have helped to build this country, those who have worked extremely hard. And if we look at the way that Canada has evolved, be it economically or even in terms of quality of life, well, it's thanks to these people. And what are we doing? Instead of thanking them, instead of saying to them, well, look, you've worked hard, we're marginalizing them, we're attacking them even, or they put money aside, they worked hard, and we don't even want to protect them. So it's really upsetting to see this from this government. And as I mentioned earlier, be it in terms of the current budget, C-38, and all this, and the evolution means that at present there is a gap between the rich and the poor that is a record gap. Since the Second World War, the gap between the rich and the poor continues to increase, and of course we can blame the previous Liberal government, but also the Conservative government. The Conservative government is aware of this and sees it. The Conference Board has said it. The OECD said it. The facts are there. The gap between the rich and the poor continues to increase, particularly in Canada. This gap is increasing faster than in the U.S. Can you believe it? We really think that the U.S. is the Mecca with regard to this gap, but really what is happening here in industrialized countries, Canada has surpassed the U.S. and other countries in terms of the speed with which this gap is growing. And it is, in fact, because of these kinds of measures, be it the budget, be this bill, that we see this gap. Why? Because the government, instead of helping people who need it, and when we talk about old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, we're talking about people who are on the verge of poverty. We're talking about seniors, and the government solution is to make them work 2 years longer, so not be eligible for retirement until 67 instead of 65, and they think it's going to help them, and this is purely ideological, and there's no problem, no difficulty. It's a government position. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie for his speech. We know that he is one of the rare MPs who can speak because there are 75 of us, but there is a time allocation gag order. We heard the member for Nepean Carleton earlier talk about making entrepreneurs and others pay less and making people pay more. So this is a disguised tax because if employers are not obligated to contribute, well, then all the responsibility falls on the shoulders of the workers themselves. So I would like the member to explain a little bit more about this part. Why, in his opinion, are we not asking employers to contribute for their workers' pension plans? The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. That is an excellent question because, in fact, it is the base of this bill. And the base of it, it seems good, but when you look at the details, and this is an extremely important detail, the fact that we're not obligating employers to contribute mean that we're telling the employee, well, put money aside, perhaps the employer will contribute. And we've seen this. The goal is to protect the employers, not the employees, and that is those who are retiring. We're not forcing employers to contribute. So what will happen is that the employee assumes all the risk, and ultimately, if with regard to this product, and it's the same thing, I would say it's the same thing as an RSP. You put money aside, but it doesn't mean the employer has to contribute. I'd like to read what Ms. Michel, the coordinator of UCAM services, said. And she said, first of all, we have to expand the Quebec pension plan to ensure universality of the system. By improving the Quebec pension plan, employers could reduce their costs for current services and the risk related to the funding and the accounting charges while ensuring competitivity among businesses. So clearly the government isn't even following what is the most logical thing to do.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know the Liberal Party critic was quite strong on the point in terms of the importance of CPP, but also emphasized that this is one of the what we classify as a relatively small tool that many consumers would in fact be able to utilize. There are other tools. I can recall the Crocus Fund, for example, in the province of Manitoba, in which the NDP provincial government had promoted for seniors to invest in, get the tax breaks and so forth. And my question to the member is in regards to does he believe that seniors or individuals looking at retirement should have any other options outside of CPP? And if so, what would those options be?
The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. With regard to what we are looking at here, why look elsewhere when we have a program that works? So the Quebec pension plan and the Canada pension plan are working, and it helps people. It's accessible. It can be expanded. This accessibility can be expanded. So we have to look at that with the provinces with regard to what we are seeing here. It's simple. If we have something that works, that is helping people who can benefit from it, well, then we have to invest in it. In the NDP, we have said that this program works. It helps. It has been demonstrated in terms of the costs, which are lower. The profits are better, and it will help those who are taking retirement. So it's a program that works. We heard some comments from the government that with regard to the provinces, and negotiations with the provinces, well, it's not really a negotiation. They're imposing things. We need only look at the transfers to the provinces for health, for example. This government comes unilaterally with a decision that's being made. We also see this with employment insurance. It has a decision, doesn't talk about it, and afterwards it says, well, we consulted with the provinces. But when they impose something, when they say, here is what you are getting, how can you expect to be able to negotiate? What we think is that there has to be a discussion with the provinces. There is a way to improve the pension plan, and I think there is a way to do it. But at first, we have to discuss with the provinces, which this government is not doing.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you so much, Madame la Présidente. Et, je voudrais...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to be sharing my time with the member for Crowfoot.
I'm honoured today to add my voice in support of the work our government continues to do for Canadians regarding pension and retirement income security. Promoting the retirement income security of Canadians is an important goal of the Government of Canada, and we will continue to ensure that our policies, our programs, and our services meet the evolving needs of Canadians. In the wake of economic shocks from beyond our borders, Canadians are concerned about the long-term viability of their pension plans. We are listening to their views on how we can leverage Canada's financial sector advantage to strengthen the security of pension plan benefits and ensure the framework is balanced and appropriate. And we are working towards a permanent long-term solution to protect the pensions of Canadians. Madam Speaker, in our efforts to achieve greater retirement security for Canadians, our government is building on the inroads we have already made to strengthen the framework for federally regulated private pension plans. In 2009, we consulted Canadians from coast to coast to coast on these earlier initiatives and subsequently introduced a number of significant changes based on the advice of individual Canadians. Mais Madame la Présidente, pourquoi avoir...
Madam Speaker, why create the pooled registered pension plans? That is, the PRPPs. The aging of the population of Canada and the world financial crisis have highlighted the issue of retirement income security. And this is extremely important. In this context, therefore, a federal provincial working group was created in May 2009 in order to examine in depth the retirement income in Canada. The working group concluded that overall the Canadian retirement system was working well and ensures that Canadians can have an adequate standard of living at retirement. However, some households, particularly those with average income, were at risk of not being able to save sufficient funds for their retirement. Ministers worked in cooperation in order to assess the great range of ideas that were introduced in order to answer the questions raised in the research report. That exhaustive research led the Minister of Finance to agree on a framework for pooled registered pension plans in December 2010.
In 2006, our government has also introduced several improvements to the tax rules for registered pension plans and registered retirement savings plans. And if I have a moment, I will get back to those important initiatives as well. But the pooled registered pension plans really are the crux of this bill, Madam the Présidente. Pooled registered pension plans, or PRPPs, will mark a significant step forward in advancing our retirement income agenda and will be a vital improvement to Canada's retirement income system.
But what is a pooled registered pension plan? The PRPPs are a new form of registered pension plans that are with a determined or fixed contribution offered to employers, employees, and the self-employed workers. Pooled registered pension plans improve the options available to Canadians. In fact, Madam Speaker, it will allow all Canadians to be able to save for retirement.
But how? Well, by enabling employees to have access to an accessible plan that will be administered, and employers will be able to offer this to their employees. It will enable those who currently have no pension plan, such as self-employed workers and companies that have no pension plan, to participate in this new type of plan. And we're talking about 60% of employees. This way, more people will be able to share the management costs, and this will lower the costs by ensuring portability of the premiums. It will be easy for employees to move from one plan to another. It will be also possible and an opportunity to have investments for everyone.
Of the discretionary savings opportunities offered to them through individual structures like RRSPs. And in fact, the average Canadian has about $18,000 in unused room in their RRSP, unused for possible contributions. Research indicates that a portion of Canadians are not saving enough, and as I said, Madam Chair, more than 60% of Canadians do not have a pension plan, and we are trying to provide them with the means to save for their future. PRPPs will address this gap in the retirement income system by providing a new, accessible, large-scale, and low-cost defined contribution pension option to employers, to employees, and to the self-employed. It will allow individuals who currently may not participate in an employee-sponsored pension plan the same opportunity to save for the future. And this is very, very important.
Madam Speaker, the advantages of a pooled registered pension plans are that they are innovative to help people who lack options to have easy access, and this will help many Canadians. Many Canadians will be able to take advantage of savings plans, such a savings plan. Right now, many do not have that opportunity. As I have said, Canadians on average have $18,000 in unused RRSP room. People at the moment often invest in a pension plan only if their employer has such a plan. There will be a sharing of the legal and administrative burden. The way the PRPPs are structured will remove many of the traditional barriers and thereby will enable employers to offer this type of plan to their employees.
Large pooled funds, plan members will benefit from the lower investment management costs associated with the scale of these funds. Essentially, they will be buying in bulk. The design of these plans will be straightforward. They will remove barriers that might have been in the way of people who want to save for their future and for the future of their families. We all understand that Canadians want their governments to work in partnership with them to provide and deliver results. And this bill today, Mr. Speaker, does exactly that. Mr. Speaker, Canada's seniors have worked hard to build a better country for future generations, and today's workers should be given every chance to follow in their footsteps. Our record shows that our government is committed to the financial well-being of Canadian seniors, as well as those Canadians who are currently still working to realize their retirement dreams. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for a presentation, but the reality is we've got 12 million Canadians have no savings, no pensions whatsoever. The PRPP will not address that because it's not mandatory. The biggest problem with this particular bill is those same people who are not investing now won't invest unless they're put in a position where they must invest. The other problem with this bill is the fact that the fees structured on it, the fees are not capped. When we made the proposition that we should increase the Canada Pension Plan, that was done on the basis that the Canada Pension Plan was first portable and as well mandatory. The cost of a person who makes $40,000 a year to increase the Canada Pension Plan to double it in 30 years is $161 a year, or roughly $9,000 over their working career. Where can you invest $9,000 today and look forward to having $1,800 plus a month in the future? The reality is that the PRPP fails. And also, when we look at what the government has just announced they're doing, making seniors work 2 extra years. Those that are on disability or on welfare who look forward to moving up when they get OSGS now will have to wait 2 years to have that money.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to explain a few more details to my colleague opposite who has asked this question. First of all, the reality right now is that more than 60% of Canadians do not have pension coverage. That is a very serious reality, sir. Given that, we're enabling with this legislation, avec cet projet de loi, that
this bill will
to help themselves, to take charge. We have just created 750,000 new jobs. Some of those jobs may not have, if it's the average experience in the Canadian workplace, they may not have entitlements, but we've created those jobs, and now we're creating an opportunity for those people to save for their future, to enable them to accept that responsibility and to be helped with lower cost opportunities for that saving. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. However, something I want to clarify is that when we talk about this product, which is really a savings vehicle, not something that will guarantee someone a pension. My colleague says that people can invest in this sort of plan, but what about the TSFA, or that the TFSA, the tax-free savings account? Only 40% of Canadians have a TFSA, and many of those earn $100,000 or more. Only 24% of Canadians are using the tax-free savings account to help them save for retirement. So the pooled retirement pension plans are a little bit similar. So what makes her think that people who are not required to will actually invest, and given that people are not currently investing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague on the opposition benches, but I want to clarify certain details so that he understands the bill better. Our bill will help all Canadians. It will give all Canadians the opportunity to save for their retirement. How will it do this? By enabling those who are not currently participating in a pension plan, such as self-employed workers and employees that work for employers that don't have a plan to save. They need to save for their retirement. The honourable member discussed another strategy to help all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's an honour to be able to rise in this place and to represent the constituents of Crowfoot and speak on their behalf in this House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I look back over the last couple of days here in Parliament Hill, and I realize the introduction to this is going to not necessarily deal immediately with the pool registered retirement plan, but the last couple of days we've had some major announcements. Announcements about some things that I had never really heard about. 2 days ago, the Minister of Health and a couple other ministers made an announcement about a drug that known as bath salts that was a negative part of the drug culture and basic culture around the world, where young people and old people were using this new drug, and so we banned it. My point is that our government was stepping forward to protect Canadians from something that maybe some of our young people didn't even realize at the time was going to be such a potent, devastating tragedy just waiting to happen. And yesterday, we had another announcement about human trafficking, where we stepped up and we said we're going to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, our government is implementing plans across this country and across a wide scope of areas to protect Canadians. We're implementing plans to create jobs on one hand, enable small businesses to provide opportunities for retirement. That's what we're here debating today, because we want to see that Canadians are secure. They're secure on our streets, they're secure in a job, and they're secure in retirement. And, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-25 is part of that plan. Our Conservative government's efforts to help Canadians save for their retirement doesn't begin with a pooled registered pension plan. It begins with a vast number of other plans that we want to see stable and secure. We see and we've heard that our CPP is stable, it's strong, it's 75 years projection right now. It's going to be very strong. It's going to be there when Canadians need CPP. But, Mr. Speaker, not always does one size fit all. Not always can we tell Canadians that only if you wait, CPP will take care of you at the end of the day. I think every economist, every individual who is trying to better their life or maybe pass on some financial some financial instruction to their children would encourage their children to save not only in one way, not just go out and get a job and play into your CPP, but it's important that they look at a number of different avenues in which they can protect their retirement and have a strong retirement. Mr. Speaker, this is a modern-day effort to assist Canadians who are self-employed or who work for small firms or businesses that do not have part of a benefits package that includes a pension plan. And our intent is to help Canadians who work where there is no pension plan. And I think sometimes the opposition stands back and they say, oh, but if we only just throw more money into the CPP or just, let's have that wealth transfer where the wealthy can put more money into it and then we'll all get a little bit more. CPP is strong and maybe we can make it stronger. But there certainly has to be more avenues than just CPP. There has to be more avenues than just this pooled retirement pension plan. In my riding of Crowfoot, there are many constituents who do not have access to a pension plan. The colleague who just spoke said 60% of Canadians don't have access to a pension plan. I live in a rural riding And I think that's true in most rural or remote ridings in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to this bill at second reading, and when I went out and did town hall meetings, and when I went out and met with constituents and had satellite office days, constituents came to me and asked about this pooled registered retirement savings plan. I explained to them that we are not trying to incorporate a mandatory plan for all Canadians. This isn't another tax and grab. This isn't another opportunity for government to just to put more of a premium down on CPP or any one plan. It's an opportunity, if they so choose, to invest into a pooled registered retirement plan. Mr. Speaker, around our place this summer, we're going to have a different type of summer. My oldest child, my daughter, is getting married. And with that has come all the fun things of planning a wedding and being involved in wedding planning. But also what's come with that is, and for years we've sat down and talked to them about planning for the future and looking forward to, someday buying a home and preparing even right out of college with an RRSP and all those different avenues. Well, Mr. Speaker, now as they're preparing to get married, they've called up and said, "Dad, can you come with us? We're looking at a house." Looking at a house. Just out of college. And, but wanting to invest into a home. I have for years told them that, you want to come with 20–25% down. And now my daughter is coming and saying, "Dad, you've always said that it's important to have that 20–25% down, but I don't have 5% to put down. So, Dad, this is why we need you to come help us look at a home." But the point is, some of these lessons, I think, are learned. They're learned that it's important to have equity in a home. It's important to invest and prepare for the future. And, of course, we want, as a dad, as a father, I want to be able to help where I can. But, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we want to be able to help where we can. As a government, we want to be able to say, we're not only going to be satisfied with CPP, not only are we going to be satisfied with the tax-free savings account, not only are we going to be satisfied with a pooled registered saving or pension plan, we want people to pick and choose and perhaps invest, but prepare. And so, Mr. Speaker, in this rural constituency that I represent, where there are so many farmers and so many agricultural-based companies, that many of them do not have a pooled registered savings plan, this is one of those opportunities. And I commend our government, and I encourage the opposition to get off this bandwagon of one-size-fits-all. And to recognize that when you have a registered plan, you have something that they can count on. Mr. Speaker, not only do we have agriculture in Crowfoot, but there's many people who are working in the oil patch in Crowfoot. There are many people that today will be contracted to work for this company, and in a year or two will be in a different company. The thing I like about this plan is that they can take the plan with them. It is a plan that they invest in, and when they leave that company, maybe sometimes after 2 years, it's not that now I have to make a decision, do I pull out that little chunk of money that I've put away into a pension plan and now put it into just the RRSP is really the only way to protect it. Tax-free savings account, but to save some taxes, the RRSP. Now, when they've been investing in this registered pension plan, as they switch from one company to another, from one job to another, from one contract to another, that remains constant. So when they go to the next place of employment, which also does not provide a pension plan, Mr. Speaker, they have this tool. It's in their toolbox. And it's something that they will appreciate. Mr. Speaker, I would say, and I see that you're telling me my time is up, I would just leave by encouraging the opposition, encouraging the New Democratic Party to recognize that there are many different Canadians here with many different groups, that it's not always you reach into your toolbox and pull out a hammer. You reach in and pull out the tool that best suits for the job that you're doing. And we're fortunate. We sit here. Let me see the NDP there. We sit here. We have pension plans. I mean, that's a topic of discussion as well in my constituency. I think it's time that we say this opportunity needs to avail for all those who want to take advantage of it. And our government is providing that tool, and I congratulate them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member from Crowfoot, we have said in the NDP that we should have a comprehensive view of the retirement security plans for all Canadians. And that's been our position for a number of years. You spoke about the town halls, and previous speakers spoke about the parliamentary secretary. When he was the parliamentary secretary, yes, he did town halls in 2009, and I did 20 town halls in the summer. The next year I did 20 more, and I've done 7 this year so far. Overwhelmingly, people have told me that the type of plan that you've talked about in the PRPP is not what suits their needs. We have a difference of view. I don't say that the government's not making attempts to do some things. They are. And in fact, I've had discussions with the members regarding the enhancement of the Canada Pension Plan. I still think that's something that we'll get to at some point in time. But the PRPP has 2 significant flaws, and I've mentioned them before. The fact that it's not mandatory, and the fact that there's not a cap on fees, that it's relying on the goodwill of the provinces involved. The situation in Australia with the Australian Super Fund, which was a similar type plan, is over a 10-year period. It didn't even keep pace with inflation because of the fees that were applied to it. That's my concern. If you cap the fees, then you might have something that has some reasonableness to it. But if you don't do that, it's not going to help Canadians.
The honourable member for Crowfoot, and again, would just like to remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues. Honourable member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, and I do appreciate this member. I know that he has worked, and I wished he would have been present when the Parliament, or when the minister gave his speech, because he did give you quite an accolade there, sir. And I know that this is something that's near and dear to your heart. Mr. Speaker, but here is one of the big differences. One of the big differences, and you've heard it just in the question, between the New Democratic Party and the Conservative Party. This honourable member says that one of the frustrations he has is that it is not mandatory. But there are other tools that are mandatory. When you go and when you have a job, and it doesn't matter what your job is, you do pay into CPP. You can very well pay into CPP. You do pay when you are working for a company. You do have employment insurance deducted. All those things are mandatory. RRSPs are not mandatory. Does that make RRSPs wrong? I don't believe that this honourable gentleman would suggest that it does. So why then would he say that his frustration is that they are not mandatory? This is an option, as we've stated before, an option for people to plan for the future. Some individuals may have the opportunity to put in thousands of dollars into the retired pension and savings plan. Others may have hundreds of dollars. That's the beauty of this plan. This plan allows them to make their decisions for their future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and very similar to the speeches that I made on this particular topic about adding a tool to the toolbox in terms of options and opportunities for Canadians. I do want to ask him this question, though. We have heard from the other side, particularly on the CPP, that this plan, even the RSP plan, which you may not have heard from another member, not the one he was speaking to previously, they were criticizing that this is going to be based on the marketplace of the stock market, and that all it is investments. There's no guarantees because it's going to be investment in the stock market. And I would like the member to comment on whether the CPP or what's the wrong thinking of the opposition that the stock market is the wrong place to have retirement investments, and what role does the stock market play in all retirement investments in this country?
The honourable member for Crowfoot, a short answer, please.
Well, I can tell you, if you're asking for advice on the stock market, you're sure asking the wrong guy, and I know you aren't. I know you aren't. I think here that a well-diversified portfolio is again what's important. There was a very wise man who just a number of days ago said it's very important to take a long-range look, medium to long-range look for all your planning. And so certainly in an investment portfolio, I would encourage people to have some degree of investment into the markets, into the stock markets, but certainly if we are going to believe that we're going to have a strong, solid, viable retirement, and we are going to lump all of our pension plan, all of our investments into the stock market, I would warn against that type of thing. So again, these will be well managed. They will be there for the small employee who doesn't have time to perhaps manage his portfolio. This again is another avenue for him to take where it will be managed, it will be diversified, it will be secure, it is registered, you have the government behind it. It's a strong, solid option. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to an act relating to pooled registered pension plans and making related amendments to other acts.
Balance the debate today. I'm just listening to what the members of the NDP and the Conservatives have been saying, and I understand that the government has realized that Canadians are worried about their retirement. They've realized finally that something has to be done. The problem is that even though after, I think it's been 2 years that my friend, Minister of State and Finance, traveled across the country and had consultations and came up with something called a pooled registered pension plan, which is just an offshoot of the registered retirement savings plan, and now they're making a big PR out of it. Again, I agree with the member from Burlington, where it is an extra tool in the toolbox, and that's why we support it. But it's not the answer to this crisis that we're having, or the retirement that people are worried about, the retirement savings that they're worried about in their future. We've had 6 years of this Conservative government with increases in taxes, hidden taxes, and that's been part of the cause. Canadians have less money in their pocket to put towards retirement. We've had a lot of pressure on Canadians, whether they've lost their jobs or had to take on other responsibilities, and we've seen Canadians of all age groups having less money in their pocket for various reasons, and like I said, most of this has led to some of the policies of this Conservative government. Even those that do have savings are worried about retirement, Mr. Speaker. We've seen rates of interest that have been the lowest ever in history, so even people that have interest put away in a savings account, barely getting 1%, a lot of times it's been 0.5% or 0.25%. Canada savings bonds used to pay 10%, are now paying less than 2% and 3% if you're lucky, because you've been holding on to these bonds for 6-7 years. And we expect these interest rates to continue to be low. So Canadians have taken risks. They've said, well, I'm going to be retiring in a couple of years. I need to get my retirement savings up. How do I do that? Maybe I'm going to take gamble on something, and I'm not sure what it's going to be. So some people have put it in the stock market, and we saw a couple of years ago with the tech bubble, where people put tons of money in companies like Nortel, which was supposed to be the securest company around, right? It was an offshoot of Bell Canada. Some people had gotten the shares for free, like my parents had got them, and decided to keep them. The stock had gone up to $100, $200 a share, decided to buy some more because it was going to go to $400, trading at multiples of based on sales. Never heard before, because that was the way we had to evaluate these tech stocks, and then all of a sudden, overnight, stock portfolios of millions and millions of dollars went down to zero. And we're still seeing lawyers making money off the Nortel bankruptcy. People that have disability pension plans and pension plans with Nortel can't get their money out, can't get paid because the lawyers are holding up the distribution. The government is not willing to help these people out. There's some money stuck out in some tax haven, and the only people making money are the professionals, like I said. So people are seeing this. As recently as the bank crisis that we saw a couple of years ago, people that thought that it was secure to have stocks in the banks. They said, sure, we'll put our money in the banks. That's secure as ever. And then we saw actual closure of banks in the States. We were lucky here in Canada, but you can't put all your eggs in one basket, as most personal investment advisors will tell you, and they will tell you to diversify. So if anybody ever took the advice of any professional advisor, would have lost some money a couple of years ago investing in the stock market, just in having their money in bank stocks. So again, people were worried. We've seen people that have invested money in resources. We see people that have invested money in the past in metals, gold. Just as recently as a few years ago, gold was at a couple of $100. Now, if you were lucky enough to have invested in gold, you were able to get your gold at $2,000 a pound practically. But who is going to forecast those things? We saw recently. We're seeing now recently with people that even had investments in had their money invested in secure investments, such as bonds. Countries going bankrupt, not being able to pay their bondholders, so they're being renegotiated. And who's making the big money? It's the big players. I don't see how an investor who is busy trying to raise a family, or an individual that's trying to raise a family, is going to make any more money that he can't make today. Some people, again, are taking more risks, whether it be in real estate. We see what's happening in the real estate market across the country. If you're fortunate enough to buy a condo, it seems like the condo market is fine, but you live in a condo, you may buy another one to rent it out. You're maybe going to make some money, but as soon as the condo market is going to collapse like it's predicted to, you may have to take some money out of your retirement to supplement these real estate deals. So I don't see how this government could think that you can easily put some money into a pool or a savings plan that is administered by somebody that we don't really know of, and all of a sudden, miraculously, your retirement savings are going to be secure for whether it be a 5, 10, or 15, or 25-year period. So that's why we say that we should start with the Canada Pension Plan. The Liberal Party has for years said that we should start with the Canada Pension Plan. In Quebec, it's the Quebec Pension Plan. It's survived relatively well in comparison to many of the other private pension plans, so we should be working with that. Elderly Canadians are not the only ones that are also beginning to worry. Like I said before in my speech, we have young people that are worried about their future. We see Quebecers that are going to the streets based on the fact that their tuition fees are going up, their cost of living is going up, and they just see a crisis developing in the next little while. And that all means that they know that their retirement is going to be affected, because this Conservative government has just told them that they're not going to be able to retire at 65, but they'll have to wait till 67. And this is nothing new. I mean, we've had crises over whether it be pensions or other issues. In the 1990s, the Liberal government recognized that the Canada Pension Plan was not sustainable and action had to be taken. And what did? We consulted with individuals and stakeholders, and not just our friends. We met with the provinces. We looked at how we can secure the CPP in the long term, and we didn't just issue talking points. What we realized was that there was a problem, and we did not turn to private institutions to solve this problem. We negotiated, truly. We invoked thought-provoking discussion, and miraculously, Mr. Speaker, we came to an agreement with all the provinces. It wasn't self-imposed. It was not dictated to them, as this government likes to do, like we just recently saw with the Health Accord, where the previous Liberal government sat down with all the provinces and discussed the issues and discussed the needs, and came to an agreement, and we signed a 10-year health accord, whereas this government has said, well, no, we don't need to discuss anything with the provinces. We'll give you some money, we'll increase it at a certain level, and then after that, it's your problem. Don't worry about it, even though we know that the cost of health is going to increase in the next, from 5 years to the next 10 years. You'll just worry about it. We'll tell you what we're going to give you, And if you want to have a meeting, just give me a call and leave me a message on my voicemail. Just getting back to the bill, what we think this bill will do is, the government says that the bill will secure people's pension. But in actual fact, the only thing that we think that it will do is it will make the banks and the insurance company happy by allowing them to offer pooled registered pension plans to employers, self-employed to those in federal jurisdictions, provides a framework for provinces to pass similar legislation. Puis en fait, Monsieur le Président, on l'a vu au Québec.
And, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, with the budget tabled in the National Assembly, we saw measures for a plan available for people, but we didn't see this kind of thing in other provinces.
And there hasn't been any movement with the other provinces, and I'm sure somebody will correct me on the other side. We also think that it's great the administrators of plans will be regulated. Financial institutions need a special license from the superintendent of financial institutions. No problem with that. The only problem, Mr. Speaker, is that most individuals, they already have trouble saving, and they're working, a lot of them are working in low-paying jobs, and a lot of them work for small companies. Small companies don't have the time, don't have the energy, don't have the resources, don't have the ability to set up these plans, no matter how easy it is. It's going to be very difficult to see any of these smaller companies implementing a registered pension plan in their company. I just don't see it. As an accountant by trade, you know, even making RSP contributions for employees who want to have their pays deducted and put some money aside. A lot of employers will not do it because they don't want to take the responsibility, because there has to be a separate, not a separate set of books, but there has to be separate accounting, extra checks involved, administration. You have to hold the money in the account, make sure that you have enough money in the account the month after when you make your remittance. Then you got to make sure that the amount is sent to the right employee's account, and I go on and on. So I don't see why we wouldn't again use just the tool that's available to us, which would be the CPP or the QPP. Companies would have the option of rolling in a plan. So if you're not going to make it mandatory and the company is going to have an option, I'm not so sure how many companies will take you up on that, unless, of course, the company has a dedicated payroll resource person and the employer really needs to keep these employees, and the employees really all agree that they need to have this plan. Because, again, we're not asking the employer to contribute, and, again, we're not asking all the employees of a certain company to opt in. They have the option of opting out. So, again, you may have a company with 10, 20 employees, and if only 2, 3, or less than 50% of the employees, I don't see how a company is going to go through all the trouble of setting up a registered pension plan for a pooled registered pension plan. The troubling part is also that this new option is just, that's all it is. It's just another private registered savings vehicle, which more likely will help the financial institutions than to help people save. I think it was a member from the Conservative Party that just stated there's, on average, $80,000 of unused RSP contributions by Canadians. So unless there was an urgency where Canadians would have totally utilized all their RSP room, I would understand the purpose of coming up with something like this. So right now, the only people that I'm aware of, again, in using my background as an accountant and speaking to my accounting friends, and bankers, the only people that are using their RSP to the max are the people that can afford it, which means the higher income people. And I don't see the necessity to start up a program just for these people. So the solution for Liberals believe that we don't need to look any further than to work with the Canada Pension Plan and the QPP to help people save for retirement. The CPP and QPP has a proven track record. It's been stable and secure, and even through these economic downturns, it's been quite strong. And we see it in Quebec. In Quebec, the QPP has rebounded in the last 2 years with rates of return close to over 10%. There was a bit of a crisis about 3 years ago where they lost tons of money in certain investments in the banking sector. They changed management. They changed their direction. And they just made recent statements where they're going to change direction again, where they're going to be looking at making investments in infrastructure and in other areas, which requires lots of money which individuals don't have in their RSP. And even if you want to take the example of these pooled registered pension plans, there won't be enough money in these pooled registered pension plans that they'll be able to diversify risk in like what the CPP and the QPP are doing today. Supplementary CPPs could allow those that want to invest more in secure retirement vehicle into the CPP. Again, we're not sure about the fees. I know that we're very worried about the fees. Even if these registered pooled pension plans will start with low management fees, it's just a matter of time before the banks, the insurance companies get a hold of your account and hold you hostage. And if the funds do a really good job and the return is high, you know what will happen is all of a sudden we'll get the fees will go up, and if there is no return, the fees will just stay the same. So I don't see how we're going to win with this. Again, we're just going to add another level of complexity to the people's options of savings, and you know, it's going to be whether it be on an administrative purpose to just even decide when you move employer, what do I do with my money? Do I keep it in this pooled retirement saving plan? Do I keep it with this bank, or do I move it to an insurance company? At what point am I in my life cycle? Am I going to be retiring 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? So just the administration of what I'm going to do with the money that's in that pooled retirement registered pension plan is going to be a headache for unsophisticated investors. And then just the fact of what areas are they going to want to invest in is going to add another level of complexity. So we can look at options for opening up further. One of the options that we also would like for this government to do is looking at options to help those that are in the unpaid workforce, because again, these are people that are moving from job to job very low, and those are the people that need the most help for their retirement savings. And making these decisions, we need to look at the evidence. Policy decisions such as retirement savings plan for Canadians was not made on a whim, but rather based on solid evidence. Somebody also stated the fact that in Australia, they implemented a similar program as the pooled pension plans. And Mr. Speaker, as you well know, after 10 years, it was obvious that the only people making money were the financial institutions. 160, the amounts are that in the last 10 years, in Australia, $161 billion of investments were made in pooled pension plans versus $105 billion in fees that were taken out of these registered pooled pension plans. So it's not a dollar for dollar, but it's kind of a sad 80 cent charge to every dollar that was put into the pooled pension plan. A recent study by the Rotman International Journal of Pension Management found that despite the presumed role of competition, the investment performance of the system continued to be restrained, again, by high fees and cost. And again, we think that this could be averted by using the CPP or QPP as the supplementary retirement investment tool. As parliamentarians, we should also be concerned by this, and perhaps look at by all of this, and perhaps look at how we could either improve the pooled registered pension plan, or look at other options. And again, the other option is easily the CPP, QPP. However, we've seen that this Conservative government already made up its mind. Like many other things, they won't listen to anyone else's opinion, reason. They won't even look at evidence on a lot of issues. They'll just blindly follow this approach and just put their hands over their ears and march on. And like we've seen today, they've moved time allocation so we can no longer debate this issue. The very reason each and every one of us is elected to this House is for debate, but they've decided that enough is enough, and they've heard, or they've pretended that they've heard, and have imposed time allocation on this particular bill, which is one of many bills that they've imposed. Just in Parliament, I think they've imposed almost time allocation almost over 60 times, and if you include committees, we're almost at a 300 point mark. I think it's important to talk about how we got to this point where we suddenly have to rush this bill through. I think I mentioned the fact that the Minister of State consulted on this for about 2 years. And then all of a sudden there seems to be a rush to get this bill through. We know there's been concerns about retirement security for some time. While the Canada Pension Plan, and I repeat myself, has been secure for at least 75 years, Canadians also need to save more for retirement to live comfortably. We all agree with that. And again, it's not just the CPP that's been secure, but also QPP. It was in 2009 that the Conservative announced the consultation on this pension reform, and now all of a sudden, like I said, it's been a rush. 2 years later, in December 2010, the Conservative announced this program. I'm not going to call it a scheme, but it's a program. And we moved. So I'm just going to wrap it up, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot more notes here that I can go through. The pension crisis, the retirement income for Canadians is important. Pensions or functions all of a sudden have become an issue. I think it's always been an issue, but as we get older, it becomes a greater issue. This government has created a crisis now by changing the age of retirement from being able to collect the OAS. I'm in favor of the flexibility that the OAS will provide, but I'm not in favor of changing the age of 65 to 67, because one of the first people it's going to affect will be myself, Mr. Speaker. This government has taken about $12,000 out of my pocket, and I haven't even gotten there yet. So imagine that. So I don't see how Canadians could be happy with that, and I don't even need the money. But imagine the Canadians that are my age that are relying on this money, $12,000 thrown away like that overnight, Mr. Speaker. I'll leave you on that note. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague who I used to sit on finance with for his speech. Disagreed with most of it, but I do appreciate his time. Just as a part of his argument is that the Liberal position is that there should be voluntary opportunity with CPP to contribute. And then in the same speech, he argues that taxpayers do not have the money to contribute to a pooled registered plan. So if they don't have the money to do it for a pooled registered plan, how are they going to have money to do it for the voluntary aspect of the CPP? It's a defeatist argument. It doesn't make any sense. You can't argue one way in one area and argue the opposite in the other in the same speech, Mr. Speaker. But my question is this. He talked about how the Liberal Party put the CPP back on its financial feet, and they were forced to do that after they stole, or they didn't steal. They took all the money out of the plan, so they had to get it back on its feet. So they did something. While they were doing that in the 90s, if this voluntary CPP contribution plan is going to be effective and the right thing to do, why did they not consider it and do it when they were doing those changes in the 90s? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try and answer the question which I think was asked, but I'm going to address the first point where my speech is totally coherent. It's very easy. If we use the CPP as an example, we don't force it upon all the companies to put it in to all their employees because some companies just cannot afford it. But some companies can, and the reason they won't do the registered pension pool is, like I stated, is that they're too small to even administer and handle one extra paper because they're overloaded. That's the reality. And if there's enough employees that say, yes, I want to opt in, eventually everybody will opt in. It'll start with 1 cent a pay. It'll start with 10 cents a pay, $1, $10, whatever it be. But at least the system is there. It's already set up. We've spoken to the people from the CPP and QPP. They're willing and able to do it. I don't see what the big deal is. I don't know why we have to make bankers and insurance companies richer by setting up a separate program. The answer to the question is how the Liberal government did not take any money away from nothing. The CPP is a totally independent board that administers money independently. None of this money was ever transferred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Formerly, my employer had a pooled plan where the employer contributed and only a part of the employees were able to do it because most of them were part-time, so they didn't have the money to invest in that. And in my riding, it's the same. There are people who don't have even the $5 or $10 a week to set aside because their budgets are really tight. And we know that 74% of Canadians don't invest in RSPs because they don't have the means to do so. And today the Conservatives are coming forward with a plan that has to be passed quickly under time allocation because this is in high demand. So I'd like to hear the comments of my colleague from the Liberal Party. He talked a little bit about it in his speech, in fact. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Hochelaga Maisonneuve. We're neighbours, so we have similar issues in our ridings. And in Maisonneuve, there are some poor neighbourhoods, as there are in St. Leonard as well. She has raised some very important points. In the Liberal Party, we say that we should start with a voluntary system, because if people work part-time and they get $100 a week, my son has just started working, in fact, am I going to ask him to pay 20% for his retirement? I think that's not acceptable. So that's why we say, let's start perhaps with amounts that are set out in legislation, and then we'll increase it based on criteria. We can establish criteria, but we can do this following a discussion, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's something that we should impose today. I don't think we should put a gag order on a bill. There should be debate. So I don't understand the government's attitude. There are other things that are more important than pension plans for people who are already rich and already investing heavily in their RSPs. I think that challenges that we have in this country today are pensions, students, and young people, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to follow up on the response from the member who spoke, and I appreciate that. So I just want to be clear and on the record then. It was this government who brought in the process that contributions to CPP cannot be rated by any government that has in the future of any surpluses that they have, and that was our doing, our policy. And based on his comments, I'm assuming then the member, Mr. Speaker, is in support of and congratulates this government in making sure that future governments cannot raid surpluses as previous governments had done in the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that this government has done, and in terms of rating, they decided to set up an independent unemployment board. They put in $1 billion. It already has a deficit of $3 or $4 billion. After 3 years, Mr. Speaker, this government has only been here for 6 years and has done nothing but tax Canadians and put them in the situation that they are today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Comes up quickly. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to be sharing my time with the member from Brandon-Souris. Mr. Speaker, our government understands that hardworking Canadians and seniors want an effective and sustainable retirement income system that will help them achieve their retirement goals.
They do.
That is why I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-25, an act that implements the federal framework for pooled registered pension plans, or PRPPs. Mr. Speaker, PRPPs will mark a significant step forward in improving Canada's retirement income system by providing a new pension option to Canadians. Currently, 60% of Canadians do not even have access to a workplace pension plan. Most of these Canadians work for small and medium-sized businesses or are self-employed. Clearly, this represents a gap in Canada's retirement income system, a gap, however, that PRPPs will fill. PRPPs will allow these Canadians access a pension plan for the very first time. In short, PRPPs will be a broad-based, low-cost, privately administered pension plan option. Think of it this way, Mr. Speaker. By pooling pension savings, the cost of administering the pension fund will be spread over a large group of people. This will allow plan members to benefit from lower investment management costs, lower than those typically associated with the average mutual fund. Mr. Speaker, do you know what this means? It means that more Canadians will have more money left in their pockets for when they retire. Simply put, the PRPP is the most effective and targeted way to address the gap in Canada's retirement income system. How will they do this, you might ask? PRPPs will address this gap by first providing a new, accessible, straightforward, and administratively low-cost retirement option for employers to offer to their employees. Next, it will allow individuals who currently may not participate in a pension plan, such as the self-employed or employees of a company that do not offer a pension plan, to make use of this new option, enabling more people to benefit from the lower investment management costs that result from membership in a large pooled pension plan. Next, allowing for the portability of benefits that will facilitate an easy transfer between plans. And finally, ensuring that funds are invested in the best interests of plan members. Hear, hear. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, PRPPs are what Canada's retirement income system has been waiting for. This is why it's so important that the provinces follow the lead of our government and implement PRPPs as quickly as possible. By doing so, Canadians from coast to coast will be able to take advantage of this great new pension option. Unfortunately, though, Mr. Speaker, not everyone feels the same way. While our government is trying to move forward to implement PRPPs, the NDP would rather take the irresponsible and reckless route. They want to double CPP. Do you know what that would do, Mr. Speaker? That would result in higher CPP contribution rates for employers, employees, and the self-employed. In the case of small and medium-sized business owners, it would act as a payroll tax. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a tax on job creators. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Let's see what the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has to say. According to their research, quote, to double CPP benefits would kill 1.2 million person-years of employment in the short term alone. Sure. End of quote. Only the NDP would propose something so reckless. That's the difference between our Conservative government and the irresponsible NDP. While our government is committed to generating economic growth and long-term prosperity, the NDP have no problem jeopardizing Canada's fragile economic recovery by imposing higher taxes on job creators. That, to me, is unbelievable. It should be clear, doubling the CPP is the wrong decision for Canada and our economy. Unlike the NDP, our government believes that lower taxes help to generate economic growth and create jobs for Canadians. Just look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Since July 2009, more than 750,000 net new jobs have been created. What's more, Forbes magazine ranks Canada as the best place for businesses to grow and create jobs.
Wonderful.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the economy, there's no doubt why Canadians trust this government. This government gets results. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why Canadians trust this government to keep Canada's retirement income system strong. Allow me to take a moment and tell us just how much our government has done to ensure that Canada's retirement income system will continue to be the envy of the world. Since 2006, our government has increased the age credit amount by $1,000 in 2006 and by another $1,000 in 2009. Next, we doubled the maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit to $2,000. Our government introduced pension income splitting, and we increased the age limit for maturing pensions and registered retirement savings plans, RRSPs, to 71 from 69 years of age.
Terrific.
What's more, Budget 2008 introduced the tax-free savings account, which is particularly beneficial to seniors as it helps them to meet their ongoing savings needs on a tax-efficient basis. Our record also includes important improvements to several specific retirement income supports. Budget 2008 increased the amount that can be earned before the GIS is reduced to $3,500. This means GIS recipients will be able to keep more of their hard-earned money without any reduction in GIS benefits. Budget 2008 also increased flexibility for seniors and older workers with federally regulated pension assets that are held in life income funds. Budget 2011, the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, announced new measures to improve seniors' financial security and ensure that they can benefit from and contribute to the quality of life in their communities. The plan includes a new GIS top-up benefit targeted to the most vulnerable seniors. Since July 1, 2011, seniors with little or no income are receiving additional annual benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples. The plan also provides an additional $10 million over 2 years to enhance the New Horizons for Seniors program. This additional funding will enable more seniors to participate in social activities, pursue an active life, and contribute to their community. It will also provide funding for projects that will increase awareness of elder abuse and promote volunteering, mentoring, and improve social participation of seniors. Mr. Speaker, Canadians just have to look at our record to know that this Conservative government is on their side. And Mr. Speaker, PRPPs is just the latest example. But don't take my word for it. Let's see what others are saying about PRPPs. According to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, PRPPs with simple and straightforward rules and processes will give many businesses the flexibilities and tools they need to help their employees save for retirement. Greg Thomas of the Federal and Ontario Director of Canadian Taxpayers Federation says Canadians will be able to save more for retirement with this new pension plan. People saving for retirement will enjoy lower costs and more flexibility throughout their working lives. Mr. Speaker, it seems pretty clear to me, and it seems pretty clear to Canadians, PRPPs are the way to go. Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that the TFSA and is something that is used by people who often have quite a lot of money, or people who are at a point in their lives when they are able to transfer their investment into TFSAs at their retirement. I have a couple of questions. Since when is a pension plan considered to be taxable at source? I think that workers will be forgotten if they are contributing when the employer is not forced to contribute.
Ollie West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and let me just say that as a small business person, small, medium-sized business person in my previous career path, my business struggled with options to provide security to our employees. And we used, for example, RRSPs, group RRSPs in our business as one means of providing an option to our staff, our team. And this plan, to me, is the perfect opportunity where we can, for low cost, for flexibility, for greater ability of our employees to get in, provide a product, an option that gives our staff the opportunity to participate in something that they simply never had before. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member himself would no doubt acknowledge that the number of individuals that will benefit from this particular legislation is somewhat limited. Yes, it is a large number of Canadians, and there is some value in terms of establishing this fund. It can be used as a tool to facilitate additional retirement funds for many seniors going forward. But for vast majority of Canadians, they're quite concerned in regards to the future of CPP. And what they're looking for is the government of Canada to sit down with the different provinces across Canada and look at ways in which we can enhance and improve the quality of life of people that are going to be retiring in the future by making a more sincere, genuine investment in CPP. I'm wondering if the member can provide, from his perspective, his thoughts on the CPP versus this particular pooled pension plan, and that, in fact, it would be definitely worth the government's time and effort to be working with the provinces to improve the CPP.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a good question, because that's obviously a question that is at the root of the decision process that evolved the PRPP. First, 2 years ago, our government met with finance ministers across the country and tried to arrive at a solution for reviewing CPP. There was no unanimity. The finance ministers unanimously agreed that PRPP provide a new and more flexible tool that brought more Canadians into the net of those who would like to participate in such a program. The honourable member asked about why CPP versus PRPP, and I think clearly when I look at CPP and I look at some of the comments that have been made today and in previous debates, the idea of doubling CPP, the extra cost to employees, to employers, the tax cost to employers, makes it an untenable and tremendously expensive cost for an employer or for a small business, medium-sized business, and certainly for somebody self-employed in which to participate, where the PRPP truly gives him the benefit of that flexibility and a new opportunity.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased to stand and speak on this bill, and I would actually think that all members of this House would see this as a benefit to all Canadians, particularly, as previously stated, small, medium-sized businesses, the self-employed, organizations that are probably too small to have their own plan but would like to offer another form of investment in their people that they employ and in their company, and an opportunity for people to grow within that company and stay with them based on having a plan at the end of the day that provides for their retirement. Mr. Speaker, as many are aware, our government understands the importance of a secure and dignified retirement for people who've spent their entire lives building a better and more prosperous Canada and for their families themselves. And this legislation will take Canada's retirement income system one step further by helping more Canadians realize their retirement goals. Mr. Speaker, there was a lot of work put into developing this proposal. We know that Canada's retirement system is strong, but it doesn't mean that it can't be improved. It doesn't mean that we can't offer enhancements to pick up the outside of that circle that are now in that program, to offer them something new and something better and an opportunity to invest in their retirement. And I think this bill is exactly what that addresses. Mr. Speaker, we all have memories of the crisis of 2008 and how it brought out the concerns in regards to retirement, and whether, we all took a look and said, is our pension going to be adequate? Are we going to be able to retire in the style that we choose to? And I suspect upon reflection, many people found that they weren't going to. Things had changed dramatically after 2008. If you were in the stock market or if you were in RRSPs, any type of an investment took a hit, no question about it. And this is what this type of bill is trying to address in the proposal that we're putting forward. And we did it, Mr. Speaker, not blindly. We did it with the cooperation and the discussion with provinces across Canada, with finance ministers, with people in our communities. As the previous speaker mentioned, small business person, that's what I was too. And we always looked for opportunity where we could provide our employees with better security, better programs, but quite often we had to make the decision that we couldn't afford it. And this will address many of those issues. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we didn't do this blindly. We did it with a lot of consultation, and we decide, we're trying to provide Canadians with an adequate standard of living upon retirement, and I think that's what everyone wants. But something we found out during the consultation period was that modest and middle-income Canadians were at risk of facing retirement with insufficient savings. And of particular concern on these findings were that the declining participation in employer-sponsored RPPs, the proportion of working Canadians with such plans declined from 41% in 1991. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are not taking full advantage of other retirement saving tools like the RRSP. I'm told that there's currently a $600 billion in unused RRSP room. So it's a clear indication, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians have priorities, and their families are their priorities, and sometimes we make those decisions and forget about the future, and we need to always be aware of that and have that in our view. With these findings, Mr. Speaker, our government went to work on behalf of Canadians. We consulted, we met with provincial and territory counterparts, and held discussions with many businesses, and we came to today's legislation. In short, Mr. Speaker, the PRPPs are an innovative, new, privately administrated, low-cost and accessible pension option to help Canadians meet their retirement goals. They're particularly important and significant for small and medium-sized businesses. As I said earlier, it's quite often unaffordable for owners of businesses to provide those types of benefits. This gives them the opportunity. And because it will enable owners and employees alike to have access to large-scale, low-cost private pension plan for the very first time. We basically piggyback on the larger corporations, and we get a better buy-in and we get a better return because of the pooled funds, Mr. Speaker. Professional administrators will be subject to a fiduciary standard of care to ensure that funds are invested in the best interests of the plan. That's obviously a given, Mr. Speaker, but I think it needs to be said. And by pooling pension savings, PRPPs will offer Canadians greater purchasing power. Basically, we're buying in bulk. We're getting a bigger, better deal for less money. By achieving lower prices than we would otherwise be available to Canadians, it will mean more money left in the pockets of those same Canadians when they retire. The design of the plan will also be straightforward to allow for simple enrollment and management. Small business people, medium-sized business people, I suspect self-employed, and the employee themselves will like the simplified form. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they are intended to be largely harmonized from province to province, which further lowers administrative costs and makes the transferability a lot easier to deal with. Mr. Speaker, overall, these design features will remove any of the traditional barriers that might have kept some employers from offering pension plans to their employees. Mr. Speaker, it's my belief that this will lead to a greater willingness for small and medium-sized businesses to offer PRPPs, and that is crucial. It's crucial because incredibly over 60% of Canadians do not have a workplace pension plan. That's a huge number, and I think the members opposite, when they look at it and talk to their friends, it includes a lot of the people that support you, work with you in your day-to-day lives, and I think it's important that we try and include them in the discussion. With PRPPs, participation will be encouraged by automatic enrollment of employees into a PRPP where an employee offers one. And the automatic enrollment will encourage regular savings by making participation the default choice of employees who do not actively make a decision to opt out. Mr. Speaker, I can remember as a young person entering the workforce in a family business, the best advice I ever got was from a financial advisor who said, just take a little bit off every month off your check. You'll never miss it. And as you grow older and your needs change, you can increase it. As your income earnings change, you can increase it. Best advice I ever got, and the best advice I've ever given my children or their friends. Mr. Speaker, Canada's finance ministers decided to proceed with the PRPP framework precisely because it was considered effective and appropriate, the way to target the modest and middle-income individuals who may not be saving enough for retirement. In particular, Mr. Speaker, those who currently do not have access to an employer-sponsored pension plan. These PRPPs strike the right balance. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that if the NDP had their way, they would double CP benefits and increase payroll taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. But that's not the way this government operates, Mr. Speaker. At a time when Canada's economic recovery is still fragile, imposing a job-killing tax on the creators of those very jobs is simply irresponsible. PRPPs will be an efficiently managed, privately administered pension plan that will provide greater choice to employers and individuals and promote pension coverage and retirement saving. Mr. Speaker, once the provinces have put in place their PRPP legislation, the legislative and regulatory framework will be operational. This will allow administrators to develop and offer plans to Canadians and their employees and employers, Working together with the provinces, I know and I'm confident that we can get these important new retirement vehicles up and running for Canadians in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, it's important to remember that PRPPs don't just stand by themselves. They're a part of a bigger picture. They're a part of Canada's retirement income system, and we must always remember that, Mr. Speaker. This bill is designed to help the many that do not qualify or are unable to have a pension plan within the confines of where they work. I know that the Minister of State for Finance has gone to great lengths to listen to Canadians, to hear what they ask for and what they need, and I believe this bill responds to their needs in a very positive way, and I would encourage all Canadians to support it, all members of Parliament to support this legislation. Thank you.
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. In Australia, they had a similar plan introduced about 10 years ago, and after 10 years, people had no more money. Their investments only increased by the rate of inflation. So in Canada, there's been a loss of only about 1%. People have lost more in the RSP area, where the loss was 11%.
Sure, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. The fact that 60% of the Canadian working public does not have access to this type of a plan is the very reason why we're considering it. We've spoke to provinces, we've spoke to employers, and we've spoke to employees. This appears and seems to be the best vehicle for them to move forward. It will be tightly managed. It will be managed by professionals, and I believe very firmly, Mr. Speaker, that this is an ideal opportunity for employers and employees to work together on a pension for each other.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Speaker, thank the member for his speech. And I would just like first to say that if you pick any point in time that suits your argument on a chart of the returns in the stock market, you can argue your point. The whole point behind PRPP is it's a lifetime. Your dollar cost averaging over 40 years. With a tax-free savings account, RSPs, and now this program, we've provided Canadian working families a great opportunity for their retirement future. I wondered if the member could also talk about the importance of fiscal and financial literacy of all ages for all Canadians and the importance moving forward in Canadian retirement. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question, and that is extremely important. When you're moving into a new program, it's new to a lot of people. The understanding of it, the comprehension of it is very important. I know my colleague, the member for Leduc, has put forward a bill in regards to literacy, financial literacy. That is utmost importance. As I said in my earlier comments, as a young first-time employee, it was the experience and the depth of a senior statesman that came to see me that gave me the advice I needed. Trust was a big part of it, but I do believe, and I think it's imperative, that all Canadians understand what they're signing up for, what the benefits are, and what the long-term benefits are for their families.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Marcotte-Fortin. Obviously, we don't have the same definition of financial security. In this bill, it is clearly indicated that the administrator would assume all of the assets. He would receive fees, margins, and bonuses, and if there is anything left over, then it will go to the fund. So anybody who uses this vehicle has no guarantee of a yield. Worse yet, it is impossible to plan for retirement with this kind of a plan because there is no way of knowing how much the return will be. It's absolutely not a pension plan. We certainly should not have closure to get it through. Clearly, there could be a loss of $7 billion that could go into pension plans. The Honourable Member.
Like anything in this world, you can look at it from the glass being half full or half empty. We on this side look at the world as the glass being half full, and how do we continue to add to that glass? The bottom line is 60% of all working Canadians do not have any form of pension plan within their area of work. This bill is designed to address that, and it's based on a collection of information from the owners of the businesses, from the people who are employed within that business, and from professionals across the world. I wish I could give every member a guarantee in life, Mr. Speaker, but that's not how it works. What you have to do is give them the best opportunity.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it should come as no surprise that I disagree profoundly with my colleague from Brandon Souris, as I disagree with his party at the policy direction that they're taking. I even disagree with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance on just about everything that he says. I think these guys are going down the wrong road, and they're doing the dirty work for corporate Canada once again. Because here's where the roots, here's the origins of this bill. Thomas D'Aquino, when he was the head of the Business Council on National Issues, and then John Manley, when he became the president of the Chief Executive Officers of the Chief Executive Officers, or whatever they call themselves, the grand high poobahs of the unelected Prime Minister of Canada, essentially is who he is, they declared that what's really holding back Canadian productivity is, quote, legacy costs. Now, that's a nice way of saying those dirty pensions that we got ourselves into, or that our predecessors got into in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s, back when we used to negotiate fair wages for working people, back when working people and their employers would sit down and put together a sensible benefit package with a real benefit plan for their retirement years. All of a sudden, the corporate world has declared that unaffordable, and they don't like having that burden, that legacy cost. So even look what happened in 2008 with the economic downturn. As soon as the auto industry got into trouble, what did the executives of the auto industry say? Nothing to do with the cars they were producing, or their management skills, or their, the way that they've dropped the ball and made products that nobody wanted to buy anymore. Right away they said, the reason we're not productive is it's these legacy costs. It's these pension plans that are dragging us down. We've got to do something about these pension plans. So they trooped down here. They trooped down here to their friends, the guys that they put in place, the guys that they bought and paid for and put into power, and complained to them. We got to do something about these pensions. Well, so they put in the most disingenuous way, and I forgot to say I'm splitting my time with the member from Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. They put it in fine print so that the world can see. They put in place this disingenuous bill with a title that actually uses the word registered pension plan in the title. This is another example of this creative writing class that takes place down in the somewhere in the bowels of the Conservative Party's Black Operations Department. They develop these names that have nothing to do. In fact, they're 180 degrees opposite to the true intent, because there's nothing about this that is a pension plan. It doesn't bear any resemblance to a pension plan. It's a saving scheme. It's a saving scheme that, frankly, is no different from what an ordinary worker could do today if they were lucky enough to make enough money to set money aside in an RRSP. They could put a little more money aside in an RRSP and have the same net effect as this, except they would be gouged even further by the financial sector, who also stands in the wings waiting to benefit from this huge shift of money that should normally be going into a pension vehicle such as a proper registered retirement pension plan, or the best retirement vehicle that we have, the Canada Pension Plan. And you wonder, Mr. Speaker, why I have strongly held views on this issue. I represent the riding of Winnipeg Centre. And that, frankly, Mr. Speaker, has been the home of two of the greatest champions of social justice that this country has ever known. In 1919, the Government of Canada wanted to send J.S. Wordsworth to prison for his role as a leader of the 1919 general strike, and the good people of Winnipeg Centre sent them to Parliament instead, where he became the founder and first leader of the CCF, and he served there until 1942 when he died. And then the good people of Winnipeg Centre elected the person that came to be known as the father of the Canada Pension Plan, Stanley Knowles. J.S. Wordsworth, while he was here, managed to wrestle old age security out of the Liberal government of the day. William Lyon Mackenzie King had a minority government. J.S. Wordsworth had two members. A.A. Heaps and J.S. Wordsworth were called the Ginger Group. They were the Independent Labour Party, predating the CCF. They went to Mackenzie King and they said, "We will support your government. We will prop you up if you introduce old age security." And we have a letter on file at the NDP headquarters today that is signed by William Lyon Mackenzie King agreeing to that. So even back in the early 90s, it took him 7 years to do it. In 1926, by the time he actually fulfilled that promise. But William Lyon Mackenzie King yielded to the pressure of the Ginger Group, the Member of Parliament from Winnipeg Centre, who managed to negotiate some semblance of pension. Then, when Stanley Knowles got in, he not only got the Canada Pension Plan in, the second initiative was the indexing of the Canada Pension Plan. Now, at a 1% operating costs, the Canada Pension Plan, with its small amount of contribution, yields a guaranteed benefit to Canadians in the neighbourhood of $900 or $1,000 a month. That is a good return. That is in the best interest of Canadians. I'm worried that as they put in these phony bills like this and these phony diversions like this, it actually siphons off attention to and contributions in and participation in vehicles that work, like the Canada Pension Plan. It's as if they're throttling down their emphasis on the Canada Pension Plan. We, when we form government in 2015, intend to undertake a comprehensive overhaul of the Canada Pension Plan, which will be meaningful support in old age security for Canadians. It's been charted out. It's part of our platform. It will be the most effective investment vehicle in the ever, frankly, because even if you did double the Canada Pension Plan as we know it, as being proposed by the NDP, the total old age security coming from that would still be less than Social Security in the United States. Social Security in the United States has a maximum benefit of about $30,000 a year. If you take the CPP as it is today, and even adding on the old age Security of under $7,000 a year, that still only comes up to like $19,000 a year. We are well behind other countries in even the United States in its social security benefits for seniors. So it frustrates me how disingenuous the Conservatives are when they introduce a bill that purports to be a pension plan for ordinary Canadians. Really, I mean, I just heard the guy from Don Valley West saying, my employees could never have a pension plan if it wasn't for this. I worked for years and I had all these employees and they never had any benefits. Well, try giving them a raise in pay, maybe. Maybe they'd be able to buy some old age security. Why didn't you put a pension plan in your company? You know, that's what we used to do in the old days. We had corporate social responsibility. We had capitalists with a social conscience. That seems to be gone. Capital has no conscience. If it wasn't for the NDP here to impose some conscience into this party, they'd just be following, you know, loyally and faithfully behind the Business Council on National Issues and the Canadian Taxpayers Federation and all these other dummy outfits that undermine the basic needs of Canadians for their own selfish self-interest. Look at all this. Look at the handout this is to the financial sector. Look at the dough they're going to make by managing all those little this dough again. It's appalling. It's appalling, frankly, how they gouge and the percentages that they take for moving money around, Mr. Speaker. The best bargain is the Canada Pension Plan with an operating cost of less than 1%. This diminishes and undermines the systems that work and puts in place a system that will not be effective and is no better than issuing a piggy bank. You might as well give every Canadian a piggy bank and say, I know you haven't had a raise for 7 or 8 years, but here's a piggy bank, put more money into it, and you'll have more money to spend when you retire. That's not creative. There's no financial geniuses over there. I mean, that's like pulling a sedated rabbit out of a tattered old top hat and trying to convince people it's magic. It's not magic.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and one doesn't know where to begin except to correct my honourable friend across the way that the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance is a female member from St. Boniface, a MP that we're all very proud of. I would also remind him of that great saying that socialism works until you run out of other people's money to spend. And many countries in Europe are finding out that other people simply don't have any money. Given his evident disdain for corporations in the corporate world, when will he be making the recommendation to all of his union friends and the unions that he knows and purports to represent that they should divest all of their pension funds from the nasty corporations, especially the energy and financial corporations? Will he have the courage to recommend that kind of divestiture?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
I'm very proud of the years that I spent negotiating on behalf of ordinary working people as a trade unionist. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that fair wages and benefits benefit the whole community. You know, I was in the United States recently and I saw a bumper sticker. It said, at least the war on the middle class is going well. I mean, that's about the case of it. There's a war on the middle class. For some reason, they're trying to lower our expectations. So we will accept globalization, I suppose, unquestioningly, that, oh, we got to expect less. There's no way we can afford a living wage or fair wages or to live as well as our parents did. We've dedicated our lives on this side of the House to elevating the standard of wages and working conditions for working people. That side of the House seems determined to undermine and diminish the wages and standard of living for Canadians. Why would you elect a government that would cut your wages? I mean, we had this debate yesterday on the Fair Wages and Hours of Work Act. It seems it's one thing after another. It's this attack, this war on labour on the left. In whose interest is it to undermine the retirement and social security of Canadians by pieces of paper like this that aren't worthy the consideration of this chamber, Mr. Speaker? Legacy costs aren't the end.
Questions and comments? The Honourable l'Honorable Député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are already many Canadians who can't afford to buy RRSPs even. I'd like to ask my colleague why he thinks that the Conservatives think that they could afford this program when they can't even afford RRSPs.
Well, that's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. It's true that I believe the figures are 64% of Canadians made no contributions to RRSPs. They don't have the money. They can't afford it. So here's another instrument that encourages them to save more. I mean, it's like pushing the onus on the individual, and I don't mind individuals standing up for themselves in their own best interest, but if they don't have the money to save currently, where are they going to find the money to contribute to this new saving scheme? There's nothing that adds to the retirement security of ordinary Canadians in this, Mr. Speaker. It's an illusion. As I say, it's not sorcery. It's bad magic. They're just trying to snow Canadians by putting the name pension plan in the title of the bill. It has nothing to do with a pension plan. It's a phony piece of work. Canadians shouldn't fall for it. They deserve better.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I always enjoy listening to my friend across the way. I rarely agree with him, but I do enjoy listening to him. But I do want to bring it back to the actual bill itself and the pooled registered pension plan. He talks about labour. In fact, we had Teamsters Canada present to our committee on this bill, Mr. Phil Benson. He presented some very practical suggestions in terms of dealing with it at the regulatory stage. But I just want to quote Mr. Benson. He said, "No single solution will resolve the retirement savings issue. I think the PRPP proposal will move the ball closer to the goal line. Improving savings, reducing risk, reducing costs is a winning formula. We think our suggestions will make this an even better product." So can the member opposite, who has a very strong labour background, respond to the endorsement by Teamsters, by Mr. Phil Benson, of the pooled registered pension plan, and say this is in fact a very large union in Canada that has endorsed our government's initiative with respect to providing retirement options for people, particularly those 60% of Canadians who do not currently have a retirement option.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, if we're trading quotes, I mean, let's listen to what this guy from the EES Financial Services, the mutual fund fee organization, says, "In general terms, the PRPP program is no different than an RRSP. Contributions generate tax deductions, enable tax-deferred growth, taxes payable upon withdrawals, and for the most part will be invested in mutual funds, pooled investments that, according to a 2006 report, are subject to far higher fees in Canada than in any other country in the world. It's no wonder the investment and insurance industries are applauding the introduction of PRPPs." It's like it's like handing over this gift to Bay Street. Here's $500 million worth of management fees per year to manage the investment of this new mutual fund. That's all it is a glorified mutual fund. If you didn't have enough money to buy an RSP before, you're probably not going to have enough money to participate in this PRPP baloney.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-25, which is an act relating to pool pension plans. And I'd like to say that, like my fellow colleagues are, I am very disappointed in this bill. Contrary to what the title says, it is not a pooled pension plan. But before I get into detail on the bill as such, I'd like to provide some context on the situation of pensions in this country and people who depend on them. According to the Conference Board of Canada, 1.6 million seniors in Canada are living in poverty, and this bill will not do anything to help them. 12 million Canadians don't have a retirement pension plan through their employer, according to the Canada Labour Congress. And we don't believe that this bill will do much to help those 12 million Canadians have access to a pension plan either. According to OECD standards, the CPP and QPP systems in Canada are somewhat weak. Other similar countries provide guarantees which are much more generous. For example, maximum annual benefits for social assistance in the U.S. are approximately $30,000. Maximum benefits in Canada are $12,000 a year. And for the most needy, there's $7,000 in OAS. Even with that amount added, we're still far behind the amount provided in the U.S. According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, most workers didn't contribute to RRSPs because they can't afford to. Approximately 25% of Canadians contribute, and that's far too low. Many Canadians can't afford to put money in an RRSP. As I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed because this bill, which claims that it will create a new pension plan that will pool the funds in members' accounts to achieve lower costs in relation to investment management and plan administration. It's called a pooled pension plan, but it would really be better to talk about a savings plan, because this legislation doesn't provide any kind of guarantee for pensions. This bill is designed for self-employed workers, people working for small and medium-sized businesses, companies who don't have an opportunity to, in fact, manage a pension plan in the private sector. So it would create a defined pension or contribution plan. Employees would pay a part of their salary into the account, which could subsequently be invested on the stock market, in bonds, or in mutual funds, and so on. Some companies can, in fact, pay an equal, make an equal contribution up to a certain percentage. And this would be with a view to providing revenue until retirement. This defined plan doesn't provide any kind of guarantee with respect to the amount of money that will be available at retirement. So the individual or the employee will be absorbing all of the risk linked to these investments. Under this type of plan, available money at retirement would fluctuate based on the investments, and as we've seen recently, people have invested in RSPs. I have less in mine than I had 10 years ago.
So these investments are risky. Defined contribution plans don't provide the same level of security as defined benefit plans, such as the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan, which guarantee a certain amount upon retirement. The pooled pension plans would be managed by regulated financial institutions such as banks, insurance companies, and investment companies. The latest figures on the return on investments for the Canada Pension Plan demonstrate that the plan has lost little ground, approximately less than 1%, while the stock markets, in which the government would like Canadians to invest their retirement savings through these pooled pension plans, have seen drops of 11%. Pooled registered pension plans would not ensure that we would have greater security for retirement for workers, because they're simply encouraging families to play on the stock markets that are experiencing difficulties, and that with their savings for their retirement. As I mentioned, people who have contributed have seen their RSPs drop in value, and so it's risky to save on the stock market. So encouraging families to bet on a system that has proven to be quite ineffective demonstrates the extent to which the Conservatives are disconnected from reality. With the economy that is so precarious, families don't need these kinds of additional risks. So what they need instead is stability offered by the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan. A number of economists and leaders in the provinces have said this, but the government has turned its back on the families by refusing to consider that solution. So C25 does not impose a limit on the administrative costs and simply supposes that market competition will lead to reduced costs. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the government is dreaming, because It's depending on the invisible hand that is the markets, in hoping that this will keep the administrative fees and costs as low as possible. But I think that we've seen this with the Australian experience, where their similar plan was created some 10 years ago with rather discouraging results, to say the very least. After 12 years of experience, an analysis of that system by the Australian government demonstrated that even if people saved due to mandatory contributions, the return on their investments was no higher than the rate of inflation, often not even that high. So the report said that these disappointing results, these results were disappointing given the high costs and fees, and despite the fact that they had initially thought that competition between private companies would lead to reduced costs. And yet the Conservatives are not learning from the Australian experience, which was a proven failure. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that they prefer to put on their ideological glasses and make decisions without really considering the issue. For the past 6 years, the government hasn't done a lot to help increase the security of retirement income of Canadians. The bill seems to have been drafted hastily in order to respond to pressure from labour groups, seniors groups, and political parties. In fact, they talked about increasing the CPP and our QPP benefits. Bill C-25 is a half measure, but what we really need is concrete action. Canadians deserve and want better than what the government is proposing. Once again, the Prime Minister, is putting the interests of giants on Bay Street and insurance companies ahead of the interests of Canadians. It's time for the government to take concrete action in order to increase the number of Canadians who would have access to retirement security, and less than the 12 million Canadians who currently don't have access to retirement income through their employer. Canadians don't need a new private pension plan that's voluntary. Instead, they need concrete measures to ensure that they'll be able to retire with dignity. In the NDP, we want to double the guaranteed benefits under the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan to a maximum of approximately $2,000 a month. We want the provinces to work with us to facilitate steps taken by individuals and their employer who would like to make voluntary contributions to their personal retirement plans. We want to amend the federal legislation on bankruptcy in order to ensure that retirees and long-term disability benefits beneficiaries be at the top of the list of creditors when their company is placed under bankruptcy protection. We want to increase the annual benefit for the Guaranteed Income Supplement. We want all Canadians and seniors not to live in poverty, Mr. Speaker. The NDP understands that Canadians want more than what the government is proposing with the pooled registered pension plans in the NDP. Obviously, we will not be supporting this plan because we want not, or rather the Conservatives are just trying to offer another kind of retirement vehicle, and that's not going to help. So we encourage the government to abandon the bill, Bill C-25, at third reading, and instead propose a real plan that would help the 12 million Canadians who do not have a retirement pension plan and the 16 million seniors living under poverty. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Borduas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague for that speech. And he talked about how to protect pension plans, the fact that somebody who was investing in RSPs for 10 years and how the value had dropped, so they'd lost money for their retirement, and the measures proposed in the bill will do nothing to improve protection. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is no doubt aware of this fact as well. We can think of examples such as Nortel, where, of course, the company went ahead of employees, and when we think of retirement security, people who have worked hard for their entire life, I think it's extremely important, in fact, to protect their retirement pension. So I'd like to allow my colleague to give more details about how we can better protect that than what is being provided under this bill. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. In fact, the example of Nortel is a great one to demonstrate the extent to which pensions are not protected, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of constituents in my riding who have seen the amount of their pension be cut in half following the liquidation of Nortel's assets last year. It's shameful, and the bill that was presented by the NDP was to allow retirees to get priority before other creditors. That is, those to whom money is owed. It's a good solution to protect Canadians when bankruptcies occur, similar to that which occurred at Nortel. This would be an ideal solution, Mr. Speaker, to protect retirement pension funds, but with the government's current bill, all we're seeing is that there is an additional retirement savings vehicle, and the quarter of Canadians who currently contribute will only be the only ones who will be able to continue contributing. So it's a wasted time, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Questions and comments?
George Peace River.
Yes, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments, but I guess what I'm confused about is why he wouldn't take up this opportunity that normally the demographic that we're talking about in the pooled pension system that we're offering is normally a demographic that isn't covered by a normal pension system. So I guess I'm a little confused at why wouldn't he be supportive of a measure like this that would actually help people as opposed to not. So I'm curious to know what their alternative is and why they're opposed to it.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for that question, Mr. Speaker. We already have a wide range of savings, registered savings vehicles that are available, registered retirement savings plans, and unfortunately companies are not using these types of plans more. In fact, this will be an additional vehicle that's available, but there are already a wide range of possibilities. This is not helping Canadians to save for their retirement. The solution for us is to increase the benefits under the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan. This would reach all Canadians, and all Canadians could contribute slightly more and get greater benefits. This plan already exists, and this is a defined benefit, so you know what you're getting at retirement. It's easier, therefore, to plan your retirement with this tool that already exists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to stand and take us through to the beginning of question period. I've listened to many of the debates here today, or the false information, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you've been able to recognize this having listened to many of these debates, because we have certainly given this fulsome debate in this House as well as in committee. We brought in witnesses that actually talked about the benefits of the pooled registered pension plan. And it's been said many times, but not enough. It deserves repeating, Mr. Speaker, that this will be a low-cost option to those Canadians, 60% of those in the workforce, that do not now have available to them a workforce pension plan that their employer can choose to contribute on their behalf. And that's the option of the employer, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House think that that option is exactly what our businesses want, because that's exactly what the businesses in this country have asked us for. An opportunity so they can choose to offer this pension option, this retirement option, this savings option, all of the above, to their employees. And if so, they can choose to contribute as well on their behalf. We see it as accessible. This has been mentioned many, many times. It's accessible by any Canadian. I've had the question in many forums. Is this only for small businesses? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. It's available to any business that chooses to offer it.
For the first time in history, Mr. Speaker, this is available to self-employed Canadians who can contribute on their behalf to their retirement. And a lot of self-employed Canadians have not had that option to become part of a larger pool, a low cost, where the administration costs are low. And I've heard lots of comments from the other side that are very, very much ill-informed. Canada has been accused of having very high MER rates, management expense ratios, to put it in layman's terms. And of course, the industry will complain that those are required because of the complications of their pensions that they are offering. We've simplified this, Mr. Speaker. We've simplified it down so the interested parties that are interested, once they qualify, that are interested in offering the pooled registered pension plans, have said to us we can bring our costs down very, very low. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're trying to provide, is a low-cost option, realistic low-cost option, so Canadians can actually participate in a larger pool. The same type of pool that the Canada Pension Plan is, and the Quebec Pension Plan also is. That's what makes sense for Canadians. The NDP continue to harp on the fact that all we should do is double the Canada Pension Plan. Well, that absolutely negates the position that many Canadians are in. They don't want another mandatory reduction from their paycheck. And it would be mandatory, Mr. Speaker, because that's the makeup of the Canada Pension Plan. Many people are saving in other ways, and they don't want it deducted off their paycheck. Many businesses have said, we're struggling. We're struggling to hire new people. We're struggling to make our businesses profitable. And now is not the time to add another cost, albeit a tax, on them contributing on behalf of their employees. This, Mr. Speaker, gives an option to those businesses, if they feel comfortable, to offer a savings plan for their individual employees. That's very important. We have a very good system in this country. The NDP loves to talk down our economy, loves to talk down our seniors, loves to talk down what a great country this is to live in, Mr. Speaker. We should be proud of the fact that we have a great country, we have a great financial system, and we have a great retirement system for our seniors. It is, in fact, the envy of the world. I've spoken at many pension conferences here in Canada and around the world, and I've also listened. And many approach us and say, how have you done it in Canada? Can we follow your model? And many have said, tell me about the pooled registered pension plan. We think that's a good idea. We'd like to adopt that in our country, Mr. Speaker. Some people recognize that, obviously not the opposition. We have three pillars. We have the OAS and the GIS. By the way, Mr. Speaker, they stand over there on the other side and say that we've done little for seniors. We've done a lot for seniors. The largest increase in the guaranteed income supplement for seniors, for those low-income seniors, we on this side of the House thought that was a great idea. Apparently the NDP didn't like it because they voted against it. Then they stand in here and say that they support seniors when they actually voted to keep those low-income seniors low income. Mr. Speaker, that's an incredible position for them to take. We have the Canada Pension Plan, as I've said here before. It's actuarially sound for 75 years. We co-share that, the jurisdiction of that, with the provinces. It's in good shape. We've discussed whether we can increase that, and that discussion continues amongst our officials, Mr. Speaker. The Quebec Pension Plan as well is there for seniors. We have the tax-assisted registered pension plans and registered retirement savings plans. Those are good. They've had some struggles, but over the years, averaged out, they've done well, Mr. Speaker. But we think that there's an option that is missing, and that's the option for so many of our Canadian workers that do not have that. Let me just share a bit of the chronology, if I can, Mr. Speaker, in my last few minutes, where we started from. In 2008, when we saw pension funds in trouble, some of the insolvent pension plans, we realized that those that are federally regulated, we needed to look at that. The Pensions Benefit Standard Act had not been changed since 1985. We took a serious look at that through consultation. We've improved that to protect the federally regulated ones. We moved from there. We saw the challenges that individual pension funds were facing, so we moved to make the improvements to them, Mr. Speaker. Through a working group, we did extensive analysis, and we found out what portion or what segment of the Canadian population were not saving enough for their retirement. And this is who that is directed towards, Mr. Speaker, is that middle section of income earners that actually need the support to help them save. This is a process that will help them save, and they're sharing in the contributions for that, Mr. Speaker, and most Canadians think that's only fair, that they actually do help save for their own retirement. I understand the NDP think that of course, we know that the Socialists love to share everybody else's money but not their own, so we'd like to suggest that that's probably not the way most Canadians think. We've shared this challenge with our partners in the provinces. I mentioned here earlier how progressive the Quebec government has been on this. In fact, in their last 2 budgets, they've actually addressed this. They want to move forward with it. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that the NDP is the sole roadblock in us being able to move forward, in the Quebec government being able to move forward, and other governments that actually want to put in place mirror legislation to this, so we will be able to provide pooled registered pension plans to those Canadians that want them and those Canadians that need them. Mr. Speaker, I see my time is up. Thank you very much.
In fact, the time for government orders has expired. The Honourable Minister of State will have 11 minutes remaining when this matter returns before the House. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to tell you about one of my constituents that has made his fellow citizens very proud. Jordy Barton of Dutchess has won the gold medal for post-secondary auto repair at the Skills Canada competition in Edmonton a short while ago. His win in the auto body repair apprentice division means that Jordy will now go on to represent Canada at the World Skills competition in Leipzig, Germany in July of 2013. At just 20 years old, Jordy is a journeyman welder and is working on his auto body repair apprenticeship with Pat Stanger of Brooks Collision. Jordy credits his mechanically inclined family members, like his dad Sandy, for having supported him and taught him many of the things he knows today. Jordy's mom Cindy said, "I'm over the top proud," and she has every right to be so. Jody, we salute you and we are rooting for you to come home victorious from Leipzig, Germany. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak in the House about an issue that has been raised many times, but it still affects my residents every day who write to me, and that is the Bankruptcy Act and the main issue related to it, that is Nortel. And soon the Avios employees will be in the same situation, seeing their pension fund disappear as well. If the government is refusing to change this legislation and make employees preferred creditors, then thousands of people will have the consequences inflicted on them. I would like to know when the government will change the act and help those who are the most vulnerable. The government should start acting in the best interests of Canadian workers rather than those of the banks and big corporations.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to recognize one of Canada's greatest tourist destinations. Huron-Bruce borders on Lake Huron and boasts over 100 kilometres of coastline with world-class beaches and breathtaking sunsets. Try the Lighthouse Tour starting at Point Clark or the Bruce County Adventure Passport. Tourists can hike the renowned Bruce and Maitland Trail or dock at the picturesque marinas. If theatre is your style, experience a play at the Blythe Festival, Huron Country Playhouse, or the Blue Water Summer Playhouse. How about festivals? Huron-Bruce is host to the Goderich Celtic Roots Festival, Goderich Blues Fest, Kincardine Scottish Festival, the Kincardine Music Festival, and the Bach Music Festival in Exeter. Huron-Bruce also boasts Canada's largest motocross event at Walton Transcan and Lucknow's Music in the Fields this year featuring Travis Tritt and Terry Clark. Or how about Port Elgin's Pumpkin Fest? I encourage all members and their constituents to visit Huron-Bruce and experience Ontario's West Coast. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the 2012 London Olympics marked the 40th anniversary of the worst terrorist atrocity in Olympic history, the hostage murder of 11 Israeli athletes in Munich in 1972, and which spawned a wave of international terrorism. For 40 years, there's been no official Olympic remembrance, no honouring of memory, no moment of silence. An international coalition of civil society groups and political leaders has called on the International Olympic Committee to hold a moment of silence at the opening ceremonies of the Summer Games to commemorate the Munich massacre. Indeed, the Prime Minister this week of Australia joined her opposition counterpart in sending a letter expressing all-party support for such a moment of silence. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Canada should join in this movement, recall the victims of 1972 at this poignant moment of remembrance and reminder, and I will be seeking unanimous consent on a motion in this regard soon. Let us solemnly observe this 40th anniversary of remembrance. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we have a duty to remember with a moment of silence. Never again.
For Jews, not for anyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, since the 1950s, one of the projects that has attracted much attention in the National Capital Region has been the construction of a fourth interprovincial bridge between Ottawa and Gatineau.
This project is about to begin. I reaffirm my commitment to protect the Green Belt. It must remain as envisaged by the great urban planner, Jacques Grébert.
We must respect the integrity of the Grébert Plan, which provided for a link between the Aviation Parkway and the Monte-Paiement Road.
Every study in the past 60 years has confirmed the wisdom of the Grébert Plan. The bridge must span Kettle Island.
At the last minute, provincial governments on both sides of the river have begun meddling in the project and are jeopardizing the future of the narrow greenbelt bordering on Orleans.
I urge all residents of Orleans to attend the next public consultation, which will take place Tuesday, June 12th from 3 to 9 p.m. at the Schenkman Arts Centre next to my office.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
As Parliament will not be in session in August, I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for their support this year. I rise to thank Canadians everywhere for the inspiring tributes to the former leader of the opposition, Jack Layton. I thank the City of Toronto for naming the Jack Layton Ferry Terminal and the town of Hudson, Quebec for the Jack Layton Memorial Park. The Layton family thanks the many organizations that have named buildings, lounges, and rooms in Jack's honor. Planted trees, created sculptures, mosaics, and many other creative forms of commemoration. There are also many inspiring fellowships and scholarships named to encourage young people to participate in making our country a better place for everyone. But most of all, I thank the many Canadians, young and old, who have created poems, paintings, songs, and films, keeping alive the spirit of love, hope, and optimism. Merci. Nous devons continuer à...
We need to continue to work together to build a better world.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness that I rise in the House to announce the passing of Tawi Hawith Burtmack, hereditary chief of the Tokot First Nation on Vancouver Island. He was in his 89th year. Chief Mack worked in the forest industry for 40 years. He was instrumental in the development of a community forest. He was one of the driving forces that saw his people persevere in treaty negotiations with Canada and British Columbia as part of the Mullineth Treaty. The treaty means a new world of opportunity for the Tokot people, cash settlements and lands adjacent to spectacular Barkley Sound. For 67 years, Chief Mack, affectionately known as King Bert, led his community with grace and compassion. He had a great love for learning, for his culture, and for his people, especially his family. He was married to his wife Lil for over 60 years and had 3 children. In 2009, his youngest daughter, Anne, inherited the chieftainship from Mack. Bert's vision and leadership has positioned his people to carry on with a great legacy. Respected by all and a gentleman, King Bert will be sadly missed but fondly remembered. by all who knew him.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share highlights from my riding this past weekend. Friday night, I was at Grant Park High School's outstanding production of Les Miserables. Saturday morning, I wished almost 1,500 ALS walk participants well, and then enjoyed meeting constituents at the Academy Road Carnival. One of the highlights was the concert by the jazz bands of École River Heights and École Kelvin High Schools. Saturday night, I was pleased to meet past and present students of St. Ignatius School for their 100th anniversary celebration. Sunday, I attended the Coptic Christian Heritage Festival, which was a wonderful celebration of community. That night, I celebrated with the Jewish community's Grow Forward group. Late Sunday night, I represented the Minister of Veterans Affairs at the Moving Candlelight Remembrance Service for the Diamond Jubilee. Wonderful. I am privileged to serve a constituency that is so active and so engaged. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today and congratulate La Marche de Racine Slaughterhouse for obtaining an operating license from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Over 20 direct jobs and many indirect jobs are now guaranteed for the municipality of Racine and nearby municipalities, owing to the perseverance of François Lamarche, his wife and son, and their associate, as well as the ongoing support of their family. These visionaries believed in their potential and skill and in the importance of creating a business in a rural area that would reduce environmental impacts and help reduce animal cruelty. The cuts by the Harper government to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency have a negative impact.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader is yet again advocating reckless economic policies that would hurt Canada in these times of global economic uncertainty. Our government's economic policies, such as Economic Action Plan 2012, a plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, have made Canada an island of stability in a troubled global economy. But the NDP leader wants to send billions of Canadian dollars to bail out the wealthy European countries before those countries take necessary actions to fix their own problems.
Unlike Canada, Europe has refused to deal with its own economic problems. It is not a good time now to just sit and wait until things improve. They have to take action to restore confidence. The last thing that Canada needs is to have dangerous incompetence on the part of the NDP, who would seriously jeopardize Canada's economic recovery. Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec Disability Awareness Week is being held this year from June 1st to 7th, and the theme is Living a Full Life. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate my support to the numerous organizations in my riding, and in particular the Regroupement des Organismes de Promotion de Personnes Handicapées de Laval. This week highlights the importance of concerting our efforts to enable everyone to develop and use their various talents. The goal of the week is to make everyone aware of the importance of respecting differences in society by fostering understanding in order to promote educational, professional, and social integration. It is also an opportunity to fight prejudice and discrimination. This message, though, has not been heard by the Conservative government. According to the Minister of Human Resources, nearly 85%.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP thought it wasn't enough to promote policies that will cripple the Canadian economy and kill Canadian jobs. It was not enough to either divide Canadians between East and West or badmouth entire sectors of the Canadian economy. He now wants Canadians to tighten their belts so they can hand out billions of dollars to Europe to pay for Greece's excessive welfare state and its gigantic debt. If they bothered doing the math, granted they are able to do it, they would realize that such a reckless plan would kill jobs and put a huge burden on the economy here at home. This is another example why the NDP is dangerous for the Canadian economy and dangerous for Canadian families.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, June is National Brain Injury Awareness Month and highlights awareness of the causes and effects of brain injury, automobile and cycling accidents, falls, sports, injuries. Strokes, tumors, and other non-degenerative conditions are leading causes of brain injury in Canada and a silent epidemic, with brain injury being the #1 killer of people under the age of 44. Unfortunately, there are no drugs or techniques that can cure brain injury, and the emotional, social, and economic costs are devastating to families. It is time to take concerted action on the brain, to designate 2014 as the Year of the Brain, and to fight for a national brain strategy to improve the quality of life for all Canadians living with a neurological disease, disorder, or injury, and for their families and caregivers. We honour the courage and strength of all families living with the brain condition.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP's dangerous economic ideas are a threat to the Canadian economy and the recovery. While our government's Economic Action Plan 2012 has contributed to making Canada an island of stability in a troubled global economy, the NDP leader wants to spend billions of Canadian tax dollars to Europe to bail out wealthy European countries before Europeans take their own actions to fix their problems. Europe's refusal to deal with its economic problems should be the priority of Europeans. Mr. Speaker, the socialist, high-tax, anti-trade, anti-development, anti-jobs NDP should reconsider their reckless economic ideas. They're a threat to Canadian families and to the Canadian economy. Thank you.
Member for Squamish, Wandafuka.
Mr. Speaker, last night was an historic occasion for Canada, the LGBTQ community, and of course transgender, transsexual, and gender variant Canadians. I want to thank the 150 members of Parliament who voted in favour of my legislation on gender identity and gender expression, as members from all parties joined together to get Bill C-279 to committee. I want to thank them all sincerely for their support. But I want to thank in particular the Conservative members of Parliament who helped demonstrate that through dialogue across the aisle, we can make progress in the interest of all Canadians. Together, we have taken an important step toward full equality for transgendered Canadians. I look forward to continuing to work with members from all parties on C-279 in committee and when the bill returns to this House. And I look forward to the day when full equality and full inclusion for all Canadians becomes a reality.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the NDP leader attacked our government for refusing to provide a bailout to European debtor nations with Canadian tax dollars. Many of them have governed abroad the way the NDP and Liberals would govern at home. Greece and Portuguese debt has been downgraded to junk. 9 other Euro currency countries have now been reduced in their credit status. They have taxed to the max, borrowed to the brink, and, Mr. Speaker, they are seeking a bailout to continue spending what they do not have. They will not get it from Canada. This Prime Minister will not force hardworking Canadian taxpayers to bail out sumptuous Euro welfare state countries and the wealthy bankers that lend to them. Under our government, Canadian money will stay in the Canadian economy to create Canadian jobs.
Oral questions. Questions around the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister was in France where he learned, we hope, that the country would be making retirement go from 62 down to 60. The opposite of what the Conservatives are proposing, because here they're increasing it from 65 to 67. Now we know
Order. We've just started. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor, and I'm having difficulty hearing him. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You're right, Mr. Speaker. We're only getting started with them. Nous savons que le Premier ministre aime faire des annonces.
We know that the Prime Minister likes to make major economic statements when he travels abroad. So perhaps he could use his trip to France in order to announce that he would be reversing changes on the OAS and that he would be making the entire age of retirement 65 and leaving it there. What does he say about that?
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, changes to OAS are being made to ensure the system is sustainable. This is important for the future, for future generations. The opposition parties don't understand this situation. It's not about saving money, it's about making the program viable so that it will continue to exist when Canadians need it.
Speaker, for months now, New Democrats have been sounding the alarm about the risks facing the global economy. The Prime Minister has painted a rosy picture. He's told Canadians we don't need a new plan. He's told us we should just stay the course. But this week in London, he's changed his tune. Suddenly, after months of insisting that all was well, the Prime Minister has started musing about catastrophic economic scenarios on the horizon. We're running out of runway, he's told us. So which is it? Is everything under control like they say, or are we on the brink of collapse?
The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our government's economic policies, and Canadians know this, have made Canada an island of stability in the world, of relative economic health. Now, it is true that some of the Eurozone countries have not dealt with their financial crisis, and they need to deal with it, not only for the sake of the Eurozone, but for the rest of the world, to avoid banking contagion and another credit crisis like we had several years ago. The solution is not, as the NDP leader suggests, to take billions of Canadian tax dollars and give them to wealthy European countries.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Of course, that's the type of pure fabulation you resort to when you don't have any arguments, Mr. Speaker.
In 2008, the same Conservative minister attacked Jack Layton when he said that we were on the brink of a new recession. They said, no, that's not true. The facts showed that we were right. So, are we going to wait for them to get caught with their pants down again? Because the Conservative budgets have put Canada into an unstable situation. When will they change their approach and put forth a real economic action plan? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm glad the Leader of the Opposition brought up what happened during the Great Recession and the fact that the Conservative government brought forth the Economic Action Plan, which was a remarkable plan, voted on in this House, the subject of the budget in January 2009, a seminal document, and the NDP voted against it. This was the document that created the Economic Action Plan, Mr. Speaker, that led to a Canadian recovery, which is the best among the developed countries in the world, that led to the creation of 750,000 jobs. This is another demonstration of the economic incompetence of the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
And they denied there was even a problem going into the last election, previous election. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, an economic storm seems to be brewing on the horizon in Europe. But it's not by lecturing European leaders that we'll be able to solve the problem. The Prime Minister said that Europe was a half-completed project, but he couldn't explain what his own recovery project was. If we're approaching a new recession, what will the Conservatives' plan be? Do they have one? Or they just plan to blame the old continent?
Mr. Speaker, certainly we've been working with our European colleagues. In fact, we've been working with them, I have and the Prime Minister has been for several years now, with respect to the European challenges. The United States dealt with its issues in the fall of 2008 and recapitalized its banks. We dealt with our issues, our economic issues in Canada, and now we have secure and solid economic and fiscal fundamentals in this country, the best in the G7. It's time, and we have encouraged our European allies to move forward, to seize the day, and to address the major fiscal issues that they have in that country without Canadian tax dollars bailing them out, which the Leader of the Opposition suggests.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
So let's talk about seizing the day, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is in Paris today saying that Europe is only, quote, half done. The Prime Minister says he has a plan, and if there's another serious fiscal crisis, but he won't say what that plan is. Mr. Speaker, that's far less than half done. That isn't even getting started. In 2008, the Conservatives adopted stimulus measures only when the government's very survival was threatened. So what's the contingency plan? Will it be 2008 all over again? And will Canadians have to wait for a last-minute makeshift plan? Which is it?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, that this government is fully capable of economic management, unlike the opposition. The opposition, in fact, when it was presented with the stimulus plan, the economic action plan in January 2009, at a time when we were very worried about millions of Canadians being unemployed, they voted against the plan. Well, the plan worked despite the New Democratic Party, despite the incompetence of NDP leadership on economic issues.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
I wonder if I might draw the attention of the government to Bill C-38, which is in fact the 750 clause piece of legislation which deals with the environment. In one clause, it changes the entire Environmental Assessment Act. It deals with old age pensions. It deals with old age pensions, raising the age of access to old age pensions to 67. It cuts EI dramatically with details that are still forthcoming. We still don't know what they all are. And it deals with environment and fisheries. I'd like to ask the government, do they not see the fairness and the logic of dividing up this bill, of giving this House the opportunity to deal with, of giving the provinces and the premiers...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our Economic Action Plan 2012 is a comprehensive plan. It's a comprehensive plan focused on job creation and prosperity in the short term and in the long term. It takes advantage of the resources that Canada has, talented human resources, the most skilled workforce in the world. How do we make that even better to respond to our needs in the future? The fact we have tremendous natural resources, how do we harness those to create jobs and prosperity for the future? To ensure that we balance our budget, so again, future generations aren't paying the costs of expenses of the past. These are all part of ensuring Canada has a strong fiscal footing, job creation and prosperity for generations to come.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the problem is that the government is transferring the costs of these changes to citizens, to the provinces, to transfer these costs to the municipalities without any consultation. The Prime Minister of Canada goes to France, to the UK. He meets with European leaders, but he doesn't meet with premiers here, nor does he meet mayor of municipalities here in Canada. What's his problem? Why not hold consultations before deciding to make these transfers onto others? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we have increased the transfers to the provinces to the highest levels in Canadian history, and that is our record. We have delivered to the provinces the tools they need to do the work in their areas of jurisdiction. That's a contrast between us and the previous Liberal government. It decided to massively cut transfers. With its former Premier of Ontario should know the cost of doing that.
I wonder, yesterday the Government House Leader announced in all solemnity that the Department of Foreign Affairs had conducted a full and open competition with respect to the cost of the $20,000 limos in Davos, Switzerland. If the government can conduct a full and open competition for limousines in Davos, can the government please tell us why they cannot have a full and open competition for a $9 billion purchase of F-35 planes?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canada's aging CF-18 aircraft are nearing the end of their lifetimes. Therefore, it's necessary, if you believe in supporting the military as we do by purchasing new equipment, something the Liberals don't have a record of doing, but by providing them the equipment they need to do their jobs, then you have to make a commitment to purchasing those aircraft. We have established a secretariat to deal with the purchase of new aircraft to meet those needs. We have in place a 7-point plan that deals with the best process to ensure the military get the equipment they need and taxpayers' interests are protected.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to make decisions behind closed doors, sheltered from public opinion, from the unemployed people who they are unscrupulously attacking. The Minister decided to create an EI reform and to write it on a napkin, and it'll penalize regions and in sectors of our economy. She could at least have the decency to go out and talk to the people who will be affected. Can she commit to crisscrossing the country to consult the people before implementing, in fact, her reform? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is a shortage, a manpower shortage across the country. That's why we want to help people who are receiving EI benefits to see that these positions exist, to be able to apply for them and to work. We want to help these people improve their standards of living through work. We want to help people, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, she hasn't consulted and she won't consult because she's afraid of confronting the workers she's insulting. When they're proud of their policies, they hold press conferences all over. But when they're not proud of the changes that they make the announcement in Davos. Or they hide them in a Trojan horse bill and muzzle debate. If the minister really had confidence in her changes, she would discuss them with seasonal workers and with fishers in the Atlantic Canada region. Why doesn't she do that? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. I wonder why the NDP wants to prevent workers from working. Obtaining jobs. If people have jobs, they would have a higher standard of living than they would without a job. For families, for the economy, for employers and regions, that would be better. The regions where these people live and for the rest of Canada. We want to help people to contact employers in order to get better jobs.
It's not for the regions, Mr. Speaker, because the Atlantic premiers met yesterday, and not surprisingly, the Conservative attacks on EI were at the top of their agenda. These premiers understand how critical employment insurance is to the economy. They know Conservative EI restrictions will hurt these industries and force workers out of their communities. Mr. Speaker, lobster doesn't grow in a tank in the seafood section. The next time the Conservatives sit down to their lobster dinner, will they take even a moment to think about the workers, the employees, the employers, and the communities that they're targeting?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Once again, we see examples of where the NDP do not want the Canadian economy to grow. We have employers all over this country who are desperate for workers. We're having to bring in tens of thousands of temporary foreign workers because Canadian employers can't find Canadian workers to do the job. We want to help the Canadian workers who are employed with those skills find the jobs in their area. That way, the employers are better off, they produce a better product more economically, and the families are better off. That's better for their communities and for the provinces.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
The Atlantic Canadians, the premiers, seasonal businesses, they all know that the Conservatives are targeting them. And what's most troubling to the premiers is the secrecy around these changes. Consultation doesn't mean having a chat with a Conservative backbencher. It requires communication with premiers, with employers, and with workers. Even New Brunswick's progressive Conservative premier said, There are a lot of concerns because, quote, there's a void of information. Why don't they do the reasonable thing? Why don't they do the common sense thing and put these changes on hold and have real consultations for EI?
We have listened to Canadians. Canadians say they want to work. We want to help them connect with the jobs in their skill range that are available in their areas. We've also heard from employers who desperately need and want Canadian workers to produce their products, to go to a second shift. That's good for the employer. It's also good for the worker. They make more money with the changes we want to bring in. That's good for their families. That means there's more money spent in their communities. Good for those communities. And, Mr. Speaker, do that in enough communities, it's good for the provinces. Who could object to that?
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, these EI changes will have sweeping impacts on the agricultural sector. Conservatives are attacking communities that rely on seasonal industries like fruit growers, horticultural growers, beef farmers, the fisheries, and many more. None of these farmers were consulted, Mr. Speaker. When this minister makes major policy announcements without any consultations, she puts those very businesses and farms at risk. The question is simple. Why did he choose to ignore farmers, and why did he choose to not consult with those businesses that are greatly affected? Tradition.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, coming from beautiful Haltom in Norfolk, as I do, much of our economy is seasonal work. In fact, over half of our economy is agriculture. So I'm very sensitive to those needs, but I also know that I have a lot of employers there who are looking for temporary foreign workers because they have challenge finding Canadians who will do those jobs. Mr. Speaker, we want to connect the people, Canadians who are unemployed, with the jobs available in their areas. That's better for them. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to agriculture, here's a quote I'd like to share with you. We took a look at them, being the EI reforms, but we didn't find anything that was a warning sign, he said. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? Ron Bonnet, the president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture.
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, we actually had them come before the Agriculture Committee. We could actually ask some questions, but then, of course, they didn't actually come before the committee, did they? So here's what the chair of the Canadian Agricultural Human Resource Council told the committee, because he had to go before the different committee. He said, quote, "We will have a net negative effect on agriculture." This is the employer who's looking for employees. They represent over 300,000 employees across the agricultural sector and the manufacturing sector and the food processing sector, and they say there's a major issue. When will the Conservatives stop rushing this bill, take a step back, take a deep breath, consult farmers, consult the industries, and find a way to make this work properly?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
One could get whiplash listening to the NDP economic philosophy. First of all, they don't want Canadian workers to work. They don't want us to give them help in finding new jobs. They want instead to offer them a 45-day work year, depriving employers of much-needed skills and resources. Absolutely. Then they have repeatedly said publicly they don't want us to bring in temporary foreign workers because that's bad for Canadian workers whom they don't want to work either. So, Mr. Speaker, who's supposed to do the work around here? Mr. Speaker, we want to help all Canadians get the work, do the work they can, and be better off.
The Honourable Member for Manicagwan. It's not just changes to EI that the Conservatives aren't proud of. Yesterday evening, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, with the help of the committee chair, refused to answer simple questions on his department. Since they refused to answer them yesterday, I'd like to give them another opportunity to do so today. Food safety is a serious problem for First Nations, Inuit and Métis people. It was even pointed out by the UN Special Rapporteur. What is the department's short-term plan to solve the problem of food safety? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're committed to providing Northerners with healthy food choices at affordable prices. We welcome input from Northerners, retailers and suppliers. That's why we created an advisory board made up of Northerners, and to take stakeholder concerns and provide those recommendations to the government as the Nutrition North program continues to develop. Mr. Speaker, we want to protect the food security for Northerners, and we're getting it done. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not a satisfactory answer on a question that is critical to so many First Nations. According According to the Prime Minister's own rules, ministers must, quote, answer all questions pertaining to their areas of responsibility. But at committee, the minister said, quote, I shouldn't be subject to criticism for appearing here, and wasn't there to, quote, talk about whatever comes up. A minister's job is to answer to Canadians on all issues, not just the ones that the minister likes. Mr. Speaker, why did the minister hide behind the committee chair? Doesn't he know what's going on in his own department?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this gives me an opportunity to thank the Minister for coming to committee and answering questions on a motion tabled by that member on Supplementary Estimates A. That's what he was available for, and he was happy to answer anybody who asked questions on Supplementary Estimates A. That's what he did, and we appreciate that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Western.
Conservatives can't seem to answer questions here, and they won't in committee. Yesterday, I asked the Minister if he's cutting funding for the Northwest Territories Protected Area Strategy. This vital program allows Northerners to determine what areas should have enhanced environmental protection, but he refused to answer. My question is to the Chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. Instead of stopping questions to the Minister in a fit of partisanship, will he be scheduling another meeting so the Minister can answer these reasonable questions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that the member wasn't able to be prepared and organized enough to answer questions on a motion written by his critic for Aboriginal Affairs on Supplementary Estimates A. And furthermore, the Minister said, as he has always been, happy to come back to the committee to answer questions on other matters. We didn't write the motion for Supplementary Estimates A. The NDP did. Why did they ask questions on Supplementary Estimates A?
Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, there's no more denying the facts. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister is under active and serious investigations by Elections Canada for election fraud. How can the Conservative member for Peterborough conduct himself as Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, hold his position on the Ethics Committee, while he's being investigated for breaking the rules at Elections Canada? My question is to the Parliamentary Secretary and the member for Peterborough himself. Why don't you do the honourable thing, step aside as the Prime Minister's private Parliamentary Secretary, step aside from the Ethics Committee while you're under active investigation?
Just have to remind the Honourable Member to address his questions through the Chair, not directly at other members. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't know there was anything private about me being the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, but what I would say to this member is I think he served on committee long enough with me to know a couple things about me. One is that I serve with integrity and conviction, Mr. Speaker, and while that member and I haven't always agreed, he does know those qualities about me. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, is my statements that were provided in 2008, some 4 years ago, accurately reflect all expenditures incurred by both my campaign and my association. Anything that I paid on their behalf was refunded to me. I stand by those. I have never been contacted by Elections Canada on this matter.
Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Elena Georges was removed from Cabinet and thrown out of the Conservative caucus based on mere allegations to the Prime Minister by some private eye. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister is facing a serious investigation by Canada's independent election authority. I ask the Prime Minister, why is the member for Peterborough still his Parliamentary Secretary, and why is he the government spokesperson on election fraud?
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister has already indicated that as long as 4 years ago, he filed documents with Elections Canada with respect to the 2008 campaign. They were audited, they were approved, and he has not heard anything from Elections Canada ever since, nor have we seen a single scintilla of evidence to the contrary. But what we do know is that the Liberal member for Guelph made illegal and false phone calls to his constituency a fact which he was forced to concede after he was caught red-handed, Mr. Speaker. We will take no lessons from the sponsorship party on these matters.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, the parliamentary secretary said that we can screw the system 4 years ago, but because you aren't caught, well, then at the time you can still do it. The reality is such that there was a $21,000 check written, $17,000 was spent. That person is facing a potential $5,000 penalty, fine, and prison time. That person is trying to say that he is whiter than white, but it's like he's dropped a bunch of spaghetti on his shirt. Will that person step down as the parliamentary secretary? He can't be lecturing everybody. He's tarnishing everyone's reputation. It's not because someone shrieks that they can, in fact, cover up for this lack of, or these allegations. The documents have already been provided. They were provided some 4 years ago. The documents were verified independently and accepted by Elections Canada. There is no proof. The member in question hasn't hesitated on this. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party is the one that has admitted in the past to breaking the law.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petit-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the proverb goes that words are cheap but silence is golden. In light of the champagne taste of the Minister of International Cooperation, we understand why she continues to remain silent. Her expense claims for Korea, Haiti, and Africa were amended, but she continues to refuse to say why. She tried to slip it past everybody, but after getting caught red-handed with her London limos, she decided to try to erase her tracks to hide the scandal. Can she stop hiding under the parliamentary House Leader's skirt and explain why she changed her claims? The Honourable Parliamentary House Leader.
As I've answered many times in this House, we seek to deliver our costs, our services to Canadians with the lowest possible cost to taxpayers. Ministers follow that direction, and that is why our costs are significantly lower than they were under the previous government. And in the case of the minister in question, only appropriate costs that have been expended have been reimbursed.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petit-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, if it was all appropriate, it shouldn't be complicated. Show us the changes that were made and the explanations. The silence by the minister is completely unacceptable. She is living high off the hog with taxpayers' dollars while the Conservatives are cutting international aid, closing research centres, asking Canadians to tighten their belts, slashing public services, stealing money from seniors is unacceptable. Right after having getting caught red-handed with her luxury trip to London, she amended 3 expense claims. The public has the right to know. Will she finally explain why and how much her expense claims were changed? Honourable Parliamentary House Leader. As I've already explained a number of times, only appropriate expenses were reimbursed.
Member for Timmins, James Bay. Well, the problem with defending the Minister for Luxurious Living is the Conservatives are defending the now indefensible in the same way that the Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister for months has been defending allegations of widespread voter fraud. We now learn that he is himself under investigation. So given the very serious nature of these allegations, it's compromised his ability to do his job. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, remove him from his position while this investigation is underway?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the member has already indicated that he filed documents with Elections Canada with regards to that campaign almost 4 years ago. They were audited, they were confirmed, and he has not even been contacted by Elections Canada ever since. But what we do know is that just this week, the NDP yet again had to accept guilt for breaking the law in accepting illegal union donations. Mr. Speaker, what we do not yet know, because their leader will not reveal, is how much illegal, dirty money did they take, and when and how much will they be paying back?
Order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a general rule in this House that when that member stands up, whoever he's defending has been benched. So I guess that's our answer, is that he's been put on the backbenches until his investigation is complete. Look, the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister is named in court documents for questionable election spending with Hollinshead Research Group. Now, in 2009, Hollinshead received $125,000 from the Canada Economic Action Plan. So who signed off on this expenditure and when? And will they show us the GeoVote application that Canadian taxpayers paid for? Where is it?
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, they ask the same question again and again, but they refuse to answer the obvious questions that Canadians are posing to them.
Order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, they don't like these facts, and that's why they keep interrupting me. They received illegal donations from unions in contravention of the law. The only thing that we don't know, because yesterday the leader of the NDP refused to reveal, is how much illegal money they took and whether they're actually going to pay it back. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we follow the rules. Why can't they?
Order. The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
You know, the NDP's glass house from which they throw stones is getting larger and larger. The NDP have been caught breaking elections laws twice this year, but yet we've learned of another time when they've issued questionable practices. This time in their 2012 leadership guide, moving forward, they had advertising from corporations throughout. Today I'll be referring this matter to Elections Canada to investigate how much sponsorship money the NDP collected from these advertisements. Can the Minister of Democratic Reform please remind the House of the steps our government took to crack down on these types of sponsorships from big business that the NDP are accepting?
The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That type of behaviour is absolutely unacceptable and breaks Canadian election laws. The Elections Act clearly indicates that corporate and union donations are not allowed. Political parties are required to raise their own money through donations from ordinary Canadians. In fact, it was this government that brought accountability and transparency to political financing after 13 long years of Liberal rule by outright banning union and corporate donations in 2006. Mr. Speaker, the NDP must provide transparency on these questionable and potentially illegal practices. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
In order to properly manage the environment and the economy, it takes extensive knowledge and expertise, but the Conservatives have decided to do without it. They are showing scientists the door and promoting their own ideology without taking the facts into consideration. Eliminating the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy is irresponsible. Who is saying that? A former MP and Environment Minister for the Conservative Party, Bob Mills. Will the minister listen to his former colleague and the public and reverse the decision, the irresponsible decision, to cut the round table? Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once and for all, the National Roundtable has served its purpose. When it was created a quarter of a century ago, there were very few sources of policy advice on the relationship between the environment and the economy. That is not the case today. And this, Mr. Speaker, is $5 million that can be better spent elsewhere to protect the environment and the economy.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The government still needs facts. And fact seems to be a four-letter word that this Prime Minister is really offended by. Let's be clear about what we're talking about. Bob Mills is a former Conservative MP and former critic in the environment, and he is harshly criticizing this reckless decision. National Roundtable has provided decades of nonpartisan expert advice on managing economic and environmental challenges, and they are punishing the Roundtable for stating facts. So why don't they end the attack on science and restore the National Roundtable?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, I thank my colleague for the commercial, Mr. Speaker, but I have said the National Roundtable's time is past. Unlike the previous Liberal government, and in stark contrast to what the NDP would do, our government has been able to successfully create jobs, grow the economy, and protect the environment simultaneously. We are committed, Mr. Speaker, to protecting the environment and growing the economy, which is exactly the opposite of what the NDP would do by sending $50 billion to bail out Europe.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we do know is these Conservatives are ignoring experts, they're ignoring Canadians, and they're ignoring facts. Just last weekend, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities lent their overwhelming support to splitting up the Trojan Horse budget bill and removing, among other things, the changes to the Fisheries Act. The message was clear. But yesterday, the minister got up in this House and misrepresented the FCM's position. So I want to ask him, will he stand up here today and apologize to Canada's mayors? And will he finally agree to do the right thing, split the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, my comments from the day before yesterday were actually reaffirmed by the Federation of Cities and Municipalities in their documents. And I could read another area, Mr. Speaker. It says that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities requests that the Government of Canada to ensure that changes to the Fisheries Act continue to protect our fisheries and natural environment while improving administrative efficiencies by reducing unnecessary, ineffective and burdensome procedures. And that's just exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Gaspé-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Once again, the Conservatives are not listening to mayors across the country. The Conservative proposals to amend the fleet separation policy would destroy the way of life of fishermen on the East Coast. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary admitted that perhaps no one wanted the change, but he didn't really know. I want to clearly tell him what people in the coastal areas think. No. Is that clear enough for the minister? When will he stop waging war against the fleet separation policy? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
I don't know what box of Cracker Jacks he's getting his information from. We have said nothing in the Budget Implementation Act about fleet separation, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what the gentleman's talking about. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence loves having his picture taken. In fact, spent $47,000 of the taxpayers' hard-earned money to get a photo op in the cockpit of an F-35. Since he loves photographs so much, I have a deal for the government. I can arrange for him to get a ride in the Space Shuttle simulator. He can even land the thing for free if he promises not to waste the taxpayers' money. Heck, I'll even throw in a trip to space camp.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member is so bright and so intelligent, so I'll give him the answer that he's looking for. Mr. Speaker, this announcement, as the member knows, was intended to inform Canadians. This was an important announcement about a defence procurement. Mr. Speaker, what happened with the cost, it increased.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence has the floor. Order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence has the floor.
When you said it, you did it. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this particular announcement, as I said, was intended to inform Canadians. It included video conferencing, translation services. It was almost, in fact, half of the cost to accommodate the media who were there. D&D employees, of course, were preparing the event. There was accommodation, travel expenses for members of the Canadian Forces who attended, and a range of national broadcasters.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've touched a nerve, so once again in French. This minister spent $47,000 to get his picture taken in the F-35 fighter jet. We know that he likes to get his picture taken, so I have a proposal for him. I can arrange for him to take a trip to Houston to get his picture taken in the space shuttle. He can even land the shuttle, as long as he promises that he will no longer spend and waste taxpayers' money. I can even arrange a trip to space camp for him. The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, the joke is really effective the second time in French. Mr. Speaker, I said it already. I have made the announcement. It was a necessary announcement to inform Canadians of this very important defence procurement for all of Canada and our military.
Investors that were there and officials in attendance, Mr. Speaker, demonstrate the importance with which we in the Canadian Forces, of course, and the government take this procurement, and will continue to inform Canadians about the important investments we're making in the Canadian Forces.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. It was a rare moment of unity last night in the Conservative caucus. With the support of one Liberal MP, they voted in favour of repealing sections on hate speech in the Canadian Human Rights Act, confusing along the way the idea of freedom of expression with the expression of hate. By voting for C-304, the Conservatives have created injustice against women, reducing protections afforded them as well as to visible minorities, lesbian and gay communities. Will the minister commit upon the adoption of C-304 to filling the legal void in the criminal code regarding these individuals immediately? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is further proof that the NDP is not carefully reading bills before voting against. We will amend the criminal code in order to include the identified groups such as women, and recommending the protections set out in the criminal code. We think that this is the best way through the criminal code to provide protections to these individuals. And we want the NDP to join with us in protecting Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's the Internet that is quickly becoming a haven for all sorts of anonymous hateful acts. Gay and lesbian teens have been bullied to the point of suicide. Islamophobia and anti-Semitism are rampant online, with neo-Nazi groups continuing to spread hate. In 2010 alone, police reported over 1,400 hate crimes in Canada. Yet last night's repeal of an important piece of hate crime legislation gives the green light for these intolerant acts to continue. Do the Conservatives have any proposals for protection against Internet hate crimes that could fill the void left by the passage of Bill C-304? That they like to applaud so vigorously. Anything that won't require a squad of lawyers and thousands.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, bullying is unacceptable and should not be tolerated.
Right.
In our view, Bill C-73 raises criminal law policy concerns which may end up creating more problems than solutions. The courts have already interpreted criminal harassment provision of the Criminal Code to apply to behaviour committed via the Internet. The Senate is currently looking at the issue of cyberbullying, and we look forward to receiving the report. We should let the Senate continue its important work, Mr. Speaker.
Senate. Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the Minister of National Revenue met with a senior official from the OECD regarding the global problem of global offshore tax evasion. I understand that since 2006, CRA has audited thousands of cases and through their aggressive efforts identified more than $4 billion in unpaid taxes. This compared to just $174 million in the final year of the Liberals. Well, our government has taken this issue very seriously, Mr. Speaker, after it was largely ignored by the previous Liberal government. Can the Minister bring this House up to date on her discussions with the OECD?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Prince Edward Hastings for the question. I know he has great passion for accountability in government. Mr. Saint-Amans is a leading expert from the OECD and acknowledged our important contributions to this effort, to our efforts on this issue, Mr. Speaker. He noted Canada's excellent progress since 2009 with respect to negotiating tax information exchange agreements with other countries. We now have 89 tax treaties in force, a significant improvement over the last government, Mr. Speaker. CRA will continue to focus on aggressive audit efforts to find money that is hiding in offshore accounts, and we look forward to the Finance Committee hearings on this issue.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Saskatchewan government has raised the same concerns that I have about Glencore's foreign takeover of Viterra. One issue is the adverse effect on competition in the farm input business. Another is whether Glencore, with its checkered history, will keep its promises of a regional headquarters in Regina and $100 million in new investment. When will Investment Canada rule on this takeover? Will explicit conditions be attached? Will they be made public? And will Glencore be required to post a bond to make its promises readily enforceable?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
We knew that when we brought marketing freedom to Western Canadian grain farmers that people would come from around the world to invest in Western Canada, and we welcome that investment. Farmers are looking forward eagerly to this summer's harvest to get their crops off. They look forward to delivering that crop across Canada to a variety of companies, and they now have choice that they've never had in the past.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the report by the Taxpayers Ombudsman published yesterday highlights the Conservatives' lack of transparency. It reports that the number of access to information requests left hanging by the CRA has jumped from 25 to nearly 40% since the Conservatives came to power. Revenue Canada was the government agency that got the most complaints. The Conservative solution, $250 million in cuts. Mr. Speaker, how do the Conservatives intend to fix this pitiful record? Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Office of Information Commissioner noted that CRA has the largest volume, 1.1 million pages, requiring review in 2010-2011. The CRA had a 46% increase in the number of ATIP requests received compared to 2008-2009. It also noted the CRA's ATIP operations continue to be severely impacted by bulk requesters. For instance, 2 bulk requesters accounted for 1/3 of CRA's ATIP inventory in 2010-2011, and 78% of the complaints from just 2 people, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition has falsely claimed that the government's tough on crime bills would create a wave of new prisoners. One ridiculous guess was a $19 billion price tag, more prisons, and huge rising costs. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, they were wrong again. The government has announced closure of prisons, safety for Canadians without the added cost to the taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Public Safety update the House on the current prison population?
Great question. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
The prisoner influx predicted by the NDP and the Liberals simply has not materialized. We have always said that we are not creating new prisoners, merely stopping the revolving door of justice. The numbers show that we were right. Over the last year, the prison population has only increased by 85. We are closing prisons that are costly and ineffective in order to protect taxpayer dollars. Corrections Union Ontario Vice President Jason Godin said today, is Kingston Penitentiary conducive to modern-day rehabilitation? Maybe not. That's a big admission for a big union boss.
The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, counterfeit products are becoming increasingly dangerous for Canadians, and according to a report from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, it's 1 out of 3 products that causes a real risk to the health and safety of Canadians. We're not just talking about jeans or pen bags, we're also talking about drugs that contain uranium and lead. What is the Conservative plan to fight against this growing problem? It's serious. And why cut the department's budgets when we're talking about the health and safety of Canadians? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government. The department is putting a better process in place to ensure that products on the market are safe, efficient, and reliable for all Canadians. We're making improvements on how Health Canada responds to reports concerning how products that are on the market. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nicolet Becancourt. Clearly, the Conservatives no longer know what to do to make the Queen happy after unveiling a $100,000 portrait. Now they are boasting about a trust whose name is only in English, called the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Trust. At the same time that they're cutting international aid and penalizing renowned humanitarian aid organizations, the Conservatives intend to set aside $20 million for the Queen's Trust. Instead of multiplying initiatives involving the monarchy, why does the government not simply improve existing international aid envelopes? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Canada is a democratic country with a parliamentary system, and the head of State of Canada is the Queen of Canada. We are not ashamed of the fact that the Queen is the head of State of Canada, unlike the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois, we know, would like to destroy this country and ensure that Quebec would become an independent country. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Order.
Order. That concludes the end of question period. I understand the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley would like to ask. Order. The Honourable Member for St. Laurent-Cartierville has to come to order. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for the Thursday question.
What an exciting way to end question period, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my friends' enthusiasm. We haven't seen that kind of vigor in a while. My question for the House Leader from across the way is as we proceed through and the Budget Implementation Act, the more than 425-page omnibus Trojan horse bill that is a budget bill in only name and title but not in effect. We now know that there will be close to 1,000 amendments or more proceeding to this bill. A situation that could have been avoided, of course, Mr. Speaker, if the government had listened to reason at the beginning of this process and actually divided the bill into its component parts so Canadians could understand it. Members of Parliament could do our work. Is now before us. This will be occupying the House for some time, I believe at the beginning of next week. The question for the government is what will follow, if possible, in the days to come.
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will perhaps not have the same enthusiasm as the member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. This morning, my honourable friend, the member for Edmonton-Leduc and chair of the hard-working Finance Committee, reported to this House that Bill C-38 had passed the committee and recommended adoption by the House. So I'm pleased that the Finance Committee, following the lead of the House, respecting the long debate on a budget bill, the committee has followed the lead of the House, as I say. Committee gave C-38 the longest committee consideration for a budget bill in at least 2 decades, and this in addition to also having a subcommittee spend additional time to consider the responsible resource development causes.
Important legislation, our budget implementation legislation, Economic Action Plan 2012, will help to secure vital economic growth for Canada in the short, medium, and long term. Given the fragile world economy that is around us, this bill is clearly needed, so we must move forward. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I plan to start report stage on the bill Monday at noon. In the interim, we will consider second reading of Bill C-24 this afternoon. This bill would implement our free trade agreement with Panama, which I signed when I was International Trade Minister. I signed it some 755 days ago. I think it's now time to get that bill passed. Tomorrow, we will consider third reading of Bill C-31, the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, so that the Senate will have an opportunity to review the bill before it must become law within a few weeks' time. Next week, I plan to give priority to bills which have been reported back from committee. It goes without saying that we will debate Bill C-38, our budget implementation bill. I'm given to understand that there is a lot of interest this time around in the process of report, stage, motion tabling, selection, and grouping. Additionally, we will finish third reading of Bill C-25, the Pooled Registered Pension Plans Act, and Bill C-23, the Canada-Jordan Economic Growth and Prosperity Act. This House will also finish third reading of Bill C-11, the Copyright Modernization Act. This bill is a vital tool to unlock the potential of our creative and digital economy, and it's time that elected parliamentarians should have their say on its passage once and for all. I'd like to see that vote happen no later than Monday, June 18th. If we have time remaining, Mr. Speaker, the House will also debate second reading for Bill C-24, the Panama Free Trade Act, if more time is necessary, as well for Bill C-7, the Senate Reform Act, and Bill C-15, the Strengthening Military Justice in the Defence of Canada Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie is rising on a point of order.
To take this opportunity, if I may, to respond to the point of order that was raised earlier this week by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands concerning Bill C-38. Simply stated, I wish to reiterate that we in the Liberal Party also have deep concerns about this piece of legislation, that the government's argument for putting it forward in its current form is that it is all essential in order to help us stimulate our fragile economy is completely disingenuous and frankly very misleading. For example, the government's plan to change the age for receiving old age security from 65 to 67 beginning in 2023 is hardly a critical budget decision that must be taken at this time and within this bill. I dare say most of us won't even be here 11 years from now. Another example
is all of the changes that affect legislation that has an effect on the environment and the fisheries. How can we claim that these changes must be passed immediately in order to protect our fragile economy? This legislation will have deep impacts, and they should be debated as standalone laws.
38 is quite astounding, Mr. Speaker. This now infamous budget megabill has caused outrage from one end of the country to the other, and the remarks of the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands certainly mirror the concerns expressed by Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Simply put, there is no common thread uniting all the elements of this massive bill. What is more, many of the elements are not even of a budgetary nature, even by the wildest stretch of the imagination. As such, Bill C-38 is not a legitimate omnibus bill.
We know that budget legislation can be voluminous, but we have to say that this government has redefined the term omnibus by bringing it to an unprecedented level. The Government House Leader has said many times that this bill has a thread that runs through it, but allow me to disagree with him, Mr. Speaker. We cannot use the budget in order to introduce everything, including the kitchen sink.
Of the bill, you'll see that it enacts an entirely new piece of legislation called the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act 2012 within a single clause of a 753-clause bill. This clause only received a maximum of 15 minutes consideration at committee. The rules and practices surrounding omnibus bills are in place for a reason, Mr. Speaker. How can members of Parliament adequately study such a bill when its content is so wide-ranging and disjointed? Dare I say it, perhaps that is what the members on the other side were counting on, Mr. Speaker. I must underline in the strongest possible terms the fact that legislation such as this makes it almost impossible to scrutinize properly. A budget bill dealing with financial measures and taxation is one thing. The hodgepodge of clauses impacting more than 60 pieces of federal legislation before us is a completely different proposition, Mr. Speaker.
In conclusion, I sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that this government will split up this bill into several different pieces, because in the end, Canadians want several aspects of the bill to be dealt with separately. I'm confident that you will know what to decide, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you very much.
Appreciate the honourable member's further contributions on this point. And the honourable member from Mount Royal rising as well.
Mr. Speaker, on a different point of order.
Oh, I see.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in relation to a question on the order paper in my name to which the government replied with an answer that was not only insufficient and incomplete, but was, Mr. Speaker, effectively a non-answer. I do this in particular in light of the recent ruling that you issued in the matter of a question raised by the member for Laurier-Saint-Marie concerning the government's response to written question number 410. Mr. Speaker, my question 588, related to the budget and asked in part, I quote, with how many groups and organizations did the Department of Finance consult, unquote, and then asked specifically, how many were represented by women and how many were led by women, respecting the individuals, groups and organizations consulted by the Minister of Finance or Department of Finance in preparation of Budget 2012. Mr. Speaker, the answer I received to these questions states that the Department and Minister sought, and I quote, the input of countless individuals and groups, and then in parentheses, quote, both genders, unquote. As you noted, Mr. Speaker, in your ruling on April 3rd, and I quote, order paper questions are a very important tool for members seeking detailed, lengthy, or technical information that helps them carry out their duties. While you note the limited power of the Speaker in these matters, and I appreciate that, you go on to observe that in the case for the member for Laurier-Saint-Marie, the government indicated it would table additional information. To quote your ruling, the original response to question number 410 tells us that this is how the government intends to proceed in this case. Just as we have recently seen, the government provides such supplementary responses to other questions. Mr. Speaker, the government has not indicated in any way that it will table any further information or further respond to my question. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the situation that I raise is distinguishable from the case brought forward by the member for Laurier-Saint-Marie. Let me be very clear respecting the remedy I am seeking, Mr. Speaker. You have ruled, and O'Brien and Bosque agree, that quibbles over the content of responses do not rise to the level of a breach of privilege. And I'm not referring to that, Mr. Speaker. That said, previous rulings of O'Brien and Bosque do note that the Ministry's failure, quote-unquote, to answer a question, and this is what I am referring to here, is grounds for referral of the matter to a standing committee. As such, Mr. Speaker, this point of order is to ask you to refer the government's failure to answer the question to the Standing Committee of Finance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear why this is a failure, and a failure to respond. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this House cannot allow situations where the government puts whatever words it wants on a page, deem that an acceptable response, regardless of the question. All honourable members would agree there has to be some correlation between the question and response. The rules regarding your purview, Mr. Speaker, I understand, are such, and you have ruled on this matter, that you will not engage into matters of accuracy and completeness of response. I'm not referring to the issue of accuracy or the completeness of response on the part of the government to my question. I'm referring to the utter lack of any response to the question. While we could quibble about whether the word countless is an appropriate response to the question of how many groups did the Department of Finance consult, there's no way anyone can argue that the word countless, even with both genders in parentheses, in any way is a response to a question, quote, how many of the groups were represented by women, or even more specifically, how many of the groups were led by women. Mr. Speaker, there simply is no answer in what I received. And if this were allowed to respond, it would make a mockery of our written questions process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader is rising on this point.
Well, I will say initially, Mr. Speaker, in terms of budget consultation, we had the broadest budget consultation probably in Canadian history in the preparation of this budget. Literally hundreds of consultations done by the Department of Finance, but also done by Cabinet Ministers and Members of Parliament who prepared summaries, submitted those as well to the Ministry of, to the Department of Finance for their consideration in preparation of this budget. And that's why when the word countless is used, it is actually quite accurate, because I carried out a number of those myself, and I could not recall how many women were involved, how many women led the groups with whom we spoke, whether you could say that somebody was a leader of a group or not. So it's, while I appreciate that he may wish that there was some kind of excessive record-keeping here when we consult the Canadian public, I think, in fact, you'll see that the nature of the consultation, how broad it was, how many thousands of Canadians participated in the many consultations, actually makes what he's seeking difficult to provide. But in any event, I expect I will be back with some further submissions on this.
I will look forward to that. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Labour, the following motion, that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Canada, not more than 7 hours shall be allotted to consideration at second reading, and after those 7 hours, proceedings will be interrupted, and furthermore, that all questions necessary to finish this bill will be put without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Raitt, moves that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 7 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and at the expiry of the 7 hours, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the said bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. So as we've done in the past, we'll have a 30-minute question and comments period, and we'll ask members to keep their questions or comments to about a minute and the responses to a similar length of time. Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable non-habited Deputy Hull-Aylmer.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, once again, the government seeks to impose a gag. Why? Why does this government, in the past year, time after time, impose a gag on all issues? We truly need a discussion. We need a discussion on the interests for Canada and the interest in having free trade. We have to respond to Canadians and explain to them all the needs here in a complete manner and not hide once again behind a gag order to impose trade agreements on Canadians that have an impact. What is the government's interest in behaving in this manner? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The real question is, why is it that the New Democratic Party continues to resist any measure that brings into place legislative measures that are designed to achieve economic growth and prosperity for Canadians? The purpose of this particular bill to implement the Canada-Panama Free Trade Act is free trade agreement is one which is designed to create economic opportunities for Canadians. In 2011, Canada's exports to Panama totaled $111 million. That was a 20% increase over just 2 years earlier. We export a wide variety of goods and services to that country to create, and the result of that is the creation of jobs and economic growth and prosperity here in Canada. We want to see those exports grow. We want to see those markets grow so that Canadians have more opportunity to benefit from the jobs that will result. The real question is, why is it always the case that the NDP resists, to the fullest extent possible, such measures to create jobs for Canadians?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, what we're really talking about here is the issue of process. The government has continuously brought in time allocation and has made it a part of standard procedure. This is the 25th time. So this happens to be on a freer trade type of agreement with regards to Panama and the environment. But the real issue that Canadians need to be concerned about is the attitude of this reform Conservative government in wanting to stifle debate inside the House of Commons. And I'm asked the government House Leader, does he not recognize that there is a need for the government House Leader to work in cooperation with the opposition House Leaders in trying to be able to ensure that there is indeed adequate debate on the bills in which not only the government sees that are important, but also as the opposition sees that as important? It's called democracy. And I asked the government House Leader if, in fact, he supports the need to work with opposition parties in dealing with legislation before this House.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, the Liberal, says that the real issue here is parliamentary procedure. I know we're taking advantage of the standing rules and moving forward on that, but I think for Canadians, the real issue is actually the economy. The real issue is job creation and economic growth. And the real question is, are the people here in the House of Commons committing themselves to make decisions that reflect the interests of Canadians in advancing those objectives of job growth and job creation and economic growth for all Canadians? You know, if you work, for example, in the sector of manufacturing machinery, right now you're exporting products to Panama, but you know that you face very steep tariffs for that. You'd like to see those removed. You know we've had for over 2 years a free trade agreement with Panama that seeks to do that, but we have to pass the law in this Parliament in order to have the benefits of that agreement. Canadian manufacturing workers want the benefits of that agreement so their products can be exported to new markets, so that their jobs are more secure, so that we have prosperity into the future. Those are the issues I think Canadians are most concerned about, not parliamentary procedure.
Deputy de Gaspésie-Le-Madeleine.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Le-Madeleine. I think that Canadians agree that they want savings, or rather an economy that works well. We're not even debating that, though. We're debating another gag, as my colleague just said. This is the 25th time. This is a lack of democracy, lack of transparency. What we want is a bill that is beneficial and that benefits from the consultation we could have with the citizens in our ridings. That can't be done in 30 minutes, Mr. Speaker. We need to take the time it takes to have a good bill. I don't think that the government House Leader can have us believe that his bill has absolutely no flaws whatsoever and is so perfect that it cannot benefit from some debate, a totally normal debate. There's a reason why we have debates in the House of Commons. It's precisely so that the government can benefit from that debate after consultation with our constituents. So I'd like to put this question to the Parliamentary House Leader. Does he think he's in a kingdom here or a democracy? The Honourable Government House Leader.
There's been ample democracy in this case. We've had already 6 days of debate, some 65 speeches in this House of Commons this session. And because, of course, this dates back to previous parliaments, you had 8 days of debate in the previous parliament, 7 days at committee. There's been lots of debate, ample debate. The problem is that the NDP doesn't want to see this pass, and as they do so often, they're willing to resort to every measure to stop job creation, economic growth measures. The reality is, he says, why does it have to be passed now? Well, it has to be passed now because we are in a fragile world economic situation where Canada has had strong economic growth but remains threatened by those conditions elsewhere, and Canadian workers and Canadians are looking for economic growth and job security and opportunities that flow from an agreement like this. We want to see those tariffs reduced so that Canadian manufacturers of machinery, Canadian farmers that are exporting meat, those who are in the mineral and fuel sector, and those who are producing paper and paperboard, sectors of the economy that have been challenged recently, so that they can be more secure by exporting more to Panama and so that they can see their economic prosperity personally benefit and that of their communities benefit as well.
Deputy de Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
The Government House Leader said in response to my colleague's question, I just want to put on the record and make sure I didn't inappropriately understand, but did the House Leader say that Canadians don't understand parliamentary procedure, so parliamentary procedure is not important? Is that what he said? Because to me, that's what it sounded like. The fact that Canadians do not understand parliamentary procedure, we don't have to follow the government doesn't have to follow parliamentary procedure, so they can just bully everybody around and just pass these bills at willy-nilly. Is that what I heard?
That's the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that he did mishear me. I said the priority for Canadians is not, as his colleague from Winnipeg suggests, parliamentary procedure. That's not their priority. Their priority is the economy and job creation and economic growth. And that is our priority, a priority we share in mind. And that's what we believe Canadians sent us here to do, to make decisions on legislative proposals that will advance job creation and economic growth. That's what we're doing with our Economic Action Plan 2012. It's also what we're doing with our free trade agreements, including the one that we're talking about here, the one that was signed over 2 years ago, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement, and our legislative efforts to implement it. This is one that has enormous benefits for Canadian sectors, including the economy of Quebec. This honourable member comes from Quebec. Well, he'd be interested in knowing that his pork producers in that province will benefit from this agreement. Industrial and construction machinery manufacturers from Quebec will benefit. Pharmaceutical exports from Quebec are common to Panama will also benefit, and there are many more sectors of the Quebec economy that stand to benefit from this agreement.
The honourable member for Abitibi, B. James, Nunavut EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this government seeks to impose closure on a bill that is important insofar as we've had this experience before with another free trade agreement with another country in the same region, Colombia. What are we learning here? We had concerns about that one too. The Conservatives and Liberals supported that free trade agreement last time. And one of the serious questions we had, serious concern we had, was human rights in Colombia. And we have that same concern here, and we'd like to debate it. Why aren't we allowed to do so? The lessons we learned from the FTA with Colombia should serve this chamber in the future. And that's why it's important to our mind to debate it further. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'm not sure I heard the honourable member correctly, but I do believe that Panama is a democracy with a solid human rights record. No one has raised issues of that in the past that I'm aware of. Certainly, it's the kind of economy with whom we are proud to be a trading partner. In fact, we already are. In fact, many Quebec companies, many Quebec businesses and enterprises and farmers are already trading with Quebec, and I'm sure they'd be disappointed to hear that this honourable member and many of his colleagues from Quebec are trying to shut down trade with Panama, that they don't want to see this free trade agreement that was entered into over 2 years ago implemented. The aerospace sector in Montreal is very, very significant. They export to Panama. They would like to be able to export more. The NDP has their way. They won't be able to. The engineering and construction sectors in Quebec are proud organizations which have done a great deal, particularly some of the engineering companies on the world stage. They would like to do more. The NDP wants to stop them from doing more. This will only lead to more challenging times in the Quebec economy and the Canadian economy at a time when we are seeking to grow those economies for the benefit of all Canadians and to create jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we've been discussing here in this whole Parliament the last year and change about parliamentary procedure and the use of. And I'd suggest to the Government House Leader that there is such a thing as the tyranny of the minority. In the case where the opposition, as is their right, uses parliamentary procedure to stall legislation, and it's become pretty apparent to me in the last year and change that they do not want us to pass any legislation of any kind whatsoever. And they will use parliamentary procedure, i.e. debating ad nauseum indefinitely on every piece of legislation. So from my point of view, and I'd like the House Leader's comments on this, we are simply using legitimate parliamentary procedure to, in fact, move ahead the legislation on behalf of the Canadian public in spite of the tyranny of the minority.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much for that insightful question. And obviously, the honourable member from Edmonton has been spending a fair bit of time in this House observing the practices of the various parties and their approach to legislation. Our approach as a government has been to ensure a productive, hard-working and orderly parliament. And part of being a productive, hard-working and orderly parliament is to allow ample debate. We have had that. We've had that in this case of this legislation. We will have had, by the time we're finished, close to 2 weeks of debate in this House. That's a lot of debate before you make a decision. It's more than most people do in their homes. It's more than most people do in their workplace when they take an issue and decide whether to come to a decision. And after that, it isn't finished. It still has to go to committee, to report stage, to third reading, and then over to the Senate. Still, days and days, weeks, months, if they have their way, years more debate. But we do have an obligation at some point to actually make decisions here in this House. And nowhere is that more important than on legislation that touches on questions of economic growth and job creation at a time of a fragile world economy. That's why we need to vote on this bill at second reading and get it on to committee to be studied there in detail.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to quote from my friend who worries about the tyranny of the minority and quote my good friend, the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, who, when in opposition, said about the Liberal government's use of these tactics to shut down debate on a bill which we're debating right now. The Minister of Immigration then said, "I am displeased that the bill represents the 75th time that the government has invoked closure or time allocation since it came into power, abusing that very significant power to limit and shut down debate in this place more than any other government in Canadian history." The problem with this government is they're seeking to break the record of the previous Liberal government's tactics in shutting down debate, and now claim that the use and abuse of these tools is somehow good. Now, my question to my honourable friend is this. He said he is not aware of any human rights concerns within the state of Panama, yet we have a human rights report from the UN, I know he's a big fan of, that says the absence of a process of consultation to seek the prior free and informed consent of communities to the exploitation of natural resources in their territories and the ill treatment of First Nations people. I don't know why the government doesn't see that as a concern and a pause, and they don't. What they want to do instead is say, we don't see any evidence of any human rights concerns in Panama or Colombia or, in fact, anywhere in the world. All we want is trade deals regardless of what's in them because we think they're good by their very nature. The NDP has said there are good trade deals and bad ones, but what must be respected in this place most, Mr. Speaker, is this place. And the government, when they were in opposition, used to believe in this principle. They used to condemn these practices. And now we see a government that's growing increasingly addicted to such worrisome tendencies.
The Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a report that says perhaps you should improve your processes for consultation with your communities is hardly evidence of human rights violations. I think we're always trying to find better ways to consult with elements of our population, but we can be proud if we implement an agreement like this and create more opportunities for Canadian mining companies and resource companies to participate in the Panamanian economy and create jobs there and prosperity here back in Canada, that they will be doing so abiding by principles of good corporate citizenship that Canadian companies have demonstrated all around the world, and we're very, very proud of that. But the key thing is that they have the opportunity to do that. Canadian foreign investment in Panama has been significant, and so have the exports of services, financial services and other services to Panama from Canada. Those have all created jobs here in Canada. Economic growth, job creation and prosperity here. That is the focus. That is why we're moving forward on this. And our approach is one of allowing ample debate. This has seen that in the House of Commons, but it's time also, from time to time, for us to do what we were sent here by Canadians to do and actually make decisions. That's what we want to ask this House of Commons to do on this particular bill in principle.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Richmond-Athabasca.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. We're at 25 closures now, so I think that we're going for a record that is not very enviable in 2015. I think the population will remember at that time, and I also have some examples for the parliamentary leader when he says that Panama, this agreement is great, we're going to have exchanges with that country, which for sure is one of the prosperous countries in Central America. But with regard to workers' rights, I'm very sorry, but there are some colleagues who have given examples, and I'll give some other ones. In 2010, there was an anti-manifestation protest law, and when the workers took to the streets, there were deaths resulting. And apparently, Panama is considered one of the worst tax havens in the world. So here's my question for the Government House Leader. Before reaching such free trade agreements, why don't they sit down with this type of country to urge them to comply with the international tax agreements and with workers' rights, among other things?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, occasionally we even have demonstrations on the streets here in Canada, so I'll make of that, take from that what that is worth. But the focus for us in this government is, of course, job creation and economic growth. An important part of that is finding new markets for Canadian manufacturers, for Canadian workers, for Canadian farmers, so that we can, by having those new markets, create jobs and prosperity here. Canada is a relatively small country. in terms of population, in terms of market. We depend to a magnificent extent on exports abroad to other countries for our jobs and economic growth. That is the nature of Canada. We are integrated into the world economy. That's why we're so aware of the challenges of the global economy that other parties seem to ignore. That's why we are so focused on ensuring we take every step possible to secure the long-term prosperity of Canadians. Being able to trade in those marketplaces is part of securing that long-term prosperity. This bill is part of that important agenda of securing markets abroad to ensure our long-term prosperity and ensure jobs for Canadians, not just today, but for years and generations to come.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this House when we're debating bills is to come up with informed decisions, informed matters. When I see the opposition, I see the Conservative government shutting down debate, I don't think that leads to informed decisions that are going to be in the best interest of Canadians. If we're going to be debating bills, we are gathering information from experts, we're gathering information from our constituents. I think that will lead to a better decision that's going to be made in this Parliament. My question, we like to see trade agreements that will have net benefit to Canadians. Why are Conservatives so afraid to debate these very fundamental issues in this House so we can have those decisions that are based on information and facts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there are many who have accused the NDP of being a little bit excessively academic in their approach. And I understand that when you're in the common rooms at university, it's fashionable to talk about things for a long time and maybe never take decisions. And that maybe you want to debate issues for years and years but never actually do anything. But once you graduate from university and get in the real world and you're trying to create jobs and trying to secure your future for your family, you actually have to do things. And you actually have to, in that process, make decisions. You're in the real world, in the real economy, and that's what we are doing here for Canadians. And that's what Canadians have asked us to do when they sent us to Parliament, not just to be a talk shop. We aren't just here to philosophize and have ideas. That's all important. But they actually want us to, at the end of those debates, make decisions. That's all we're asking. And certainly on an agreement on Canada-Panama free trade that's been around for more than 2 years since we completed negotiations, that's seen literally weeks of debate in this Parliament, that's already been passed at second reading in a previous Parliament. All we're asking is let's have that vote again, send it to committee, let it be studied in detail, and then we can have the debates at committee, the debate at report stage, the debate at third reading, and guess what? Do the same thing all over at the Senate. Lots of debates still ahead, but it's about time we made a decision here in principle on the bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to tell the House that as Minister of Labour, of course, part of the Free Trade Agreement, we have a Labour Cooperation Agreement. And in this Labour Cooperation Agreement, we provide something called technical help. I had the great pleasure of actually visiting my counterparts and the leadership of the Panama Canal this past year in order to ensure that they understood that we're there to help and we want to trade our best practices. And indeed, we had great conversations, not only with management, with government, but also with the trade unions there in the country of Panama. And what they indicated to us is they wanted more information about inspection and they wanted help with best practices, and we're providing that through the labour program. So as a question to the Minister, I'm wondering from the perspective of the trade side, is there an urgency around us finalizing this agreement for the betterment of the Panama Canal coming online in the next couple of years, and indeed for the overall economy of our country?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I thank that Minister, the Honourable Minister of Labour, for not only her question, but of course her involvement in this file. She, as Minister of Labour, has taken a great interest in the issues and the parallel agreements to cover labour issues and seen to their advancement. With regard to Panama, of course, one of the hopes when this agreement was signed, indeed you'll see it in the statements made by myself and others at the time, was that we would be able to take advantage of the massive opportunities created by the construction of the Panama Canal, the expansion of it, for which Canadian companies were ideally suited to win contracts. Unfortunately, because of the delays and obstruction by the NDP in this House of Commons, we sit here more than 2 years later without this agreement in place, and I bet you ain't too many contracts left. Most of that work is completed. There may be a few dollars left here and there, but the reality is those opportunities have been lost. Those jobs have been missed because the NDP obstructed this bill for over 2 years now. Let's get on with it. Let's get this bill through the House of Commons, at least to committee, so we can make decisions on it so that we don't face more lost opportunities for Canadian workers and for Canadian businesses to create jobs for those workers.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very dissatisfied with the response from the Government House Leader. He mentioned earlier that there were 65 people who had spoken out on this issue, and that according to him that was enough for us to be able to shut down debate and prevent the members who are representing their constituents from speaking out. Well, I have some news for him. I had a speech to be given today on this issue because the people in Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord are against this project, which seeks to have trade relations with a proven tax haven. And I have the right to speak in this House, and you have just cut that off from me, and I find that unacceptable. That is why I'm rising in this House today, unfortunately not to speak about my opposition to this bill, but to criticize the actions of the government. It is irresponsible, but I'm not surprised because you are an irresponsible government.
Well, Mr. Speaker, 65 speeches in this Parliament so far, 66 in the previous Parliament, 35 witnesses at parliamentary committee. They've been getting an awful lot of content, and I know he's keen. He could hopefully prevail upon his whip to allow him to speak in the balance of this debate. If not, maybe he can come back during report stage debate. Maybe he can ask to appear on the committee and participate there. Maybe he can ask to have a chance to speak on third reading. My point is there is ample debate already, ample debate yet to come. The difficulty is that this honourable member from the NDP doesn't want to ever have to make a decision, and that reveals his real motive. The fact is they oppose free trade agreements reflexively in every circumstance. That is their position. They're opposed to free trade. They simply ideologically reject it, and for that reason, they don't want us to take a vote on this matter because they wish to obstruct it for another 2 or 3 years if they have the opportunity to repeat what they've done in the past.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik-Ayu. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am astonished to hear what I have just heard once again because that has been their mantra for several months now. It is simply not true. We are for free trade, but provided it is fair free trade. We are for free trade that respects the environment. We are for free trade that respects social justice worldwide, and that's what we want. We are not opposing this bill as such. We are opposing it because we want to improve it. That's what we want to do. The minister has just said that there are no problems with the human rights in Panama, whereas our committee here, the Standing Committee on Human Rights, has confirmed it in its last report on Panama. It has been confirmed that there are major concerns with regard to human rights in that country, and that's what we want to bring forward in this debate in order to improve the content of this free trade treaty and this bill.
L'MPD a voté contre l'accord de libre-échange.
The NDP voted against the free trade agreement with Panama in the past parliament, in the previous parliament. It voted against the free trade agreement with Colombia. It voted against a free trade agreement with Israel, and it voted against a free trade agreement with the United States. They also voted against a free trade agreement with all countries that have been moved in this House. That is their position all the time. They are against the very principle of free trade because they have a completely different vision that Canada is a small island and that we can have a standalone economy. And that is a plan for poverty in Canada. It is impossible to sustain. We need opportunities to transact trade with other markets, other countries, and that is the objective of this bill and other bills concerning free trade that we have moved. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning,
I saw the report on our free trade with Colombia. Part of that report should have dealt with human rights and workers' rights. In the report, nothing was mentioned about that. The problem with the government is that they want us to blindly subscribe to everything that they put forward, and when we ask for evidence, when we ask for statistics or facts, they have absolutely nothing to give us. The difference between us and the Conservatives is that we say we have to see it to believe it, and they say you have to believe in it without seeing it. That's the difference. Thank you.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP has voted against free trade agreements with Colombia, with Chile, with Peru, with Israel, with the United States, with Mexico. They've taken positions with Panama. They've taken positions in this House, often in question period and elsewhere, opposing free trade agreements with the 26 countries of the European Union. Those are obviously motivated by human rights concerns too, I guess. Is that the case? No, the fact is they are against free trade as a principle. That's where the NDP stands. They've always opposed free trade as a principle, and we have an opposite view because we recognize that Canada benefits from free trade. After the free trade agreement with the United States and the North American Free Trade Agreement, Canada has seen tremendous success, literally hundreds of thousands of jobs created. We've seen, we recognize, and I think most Canadians recognize, that the tales of doom and gloom that were told by the NDP before that have come not to pass, but rather to be entirely wrong. They said we'd lose our culture. Guess what? It's still here. We even have Celine Dion and Shania Twain. They said we'd lose our water. Guess what? Others remain hungry for it. It's still here. They said we would lose our wine. Sadly, they were right. Baby Duck's gone, but now Canada has a heck of a lot of first-rate, world-class wines. Those were all the things that they said would happen. They didn't come to pass. What did come to pass was literally hundreds of thousands of jobs for Canadians, prosperity for us, and we need to extend that into other markets around the world, including the European Union, including India, and, of course, including our free trade agreement that we already have in place with Panama and have had for 2 years and just need to actually get through this House of Commons.
Order.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put this motion to the vote forthwith.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Raitt, move that in relation to Bill C-34, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 7 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the 7 hours on the consideration of the second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said bill, said stage of the bill, shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. Order. La question est la suite.
Question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Raitt, move that in relation to Bill C-24, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama, not more than 7 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of 7 hours on the consideration of the second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Panashway.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Chong.
Chong.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tibic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Galipo.
Monsieur Galipo.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Totes.
Mr. Totes.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar.
Mr. Kelway.
Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grogouet.
Madame Grogouet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sela.
Madame Sela.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin-Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Madame Hassegna.
Madame Hassegna.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Codard.
Mr. Codard.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. Cotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour 145, 145. Nays contre 114, 114.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Oh, wait a minute. Order. Order. If members leaving the House could do so. Before we proceed to orders of the day, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, status of women.
Gulf Islands on fisheries and oceans. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
The second reading of Bill C-24, the Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act, and on the previous question, moved by Ms. Raitt.
I believe the government House leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just did want to rise to offer some supplementary comments to the point of order raised on Monday by the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, and further the two submissions that were just advanced by the House Leader for the Liberal Party. The Honourable Member, that being the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, in her arguments went on to cite at some length some academics and some press clippings, but not really zeroing in on the full content of Speaker's rulings. She did reference a few Speaker's rulings and did the odd selected quotation from them, but I think it would be useful for the House to hear some more complete citations or quotations from those decisions of the Chair that actually capture the essence of those decisions on how bills such as C-38 should be dealt with. In the ruling on the 1982 Energy Bill, Madame Speaker Sauvé said at page 15,532 of the debates, quote, "It may be that the House should accept rules or guidelines as to the form and content of omnibus bills. But in that case, the House, and not the Speaker, must make those rules. Therefore, having heard argument and having examined Bill C-94, I must now rule on the basis of existing precedents which do not support the proposition that the bill should be divided or struck down." End quote. And I emphasize that "or struck down" because that, of course, is what she is asking you to do in this case. Madame Speaker Sauvé also ruled on June 20th, 1983 at page 26,538 of the debates on the Western Grain Transportation Bill as follows, quote, "Although some occupants of the chair have expressed concern about the practice of incorporating several distinct principles into a single bill, they have consistently found that such bills are procedurally in order and properly before the House," end quote. And of course, this bill doesn't even meet that test of distinct principles. It's all one principle, the implementation of our budget. Now, the Honourable Member also, and that is the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, quoted some decisions of Mr. Speaker Fraser, including one reference which even she acknowledged was at best obiter dicta. In his June 8, 1988 ruling on the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, he cited the 1982 ruling of Madame Speaker Sauvé, calling it at page 16,257 of debates, quote, "the Chair's traditional position," unquote. And that led Mr. Speaker Fraser to say that, quote, "Until the House adopts specific rules relating to omnibus bills, the Chair's rule is very limited, and the Speaker should remain on the sidelines as debate proceeds and the House resolves the issue," end quote. He cited himself in his later rulings on April 1st, 1992, at page 9149 of debates, and December 7th, 1992, at page 14,735 of debates. Underpinning her submissions, that the member of Saanich Gulf Islands, were what she described as Mr. Speaker Lamoureux's so-called misgivings in a January 26, 1971 ruling. Let me add to the record the paragraph she left out on page 284 of the journals, which immediately followed the one quoted by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The Speaker went on to say, quote, "At the time, having now reached second reading and having had this bill before us for some time, I doubt whether we should take the very drastic and extreme position, as I suggest to honourable members it would be, of saying that this bill is not acceptable to the House, that it should not be put by the government, and that it should not be considered by honourable members. In my view, it should be the responsibility of the Chair, when such bill is introduced and given first reading, to take the initiative and raise the matter for the consideration of the House by way of a point of order," end quote. Indeed, as the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands opined in her opening remarks at page 8719 of Monday's Hansard, quote, "I still think there is a compelling case that the House must act to set limits around omnibus legislation," end quote. Later, at page 8720, she conceded that, quote, "It is clear that the Speaker is not, at present, and in the absence of rules from the House, to limit the length and complexity of omnibus bills, entitled to rule that an omnibus bill is too long, too complex, or too broad in scope," end quote. What she is seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, through a point of order, is to try to have the Speaker, in fact, implement new rules, effectively new standing orders. That is, of course, not the proper way of proceeding. Moreover, it's worth noting that over the decades of the prevailing status quo, the House has not availed itself of any opportunities to vary the status quo with regard to the standing orders in this matter. Mr. Speaker, I won't repeat myself from Monday afternoon when I articulated the consistent theme of Bill C-38 as it relates to the implementation of this year's budget, Economic Action Plan 2012. It is a comprehensive suite of measures designed to ensure jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity, a package which, as you will recall, was endorsed by a vote of this House on April 4th, 2012. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-38 is not only built around a consistent theme, but its construction is not, as noted by your predecessors, for the Chair to veto. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on the same point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to respond briefly to my honourable friend, the Government House Leader. I'm aware of the fact that the official opposition has requested time to present their view on this extremely important point of order. I say that not out of any personal hubris, but because I think it is a matter that should occupy and has occupied previous parliaments, but not in the form in which the House Leader misconstrued my argument. I was not selective in quotes, and when I quoted Speaker Lamoureux, it was to point out that what he referred to was the problem of omnibus bills. Excuse me, if I could speak without the honourable gentleman trying to interrupt me. What I was speaking to was that if it's a proper omnibus bill, in other words, if it has a theme, if it has a single purpose or relevancy, it's not for the Speaker to intervene. But it is clear on the precedents I cited, particularly Speaker Fraser's ruling from 1988 on the free trade agreement, that a bill must be first, and this is the first test. It doesn't require rewriting the standing rules. It's a matter of precedent. A bill must first be accepted as a proper omnibus bill. And if it's not a proper omnibus bill, it violates Standing Order 68 sub 3. I will not replace my arguments at this time or repeat them, merely to distinguish for you, Mr. Speaker, that every single thing the Government House Leader has said misses the entire legal point that I was making. No, a Speaker will not intervene to change the complexity, length, or number of bills within an omnibus bill if it is properly an omnibus bill. This one fails that test. It is not derived from items solely found in the budget. It is not derived solely to anything that can be called one theme. There is no excuse for putting in sections that have to do with changing the oversight of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, altering fish habitat legislation, changing the role of Parks Canada wardens. The numbers and scope of the changes that were never mentioned in the budget itself, combined with the numbers of things that honourable members from Privy Council believe to actually be in the bill, which clearly are not there, suggest this bill is, as the French version of the rule says, incomplete, or the English version, imperfect. It is imperfect in shape and form. It is not a proper omnibus bill, and I would invite you, Mr. Speaker, to await the argumentation from the official opposition, and I look forward to what I hope will be, and trust, will be an impartial, fair judgment in the interest of protection of Westminster parliamentary democracy and the institution of this Parliament itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day? Oh, we've already. Pardon me. Resuming reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member. There are 7 minutes left for the honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting a very long time to talk about certain subjects, especially this one. And it was so exciting to attend a vote where, once again, our way was blocked off. It's pathetic, in fact. And I'm smiling because I'm laughing so as not to cry, practically, because this is simply disgusting. The reality is that people at home who are watching the business of the House of Commons, they're saying, hey, there's my member. Is he going to be able to speak? He couldn't speak. Well, or he got to speak for 2 minutes instead of 5. And in the end, the people in my riding, the people who I represent since the beginning of this 41st Parliament, have wondered. They're saying, my member, my MP isn't, he doesn't get to speak a lot. And this is the 25th closure, the 25th gag order. So, you know, I can call it the silver gag order, and we're going to get to the golden gag order by Christmas at this rate.
So I would say that on this topic, we unfortunately get used to this dictatorship and this complete lack of respect for democracy from the members opposite. But let's go back to the main subject because it entertains the people across the way to hear me speak. We're talking about Panama here. And this is just a very small paragraph on the website of Amnesty International, and I've got the English page, and they're talking about a summary where it says,
rights of indigenous peoples remain inadequate, especially in the context of large infrastructure projects built on indigenous land. There were concerns about restrictions on freedom of expression. So
that's from Amnesty International. And I'll come back to that, but it's not much better when we look at other publications. So for anyone who follows current events, who watches the news, they say they're talking about free trade with a certain country, so they say, well, perhaps with the United States, well, yeah, that's normal, it's our neighbor, and so let's make things easier. But with Panama, they're like, okay, well, they start to do research, and that's what we did, and through our numerous committees where we talked about this potential agreement, trade agreement, well, time after time, it was stipulated by our representatives, for example, the member for Burnaby New Westminster, and he said that we had to be very careful with regard to reaching an agreement with that country, with this country in particular. And in fact, the Canadian government had made certain demands of Panama, who had refused to, thank you very much, who had refused to sign a tax information agreement. And the reality is that it's not really a very simple place to make a deal with. And all of a sudden they're saying, well, it's perhaps a bit complicated to sign this agreement, but trust us. Excuse me? You want us to trust you? Come on. I think, do you think that we're fools or something? I mean, it's absolutely crazy. They're trying to teach us a lesson. They're trying to say, oh, they want to debate. Well, yeah, but we need to debate. There's something to debate about here. This is something, a free trade agreement with a country that we should definitely have doubts about. But no, we don't have any right to ask questions or to have doubts or to wonder. It's the same kind of process of bad faith where they try to portray us as being against the economy, against progress. But come on, you're always saying you're showing up with hidden projects, with last-minute projects. You keep everything for yourself. You are the perfect example of bad communication. So something that I would like to discuss, obviously, is the report that we can see in the and I think that we should point it out. In the second year of the mandate of Mr. Martinelli was marked by a decrease in his popularity. And, this rings a bell. We're talking about entrepreneurship. And it says that he makes authoritarian decisions. That rings a bell, too. Oh, and, well, imagine that, my word, the reform of the labor code that affected the conditions of unionization and the right to strike led to major protests and a general strike on July 13, 2010. My goodness, imagine that. I wonder who you do your home swaps with. It's becoming clearer and clearer. Violence and confrontations clashes with the police resulted in deaths, and I'm reading this, and I'm saying, well, yes, we should certainly trust the government. Of course, go ahead, sign an agreement with this government. Just go right ahead. Come on, it's insane. Next, let's continue. I saw another wonderful, glowing paragraph as well. The decisions of the president taken against the judiciary and the appointment of his partisans or people in his entourage to high-ranking positions. So decisions against government officials made against judges. Oh, that's no problem. The appointments of people in his entourage to strategic positions, or his frequent flip flip-flops on positions in major files have also provoked a major controversy. Well, I understand. Only 1 minute left. Well, time flies, but you know, we don't have time to fool around here because, you know, people like ram things through here, so, and all of a sudden their popularity ratings are going to drop too, and then so you'll come and see us on television and say, oh yeah, we're listening to you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is direct to the honourable member. They've delayed this bill not only in this Parliament, they delayed it in the former Parliament, they've delayed it at committee in the former Parliament, they delayed it at committee in this Parliament. It begs the question number one, Mr. Speaker, what did the NDP have against trade? And it begs the question number two, Mr. Speaker, they're willing to pass Jordan, which is a free trade agreement built on exactly the same template as Panama. Why would they pass Jordan and not Panama? Identical agreements, identical templates.
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. At least we're discussing things. Okay, I mean, we're maybe going around in circles, but at least we're talking. Because in this question, the major difference between Jordan and Panama is it is written, as soon as you write Panama into Google, it says tax haven. That's the first thing that comes up. That's all they talk about. So I would say that that's a major difference between the two countries, and I would think that that's enough. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We often hear from the government side speakers who say, we are for order, we are for laws, we are against criminals. But when it comes to signing a free trade agreement with a country that is known as a tax haven, that protects money launderers, money laundering for criminals such as Chinese triads, drug traffickers, Cosa Nostra. In 2010, the government with whom they signed an agreement had former cronies of Manuel Noriega. Now, I am old enough to remember what happened in the 1980s with Manuel Noriega, and that's exactly the same gang. So, can my colleague explain why we might have certain concerns with giving a blank check to this country to sign a free trade agreement? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. And in fact, your question is very eloquent, because we are proud of our team here on the NDP side, because people know about these subjects. We have many very knowledgeable people. The person who just asked me the question, for example, the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges or the member for Ottawa Centre as well, they are people who are experts in the matter, and they are the first people to raise a red flag to say, listen, you young people, they're trying to pull a fast one on us. And clearly, in such situations, all we can say is, well, if the government had a history of consulting people, of uniting people, of trying to seek consensus, but I don't even know that with the interpretation that they understand these words. They're not familiar with these words at all in any language. So if they, if they had a history of that kind of thing, we might say, okay, well, we have some doubts, but let's talk about it. But no, they want us to shut up, and they want to push this law through. Questions and comments? The Honourable
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member cannot have it both ways. He wants to talk about money laundering, and he got his information from Google, so you can find just about any information you want on Google, but you can't read part of it and ignore the rest. You have to read the entire thing. And if he would have read the entire thing, he'd have found out that Panama is no longer on the OECD gray list. They've been removed from it because their tax agreements with other countries have actually improved and their transparency has improved. So you have a country that's making improvements, that's moving into the rest of the world, that's got off of the money laundering list, and what do the NDP want to do to that country? They want to punish them.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's curious because, of course, we're laughing at him. They're saying, "Oh, he looks things up on Google." But we have people who work hard. We have researchers. We have members who are very qualified in this matter. And so we can find all kinds of silly things on Google. And just like I know that his colleagues do. It's true. You're right. He's looking at me. Okay, yeah, go ahead and look at me. If you're going to laugh at me, go ahead. Okay, look at me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, I cannot answer.
Order. The time for questions and comments has expired. And I would also remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues. The honourable member have 10 seconds remaining to complete his answer.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, indeed, what Panama is doing to correspond to criteria would to not be on the grey list, but it refuses to sign a tax information treaty, and I think that we have the right to wonder, to ask ourselves questions. They do not have the right to ram this through.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been long, copious, and lengthy debate on this bill already. Certainly, we're going to continue to debate this bill because it's an important bill for Canadian businesses, for Canadian industry, for Canadian workers, and it's an important bill, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, for Panama. You know, the biggest issue for me when we look at these free trade agreements, regardless of the country that we're entering into these agreements with around the world, is we are already trading with Panama. Like, the NDP want to spell it out that somehow this is a rogue nation that no one's trading with. You know, when they finish the Panama Canal, they will carry 5% of all the containers on the ocean in the world will go through the Panama Canal. That's an extremely important nation, and it's an extremely important nation in our hemisphere. We're trading with them already, so how can it hurt to put a rules-based system in place so we know and can expect how our trading relationship will unfold? It really, I find it extremely troublesome that all you can do is find a reason not to support something instead of looking for all of the good parts of this agreement and the positive parts of this agreement. Mr. Speaker, as I said when I stood up, I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill C-24, the legislation implementing the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. I'd like to spend a few moments today talking about how this agreement fits into Canada's engagement in the Americas. Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, while on a week-long tour of the Americas that included Bogota, Colombia, and stops in Barbados and Haiti, the Prime Minister declared that reviving and expanding Canada's political and economic engagement in the Americas would be a major foreign policy goal of our government. Last summer, the Prime Minister and Minister Fass made a highly successful visit to Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Honduras, and during this visit, the Prime Minister made it clear that Canada is an active player in the hemisphere, strengthening economic ties with its partners, improving market access, and promoting security. All things, Mr. Speaker, that I would think every member in this House could support. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to the Americas is evidenced through the 175 ministerial visits to Latin America since we formed government in 2006, and the 20 countries in the Americas that we have signed or are pursuing free trade agreements with. Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to playing an even larger role in the Americas and doing so for the long term. And part of this commitment involves fostering closer economic ties with regional partners to promote trade, investment, and prosperity across the hemisphere. The Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement will support job creation and economic growth in Canada and Panama, which in turn will contribute to advancing security and democratic governance in the region. It is an important part of our job-creating free trade plan. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our government is in the midst of the most ambitious free trade plan in Canada's history. Our government understands that 1 in 5 jobs and 60% of our GDP depends upon trade. Jobs and prosperity in communities across Canada depend on the opportunities that free trade agreements like the Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act create. Since 2006, we've concluded free trade agreements with 9 countries, and we're in negotiation with many more. That includes negotiations with the European Union and India. And just recently, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Noda of Japan announced the launch of negotiations towards a free trade agreement that will deepen the trade and investment ties between Canada and Japan. Free trade agreements help our businesses compete in global markets, and when our businesses succeed in global markets, Canadians succeed. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the opportunities in Panama for Canadian business, opportunities for Canadians, and opportunities for Panamanians in Canada. Panama is often referred to as the gateway to Latin America, and its critical role in connecting the Latin American region also enhances the importance of Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. Panama has long been considered a logistics center and international connection point in the Latin American region. Over the years, Panama has evolved to become the preeminent air transportation hub and is now ranked as having the highest air connectivity in the Americas by the International Air Transport Association. Panama is also a central point for goods traveling to Latin America, a nexus for international trade and a strategic hub for the region. According to Panamanian estimates, 5% of the world trade passed through the Panama Canal in 2010. The Panamanian government's large investment to expand the Panama Canal means Panama is positioned to play an increasingly important role in the Latin American region. Mr. Speaker, Panama's unique and influential position in the global trading system is significant. It's significant because it represents an entry point for the broader region, thereby enabling access to neighboring markets. A free trade agreement with this strategically positioned partner would serve as a gateway for an increased Canadian commercial presence in both the Caribbean and Latin America. Mr. Speaker, as our results clearly demonstrate, Canada has provided global leadership throughout these difficult economic times by encouraging free trade and open markets. And our commitment to free trade is key to Canada's economic strength. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to open doors for Canadian companies in the Americas and around the world. We are enhancing trade and investment in the Americas by encouraging deeper commercial relationships and engaging in free trade negotiations, and with great success. For example, our free trade agreements with Peru and Colombia are now in force, and Canadian companies are taking advantage of the new opportunities these agreements have produced. In August of 2011, Canada and Honduras announced the conclusion of negotiations towards a Canada-Honduras free trade agreement. The same month, Canada also announced that it would work with Costa Rica to modernize and broaden the scope of the Canada-Costa Rica free trade agreement. An updated free trade agreement with Costa Rica stands to lower remaining tariffs on goods and remove trade barriers in a broad range of sectors, creating new potential opportunities for Canadian construction, manufacturing, and agricultural industries. In April of 2012, Canada and Chile signed an agreement to amend the Canada-Chile Free Trade Agreement, including the addition of a financial services chapter, which will ensure that Canadian financial institutions enjoy preferential access to the Chilean market. And we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. As was announced last year, Canada is also engaged in exploratory discussions with Mercosur to enhance our trade relationship with this regional bloc that includes Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Mr. Speaker, the trade agreements that Canada has negotiated or is looking to negotiate give our businesses an additional competitive edge that will help them succeed in these regional markets. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're asking members to pass Bill C-24, implementing the Canada Free Trade Agreement. Our commitment to further liberalize trade and investment is a key component to our engagement in the Americas. Through the lowering of tariffs and the promotion of investment in commercial relationships, our government is supporting the efforts of Canadian businesses by helping them establish a strong presence in these foreign markets. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that our businesses have seized the opportunity. Canadian firms have been forging commercial ties in the region for decades. Today, you can find Canadian businesses, goods, services, expertise, and investment dollars at work throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a result of diverse opportunities and strong commercial ties throughout the region, commercial ties that are fostered and facilitated through free trade agreements. Many products manufactured, I see your signal, Mr. Speaker. I will try to wrap up. Many products manufactured in the region are using Canadian inputs before being sold domestically across Latin America and around the world. And I only have a moment, but I've got much more to add, Mr. Speaker. So in the moment that I have left, I would repeat once again, and I ask my Liberal colleagues, my NDP colleagues here in the House, to put partisan politics aside, to look at what's to be gained here. And I'll give you the simple example. This is not a complicated trade agreement. Here's a simple example. There's a small company that makes oil and gas equipment. They work in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's in Nova Scotia. They've got another company in Mexico. Mexico has no tariff going into Panama. We pay an 18% tariff. Their product that they're making today and selling in Panama is being made in Mexico so they can avoid the 18% tariff. So we bring down the tariff walls. We have advantages there for Canadian businesses, for Panamanian businesses. Everybody gains. The hemisphere gains, and Canada is a sought-after partner in the Americas. We're a sought-after partner. We need to take advantage of the position we're in, the hard work that our government and other...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Colleague across the way for his speech. We agree on one thing: rules-based trade is a great place to start in these agreements, and once you're working within the rules, things can improve. Trade can bring improvement not only to Canada but also to impoverished peoples worldwide. And that's mostly when we're trading on the basis of our economic strength. That's high skill, value-added, high-wage sectors. If we're just exporting raw resources, then it's not such an advantage for the people of that nation. But I want to get back to rules. And this member has mentioned that we've been blocking the legislation, and there's reasons for that. We asked them to sign a tax information exchange agreement. We asked them to put this into the negotiation, into the free trade agreement, and was refused. So my question is simple: why the exclusion of this simple rule?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, it's not an exclusion of a simple rule. The reality is that Panama has made great strides in suppressing money laundering. They're off of the OECD grey list. They're moving in the direction that we want to move. We have a double taxation agreement with Colombia already, Mr. Speaker, and for this trade agreement, that's what is required on our side. We believe the Colombians are living up to that. And the advantages of trade with the Colombians, because I just want to go on here, the advantages of trading with somebody in our own hemisphere and Mr. Speaker, in our own time zone are huge, We are a sought-after partner in Central America and South America and the Southern Hemisphere, and I can tell you that we need to take advantage of this because the opportunity is now.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for students of economics,
they always look at the issues of absolute and comparative advantage. And we know that Panama has many opportunities in absolute advantage that Canada doesn't have. The last time I looked, I don't think it was possible for us to grow bananas here, for instance. And so when I look at the opportunities for trade for a country like Panama with Canada, I know that there are going to be things or products in which they have comparative advantage over Canada. And we know that when countries enter into relationships where comparative advantage is what's looked at, that there are opportunities there for Panama to trade with Canada. And when you look at the lifestyle, or you look at where Panama is currently, we know that there are people who are living in poverty, but we know that trade can open doors for job opportunities. And I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could comment on what those opportunities are for Panamanian people to grow opportunities and jobs and build a new lifestyle.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I think there's tremendous opportunities in Panama for Panamanians. There's also tremendous opportunities in Panama for Canadian businesses and for Canadians. The reality is that Panama is both the gateway to the Caribbean and the gateway to Latin America. They are the joining factor between the Atlantic and the Pacific. They are in a very enviable position in Central America. Nothing will change that. That's geography, Mr. Speaker. And they have a huge geographical advantage over their neighbors, and the only canal that joins the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. You know, and the honourable member spoke about the complementary aspect of Canadian trade with Panama, and there's a huge complementary aspect. Last year, our exports to Panama totaled $111 million. That's small on a world scale, but that's extremely important to those Canadian businesses and extremely important to Panama. And we trade machinery, semi-precious stones and metals, meat, aerospace products, mineral fuels and oil, vegetables, primarily lentils, peas, frozen potato products, electrical and electronic equipment, paper and paperboard, pharmaceuticals. There's a myriad of issues that we trade with Panama, a number of issues and expertise that we trade with Panama, with great opportunities in procurement and the twinning of the Panama Canal, the building of the copper mine, copper gold deposit that's in northern Panama. The opportunities are endless.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today in order to speak about Bill C-24, which is an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the Republic of Panama, the agreement on the environment between Canada and the Republic of Panama, and the agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Panama. This title, which seems to announce a bill that would have interesting spin-offs for the country, and also for Panama, is somewhat misleading, and during my speech you will understand what I mean by that. My party and myself, you will see, for obvious reasons, are against the bill. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let's put things into context. Bill C-24 was born of negotiations in 2010 between Canada and the government of Panama. At that point in time, Panama was still considered as a tax haven under the OECD criteria. Don't you find it a bit dubious to want to draft a free trade agreement with such a state? The government of Canada loses $9 billion a year to tax havens. We understand that that means there are $9 billion fewer dollars here for programs and services for Canadians. By signing this agreement with Panama, the government indirectly encourages the wealthy and businesses to avoid paying taxes and their fair share to Canadians and to Canadian society. The also results, you understand, Mr. Speaker, that there is a bigger tax burden on the middle class and those who are less wealthy. Then the Prime Minister is cutting programs, organizations, services like groups like Rights and Democracy, the OAS, the ELA, and the list goes on. In my riding, we saw someone refuse $12,000 for the building of a ramp for a disabled person on the pretext that we all have to do more with less, and this person was turned down while we're losing $9 billion a year to tax havens. Once again, very logical. Often services, as you can see, that particularly affect the middle class and the poorest people are the result of this, with having less money in the coffers of the state. And this is certainly the case now. We're continually missing the opportunity to refloat those funds. Of course, now the government is telling us that Panama no longer meets those criteria because they signed 12 exchange agreements with France on tax issues. But I want to remind you that that's the minimum number to get off that gray list. So we've understood here again that all that's required is the most minimal action. This is just a desire of the Panamanian government to no longer be labeled as such. And I think that the Panamanian government will have to take other measures in order to really meet the 4 OECD criteria in terms of the definition of tax havens. Mr. Sarkozy said, or rather, it is ridiculous in the eyes of the NDP, and certainly in the eyes of many of my people in my riding of Notre-Dame-la Chine, and the people of the 308 other ridings in our country find it terrible that Canada signed a free trade agreement with this country, and they shouldn't be signing tax agreements like this. The government finds that the Convention on Double Taxing is enough, but let's get serious. There are many illegal activities, such as money laundering, that happen in Panama, and it's altogether naive to content ourselves with a convention with the country in this regard. Here we can, it's as if we're ignoring the significance of money laundering in the business of this country, and as if Panama is an unavoidable country with whom we should do business. As Mr. Todd Tucker said, for the Colombian and Mexican drug cartels, as well as the illegal armed Colombian groups, use Panama for drug trafficking and for money laundering, and the money generated from these illegal activities are likely to be laundered by transiting through Panamanian banks. The government doesn't seem to understand that doing business with them is encouraging this industry. That's what they want. Well, no. And at the same time, we are being muzzled to hide the truth from Canadians and to ensure that we have this agreement regardless of the consequences. Sometimes the opposition is just something that's in the way of the government. The government cannot remain indifferent to the facts, and as Françoise Héritier was saying, the difficulty becomes with indifference and resignation. At the NDP, we don't believe that it is possible to do unfair trading, and we need to have agreements that are to the benefit of all parties concerned.
I know the time is running out, Mr. Speaker, and I will attack another major point of this bill that prevents us from supporting it, that is respect for labor rights. There's strictly nothing that protects these fundamental rights in this bill. It's just a denial of it, as we saw in 2010, where recovery of compulsory union dues from workers were prohibited, and where the boss was allowed to fire striking employees. And there were roadblocks that became criminal, and where the police was sheltered from any prosecution, whether their behavior was legitimate or not. The government is not really interested in these workers. Mr. Speaker, there are many other aspects that I could broach, but I don't have time to do so. At least I did get time to speak, and because of the closure motion, the gag, from the Conservatives, many colleagues were not able to represent their constituents here, so I reiterate that the NDP thinks it's impossible, or rather possible and desirable, that we have an effective trade strategy that makes a place for social justice, social programs, and the elimination of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? Questions, commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to ask the same question to the honourable member that I asked to the previous speaker from the NDP, and hopefully they will give a different answer, Mr. Speaker. But the question is simple. We've negotiated this agreement with Panama based on the same template that we negotiated Colombia, we negotiated Jordan. These are practically identical agreements, and yet the NDP pick and choose to support Jordan, but they don't choose, apparently, we haven't seen them support Jordan yet, but we'll find out, but they don't choose to support Panama. In our own hemisphere, an area that certainly needs a hand up, an area that needs a good, fair, and honest trading partner. And so my question to the honourable member is why? And don't give me the nonsense about money laundering, because they are no longer on the OECD grey list, Mr. Speaker. So why support Jordan and not Panama?
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Well, as I took care to mention in my speech, of course we don't have the same expectations as they do. We think a minimum is not sufficient. To my mind, minimum criteria are not sufficient. I'd also like to take the time to say that, yes, there's money laundering going on. It's a tax haven, anti-protest laws, the rights of workers that is not respected there. Many, many things that mean that this should be discussed now while we're debating this bill. Unfortunately, we had the gag for the 25th time from the Conservative. Two in one day. That's quite something. But we feel that we need to continue to discuss this. There are essential things to be included about labor rights before we can sign off on this agreement.
L'honorable député, the Honourable Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear this government talk about the fact that they want to export Canadian values on top of that. And where in Canada we work to respect the rights of workers and the rights of a worker to be protected and work in safety and earn a wage in which they can raise their family. When we enter into, do we not have a responsibility to make sure that the agreements we enter into are mirrored in that way in the countries that we have these agreements with? I wonder if my honourable colleague could comment on that.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, yes, it is very important to extend our values there. Labor rights are something that is very important on this side of the House, especially among the NDP. We think that it's necessary to have a discussion on labor rights before we sign any agreement. We have other concerns that reflect our values, certainly not those of the government, but at least those of the NDP. Sustainable development in that country, responsible investment, protecting workers' rights and collective bargaining. These are things that are important to us and that we want to see appear in this agreement before we sign anything blindly. If the government listened to us rather than have a gag order all the time, maybe we'd come to an agreement. They always cut us off. They'll say, well, in any event, we will never accept anything you say, rather than say, well, maybe there's something interesting going on over there. Resuming debate.
I recognize the honourable member for London West. I'll let him know that I will need to interrupt him at 5:30, this being the end of time allocated for government orders. The honourable member for London West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege today to speak on behalf of the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement. One of the things that I've heard over and over in this number of speeches that have gone on during the House, some 6 plus speeches during this Parliament, and by the way, some 6 plus speeches in the last Parliament, reminds me of something that my Cape Breton mother once said about politicians. And she said that after it's all said and done, there's a lot more said than done. And what strikes me about this is that time and time again, Mr. Speaker, the issues that I hear from members opposite, and I respect the fact that those members who are currently on the Trade Committee and those who are making comments did not sit on the Trade Committee in the last Parliament. I respect that they didn't have the experience from the last Parliament that they're garnering this time. But having sat on the Trade Committee since I've been elected almost 4 years now, and now going through some 125 to 130 speeches that we've heard on free trade, with Panama, there's frankly nothing that's brand new. There's not one thing that is new that we haven't heard time and time again. And so it's interesting that, and again, for the benefit of newer members, when you've heard these over so many, over so many years, and frankly, we would have had in place a free trade agreement had we not had election forced upon us back in May last year. And that agreement would have been put in place. It would have been better for Canada. It certainly would have been better for Panama. And as my colleague, the illustrious Parliamentary Secretary for National Trade, said, I think very eloquently, we already do trade with Panama. And colleagues around this House, what we are now saying is that we are looking to put in place a rules-based system, that what it will do is it will ensure that in the event of disputes, that there is a mechanism in place to resolve more quickly issues relating to trade. That we have also issues relating to labor rights, and we have an ILO-approved standard by which we are asking Panama to increase its standards. And at the same time, Canada has that provision and ability to be able to work with Panama to ensure that that's put in place. Because I think if there is a reality that I have seen in my time in trade, it is this, and it's clearly this. And that is that if we want to engage and promote better conduct with countries around the world, you do not do that by shunning them. You do that by engaging them. You do that by trying to increase their standard of living. You do that by trying to increase trade with those countries so that it betters Canada, absolutely, but it betters the other country in which we do business. I think that is the honorable thing to do. I think it is the right thing to do for Panama. And I would say to members across both sides of this House that if we really have that humanity about trying to raise the level of human rights, trying to raise the level of business, trying to raise the level of people so that they are in a position where they can improve their lifestyles, we do that in part by trade. And I would like to think that if members opposite who have said would they support trade, I would ask you then to please support trade. Again, in my years, and it's only been 4 years, and we've got members in this House that are there much longer than me, Mr. Speaker, I would say I've not seen members opposite yet, who are the official opposition today, that have supported one free trade deal. So it would be great if they could get behind Panama to improve the standard of living for those people, to improve job opportunities for Canada, which frankly has a huge, huge impact. So I'm going to leave it there at this point, Mr. Speaker. I know my time is now finished. I'd like to thank you for the short time. I hope I'll have an opportunity to address this Parliament again. But I sincerely ask all members of this House for their thoughtful consideration as we work towards Panama. We can do a great thing together. Thank you.
The honourable member for London West will have 6 minutes remaining for his speech, and of course the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. Now, it being 5:30 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M315 and instruction to the Standing Committee on Finance about income equality, standing in the name of Mr. Bryson.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough, Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great honour to rise today in support of the member from King Hants and his motion M315, and he quite properly raises the issue of income inequality and a growing inequality in this country and others in the OECD. One of the great good fortunes of this country, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, we are blessed in this country to have some very, very able civil servants, and none more able, Mr. Speaker, than Mark Carney of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of Canada. And when he was asked about what he thought about the Occupy Wall Street movement, he didn't lapse into banker speak. He didn't lapse into that mumbo-jumbo that passes for this kind of rarefied conversation that occurs among bankers and to which very few are admitted as as a privileged conversationalist. Rather, he said what he thought. And he said that they actually have a point, that there is growing inequality among people, and particularly in the U.S. Now, I don't particularly care to isolate the United States or point to the United States, because what's true in the United States is also true here. But of course, the United States operates on a much larger scale than do we. And indeed, the Occupy Wall Street movement pointed to an income inequality which is far more exaggerated, I would say, than here. You know, some of the executives on Wall Street have incomes and wealth that would be comparable to the GDPs of small countries, with a, how should we say, dubious contribution to actual wealth generation. In many instances, it's just moving money around and in various circles, and with no corollary whereby actual wealth is increased. Now, in Canada, we are, of course, developing a similar problem. And article after article talks about the difference between Main Street and Bay Street. But both the left of the political spectrum and the right of the political spectrum are aware of the problem. And, you know, I don't often quote, Mr. Speaker, David Frum, but he, in fact, has the issue, I think, quite well nailed, where he says, equality in itself can never be or should be a conservative goal. But inequality taken to extremes can overwhelm conservative ideals of self-reliance, limited government, and national unity. It can delegitimize commerce and business and invite destructive protectionism and over-regulation. Inequality, in short, is a conservative issue too, end quote. And Mr. Speaker, you know, for those who think that, if you will, tax cuts or market deregulation are the be-all and end-all in both industrial policy and in addressing the issues of income inequality, I'd encourage them to read Mr. Frum's article and indeed Mr. Frum's thoughts on this matter. Those, of course, on the Liberal side see social equality as a goal in and of itself. So regardless of where you find yourself on the political spectrum, if Mark Carney says we have a problem, then we have a problem. So lack of opportunity does, in fact, lead it to a sense of hopelessness and a withdrawal from, if you will, the basic grease that makes society function. If it can be observed that people don't participate in NGOs or charities or various social functions, et cetera, and that has been observed in the literature, then the core of our social fabric starts to fray. This in turn leads to some forms of antisocial behavior, not necessarily among those who don't participate. It in turn leads to increased criminality, which is again a draw on the resources of the state for security and other forms of costs. In other words, costs go up, cohesion goes down, and frustration runs rampant. So the policy thinkers on both left and right recognize the importance of designing policies that respond to these issues. And to carry on with my theme of we are blessed with very able civil servants, I'd quote the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklin. Markets work better than anything else. They have proven over time to be the best generator of prosperity. But markets need to be guided by sound policy frameworks with clear rules that must be enforced with consistency and transparency. Effective inflation control combined with well-regulated financial systems are critical ingredients to sustained economic growth and shared prosperity. The forces of globalization and technological change that have propelled global growth and driven rising inequality within many countries are not likely to abate. We need to harness those sources of growth while increasing opportunity for all citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's not exactly what one would expect from a Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada. It is an insight into the fact that not all of the people can hoard the wealth. I point you as well, Mr. Speaker, to the recent Atlantic Monthly, in this month's Atlantic Monthly, which is a discussion about the issues of capital ratios. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that will put a lot of people to sleep, but the issue, and my colleague from King's Hands is snoring as we speak, the issue is in the Great Recession, what precipitated that, was it capital ratios or was it incentives? And the author argues in the article that we had the wrong incentives, particularly in the United States, not so much here. But we had the wrong incentives. The capital ratios, how much capital you have to keep compared to how much money you actually are lending, were all not all that different from historical norms. But we had the wrong incentives, and the wrong incentives were essentially greed incentives. So if you're a broker, you've got to do the churn because your income is based upon the churn. If you're a CEO, you got to make that quarterly dividend or you're out the door. So the market has a responsibility, Mr. Speaker. So also, of course, do governments. Now, it's not as if the governments, and by that I mean both Liberal and Conservative governments, have been unaware of this issue. I remember when I was in finance, Mr. Speaker, we worked on the working income tax benefit. It was probably one of the most intellectually intriguing but also intellectually challenging issues. And I remember sitting around the finance table trying to grapple with this as we would try to move it into the budget. And I'm pleased to see, Mr. Speaker, that in fact that initiative has been, that momentum of that initiative has gone forward with the current government. The universal child tax benefit was another issue that we dealt with. Again, it's an attempt to not only recognize the benefit of bringing children into the world and the costs of raising those children, but also the social inequality that comes, if you will, from parenting. And of course, the Canadian child tax benefit as well is, I think, a less subtle way of dealing with that issue. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I want to urge all members to support the honourable member from King's Hands in his his attempt to address issues of income inequality. I think it's a worthy motion. I think it's a thoughtful motion, and I think that it would be worthwhile to be referred to the Finance Committee and reported back to this House. So I thank you, sir, for your time and your attention.
Good job, guys.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are two general reasons to reject this Liberal motion to study the various income equality and tax issues. The more obvious fact is there is content with which we fundamentally disagree. But there are a few points with which we do agree, so why should we reject the motion altogether? Isn't that throwing out the baby with the bathwater? Well, no. You see, we're already taking action on the sensible parts of this motion. We have a nice, clean baby, and this motion wants to throw the baby back into the dirty bathwater. The Finance Committee will already be engaging in their annual pre-budget consultations this fall, where the member can raise his issues in this motion. The Senate is also already engaged in studying and examining the sensible points of this motion. They have been studying social inclusion and cohesion in Canada since November. So, the issues reflected in today's motion are already being or will be examined. When I conducted pre-budget consultations in my riding and whenever I meet with constituents in general, I find that there is one thing that frustrates Canadians. If there is one thing that they want us to cut back on, it is government waste. Quit wasting money and quit wasting time. With that in mind, I am confident that the majority of constituents in my riding would not support the establishment of another study to study something that is already being studied. Je n'ai pas de problème avec le désir d'améliorer ou augmenter les qualités et l'égalité de l'opportunité et la prospérité pour tous les Canadiens. Mais, pour le faire, nous avons besoin de l'action. We need action. Mr. Speaker, please don't let me give you the impression that our commitment to concrete actions based on sound Liberal sound understanding is the only way we differ from the Liberals. Another fundamental issue on which our Conservative government cannot agree with the Liberal Party is the issue of taxation, which is core to today's debate. In recent years, our government has made decisions to reduce taxes, whether it be lowering the GST or lowering business taxes or lowering income taxes and leaving more money in the hands of Canadians to support their families and grow their businesses to create more jobs. And the Liberal Party has made it clear that it believes those decisions are wrong decisions. Our Conservative government is committed to continue to lower taxes for all Canadians. Building on our record for lowering taxes 140 times and saving the average Canadian family more than $3,100 per year in taxes. And the Liberal Party has unsuccessfully fought against these measures every step of the way. The motion talks about looking for tax regimes that will increase per capita GDP, that will increase prosperity for all Canadians. They want to look for a plan that they have already voted against. The best thing a government can do, the best social program it can provide, is to help create jobs for Canadians. But the Liberals have voted against and campaigned against our low tax plan that has helped fuel job creation in Canada. Since we formed government in 2006, Canada has seen over 1.3 million net new jobs created, the best record in the entire G7. The motion talks about looking for ways to eliminate disincentives for paid work that may exist as part of a welfare trap. Now I know why the Liberals are rejecting reforms to the employment insurance program to do exactly what they are looking for. Because if they accept it, they'll have to stop looking for it. It seems for the Liberals, looking is better than finding and better than implementing. Let me remind the House what the motion's sponsor, the Liberal finance critic, once believed and what he said in this very chamber only a few years ago. He was already a Liberal at the time. He said, innovative, forward-thinking governments globally have proven that we can build a competitive economy with dramatic reductions to corporate taxes. We only need to look at the Netherlands, Sweden, Australia, and New Zealand. They have reformed their tax system to make their economies magnets for capital and talent. The old globophobic, socialist, Luddite nonsense that somehow innovated and forward-thinking economic policy is contrary to good social policy is wrong. I could not agree more with these words, and in fact it seems like I agree with them more than he agrees with them. This member's political evolution is indicative of the entire Liberal Party, who have turned their back on supporting lower business taxes, a policy they once said they supported. Instead, they have chosen to align their policies with the extreme left anti-business NDP. Another study, they say, another review. Now, there's nothing wrong with study and review, but struggling Canadians can't be helped by the study of potential action alone. What they really need is targeted support and concrete action. We will continue to look for ways to improve the lot of all Canadians, but that will not stop us from acting on those proven principles of freedom, happiness, and prosperity. The NDP and Liberals will tell you that our tax cuts have only benefited a select few ultra-rich, but the facts clearly show that nothing could be further from the truth. Besides the fact that corporate tax cuts actually do help create jobs, 1/3 of all the personal income tax relief provided by the Conservative government is going to Canadians with incomes under $42,000, even though they pay less than 15% of all taxes in Canada. Furthermore, because of measures taken in 2006, more than 1 million low-income Canadians, including about 380,000 seniors, have been removed from the tax rolls altogether. And We have introduced unique targeted tax relief for low-income Canadians to help them engage in the workforce by removing financial barriers to work. In other words, we have not only identified disincentives to paid work, we have implemented measures to remove them. Another noteworthy example is the Working Income Tax Benefit, or the WITB. Since it was introduced in 2007, the landmark WITB has made work pay for low-income individuals by combating perverse policies that penalize them for taking a job. For years under the Liberal government, we had situations where taxes, reduced income support, and loss of benefits often discouraged individuals receiving social assistance from working because it would claw back nearly 80% of their working income. Consider an example of a single unemployed father living in Nova Scotia with a 5-year-old daughter receiving $15,020 in combined federal and provincial benefits. If he were to find a part-time job and earn $15,000 a year, his provincial social assistance benefits would be reduced to about $4,800, and his overall income would now be about $19,810. In other words, he'd only gain $47.90 by making the decision to go to work. But now with the WITB refundable tax credit, he would see an extra $1,605 or 34% more due to his decision to go to work. Overall, over $1 billion in WITB benefits is provided to individuals and families every year. Clearly, this is a major positive development, and many diverse third-party organizations like the OECD, TD Economics, Food Banks Canada, and the United Way have welcomed it. Even the member from King's Haunts who sponsored this motion, at least one time, welcomed it. The February 3rd, 2009 edition of the Haunts Journal quotes him as saying, "The working income tax benefit has helped many working families, helping make work pay." Again, this is concrete action that our Conservative government has already taken to support low-income Canadians, rather than simply studying potential ways to help them. Here are some more examples of concrete Conservative action. The Universal Child Care Benefit provides all families with up to $1,200 a year for each child under the age of 6 to help cover their child care costs. We have introduced the Child Tax Credit, improved the Canada Tax Benefit, and improved the National Child Benefit Supplement. We recently enhanced the Guaranteed Income Supplement by providing a top-up of more than $600 a year for a single senior and $840 a year for couples. We have made significant investments in housing, and our Conservative government provides record amounts in social and health transfers for the provinces, and these amounts are not only insured, but they are committed to grow. I could go on, but in summary, I just want to suggest that our record of action bodes well, and our Conservative government is committed to continuing its record of action. I'd like to end with a quote from an Ottawa Citizen editorial that dealt with the subject matter of this motion. I quote, "This isn't a problem we can tax our way out of. The thing we should be discussing is how to broaden our economy so that more people have a chance of earning a decent living. In the end, that's what Canadians really want and need." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chienne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House to speak to a topic that has become Canadians' #1 concern these days, that is the increasing inequality in our country. My colleague from the Liberal Party tabled motion M315 to call on the Standing Committee on Finance to undertake a study on income equality in Canada. And when I hear speeches like the one given by my colleague, the member for Lethbridge, I understand why we need this motion, because it is scandalous to hear the kind of things that the Conservatives are saying. Mr. Speaker, the situation is alarming. A few weeks ago, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, who was visiting our country, said, and I quote, "What I saw in Canada is a system that prevents the poor from having access to a nourishing diet and that tolerates increasing inequality between the rich and the poor and between the Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal populations. And since this country has been able over the past few years to redistribute wealth to the rich, perhaps it should now consider doing so to the poor." He could have also added that income inequality is growing between men and women, between generations, and between Canadians and new Canadians. In the wake of the Occupy movement, inequality is now ranks among the main problems with which this country is confronted, and polls show that it has become the main concern of our citizens. Despite this fact that the Conservatives repeat over and over that they care about Canadians, statistics show a different reality. We are often cited as an example of an open, tolerant, and welcoming society, and yet Canada has a lackluster record among OECD countries, ranking 12th out of 17, far behind European countries. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have economic growth, but Canada's standard of living is not increasing, and in fact is declining for many underprivileged. I have a few figures. 60% of Canadians have seen their real income stagnate over the past 33 years. 60%. At the same time, the richest 1% have seen their share increase. Today, they account for 14% of Canadian wealth, whereas in the 1970s, this share was only 8%, almost the double. And the Conservatives say that we don't need to do any studies. According to Statistics Canada, there are 61 billionaires in this country, 61, and these people alone account for 6% of personal wealth in Canada. These 61 people, thus, have twice as much wealth as 17 million other Canadians. It is absolutely absurd, but that's not all. The average billionaire had an extra $100,000 in 2010, but the average Canadian only earned $524 more. The taxation on the rich has diminished, and we need to hear experts before the committee because we represent voters, and we try to bring forward evidence, even though the party in place, the party in power does not like facts, but we're trying to do that so we can find solutions. Between 1980 and 2005, the income level of the richest Canadians increased by 16.4%, whereas that of the poorest people declined by 20%. What is even more concerning is the rate at which these inequalities are increasing. Canada has always been a more equal society than our American neighbors, but now income inequality is rising twice as quickly as it is in the United States. Given this situation, the government claims to want to work for a more fair and equal society, but it would rather help the oil patch than individual Canadians. The Conservatives are cutting social programs and employment insurance, exacerbating the problem instead of embracing it. Thousands of workers will have to accept very poorly paying jobs, which will only increase wage inequality and increase economic discrepancies among resource-rich provinces and provinces that do not have access to such resources. We see everywhere in Europe that austerity policies are a dead end. And recent elections in many countries show that these policies are clearly being rejected. We're just waiting for 2015. In certain European countries, youth unemployment has reached record levels, abandoning some 46% of young people. Is that the type of society we want to leave to our children? Today's new generations have higher debt levels than the preceding generation at the same age, and job prospects for our youth have deteriorated considerably over the past 10 years. Today, a student finishes studies with $30,000 in debt, so that means a couple who has just graduated starts out life with $60,000 in debt. Mr. Speaker, how can someone think about buying a house or having children with that kind of debt? My parents had that kind of debt, and they bought a very small house in the suburbs, and I was able to play in my yard when I was young. I was lucky. I was elected as an MP, but I have friends who left university 2 years ago and who are still paying back their student debts. They're still in two-bedroom apartments. They work very hard to pay off their debts, and maybe in 10 years, when they're 37 years old, and it might be kind of late to start a family then, but they will be able to save to buy a house. That is what is happening now, and that is the type of inequality that is being created. Today more than ever, having a post-secondary diploma is key to obtaining a job. The figures are eloquent. Wage gaps between those who have a university diploma and those who do not are getting broader and broader, and that is why the NDP has always spoken out in favor of higher education that is accessible and affordable for all, and that is why we're talking about transfers. Canadians borrow more and more, and they get into debt in order to make ends meet. Currently, Canadians owe more than $1.50 for every dollar of annual income. In these conditions, more and more Canadian families are forced to make sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable that in a developed country such as ours, close to 10% of the public is obliged to use food banks, and 3 million Canadians live in poverty, including 600,000 children. 600,000 children in this country who live in poverty. And we hear our Conservative colleagues saying that inequality doesn't exist. We have a UN Special Rapporteur who says that there's a famine in this country, and we're being told that famine doesn't exist. Well, maybe that's why it is important to have a study, just to get things, to make things clear. So in closing, I would like to talk about, I would like to say that income inequality is not the only type of inequality that prevails in this country, where there is also inequality in health, education, the access to food. There are people who can't even eat anymore because the inequality gap is too high. Amartya Sen, an Economy Nobel Peace Prize winner, calls this abilities being able to achieve things like being able to read, travel, write, eat properly, and to be in good health. But we are just broadening the gap. We're telling to the 61 billionaires in that country, well, you are entitled to all of that, but everyone else, well, you weren't born in the right family, you weren't born in the right place. So just deal with it. You don't have as much healthcare or education. So in closing, there are income gaps between men and women. Women have always been poorer, and this would mean that an equal society would improve women's well-being. And we are leaving a gigantic economic and ecological debt to future generations, and we continue to broaden this gap. And I would like to talk about the Occupy movement that we have seen. I think our society is waking up, and I'm very proud of that. We started that about a year ago, and the fact was to speak out and say people have so much wealth. And what are they going to do with all that money? I have a great money. I'm going to say it out loud. I make $150,000 a year, and I don't even need all of that money. And I think it's so normal. It's only logical to pay more tax than someone who earns so much less. And when I hear people say, well, we don't want to raise taxes, we're not talking about cutting people's arms off, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about just having people pay their fair share in society so that everyone can have their basic needs met. So I would like to commend my colleague for his motion M315. I do hope that the Conservatives will be able to accept us commissioning a study. So I would like, because I think it's important. So thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Kings Hants for his right of reply. The honourable member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank members from, in fact, all parties, some members from all parties who have expressed support for motion M315. Canadians do believe that the growing income inequality in Canada is an incredibly important issue. And in fact, they believe that members of Parliament ought to be serious about studying it and addressing it. This motion simply asks that the Finance Committee study the issue and make recommendations and report back to the House. And during this study, we'll have the opportunity to review Canada's system of income taxes and income support in order to understand how they may be contributing inadvertently and unintentionally to income inequality. We'll be able to identify some of the gaps in the systems, and we'll be able to look at some of best practices across Canada in terms of provincial governments that may be doing things well in some cases, and look at other countries that have been able to combine innovative economic policy with progressive social policy. Finally, we'd be able to propose solutions to help combat this growing issue of income inequality and equality of opportunity in Canada. During my first intervention on the motion, I discussed our moral responsibility as parliamentarians to address this issue of income inequality and equality of opportunity. Today, I'd like to lay out the business case and why it is good for business to address income inequality. We have heard from economic voices, including the Conference Board of Canada, the Rotman School of Management Dean Roger Martin, the Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney. All have warned us that income inequality could limit Canada's economic growth and threaten sustainable prosperity. While inequality can be bad for society, it can also be bad for business, as it comes with great economic and social costs. The real threat to the economy and to society is when income inequality becomes so great that it starts to threaten equality of opportunity. As American Nobel Prize-winning economist Joe Stiglitz has said, quote, "Growing inequality is the flip side of something else, shrinking opportunity." Mr. Speaker, Canada benefits from good public education, public health care, and a strong social safety net. These essential foundation blocks of equality of opportunity are key to why we're doing better than some other countries. Along with our natural resource sector, our natural wealth, it is our people. And giving our people a good start with good education, good opportunities, is key to economic growth and sustainable prosperity. But not all Canadians have access to the tools they need to prosper. For instance, Aboriginal and First Nations communities have the fastest growing and youngest population in Canada, but they are also Canada's most economically disadvantaged and socially disenfranchised population. If we fail to address this issue faced by our Aboriginal peoples, this is both a demographic, social, and economic time bomb. We have a responsibility, all Canadians, and a vested interest to narrow and eliminate the gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians. The long-term social costs of inequality and loss of opportunity are far more costly than the measures to address it. Put another way, looking out for the other guy isn't just good for the soul, it's good for business. Business should also be concerned that the public could lose faith in a market-based economy if they no longer have hope for economic and social success. When people lose faith in the system, they can be drawn to class warfare and to economically dangerous anti-market policies, and that could be really bad for business. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is too serious of a problem, too important an issue, to allow partisan politics to get in the way of finding solutions. The fact is, this is a problem that has grown under federal governments and provincial governments of all party stripes. No one party has all the answers, and no one party is to blame. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not naive enough to believe that a study of this issue is going to fix the problem, but it is a start, because we need to understand the issue better, and we need to move forward towards building public policy that will address growing income inequality. In contemplating how to vote on M315, I hope that members will be guided by their hearts and their heads and their desire for good public policy. I think it's really important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize, and the Conservative member earlier tonight spoke of the working income tax benefit. Well, that actually was introduced in the last Liberal budget in the fall of 2005 by the Minister of Finance, member from Wascana. We are pleased with the working income tax benefit that the Conservatives continued in the following budget to maintain it. That's a case where two parties, two governments work together on an issue to address inequality. We can work together across party lines in this House. The start will be on the vote for M315, and I will appreciate the support, and Canadians will appreciate the support for this first step towards addressing this important issue. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Murray, moved that the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed to undertake a study on income equality in Canada, and that this study include, but not be limited to, 1, a review of Canada's federal and provincial systems of personal income taxation and income supports. Shall I dispense? Shall I dispense? Okay. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 13, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. At
this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made, moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having listened to my debate and for allowing me to express myself. For 5 years, the Conservatives have cut funding to organizations that do research for women and about women, organizations seeking to eliminate the inequality that women face every day. Without this research and awareness-raising activities, Canadian women will never be able to achieve genuine equality. On this International Women's Day, I asked the Minister and the government if they would commit to restoring funding for research and awareness. And I have here 2 examples that show what major cuts have been imposed. In 2012, there was talk about cutting for 2013 for Aboriginal women in Quebec in research, in with regards to networking and partnerships as well. And a second example here is a contribution program for women's health. This has existed for 16 years, and they have provided compelling evidence on women's health and the need to examine the results of these kinds of cuts. If the federal government would concentrate more on this, well, we learned in April that the funding for this particular program would be cut next year. That is a critical program for the establishments of community partnerships and gives a significant opportunity for students in health, women's health, to work. And within a year, these people will, or this group program will have to close its doors and find other funding for their research. And I'll talk more about that. This is a contribution program for women's health, and this supported the Quebec Women's Network, the Canadian Women's Health Network, the Centre of Excellence in the Atlantic for Women, and the Centre of Excellence for the region of BC, the Centre of Excellence for the Prairie region, the Pan-Canadian Health Research Network that covered the country from Vancouver to Halifax. So we're talking coast to coast. So the results of this decision on women's health show very clearly that the federal government is not respecting its responsibility in terms of gender equality. These research networks on women's health and the developing of policies by the federal government will have implications for women's health, and the federal regulations on toxic chemical products, the hypersexualization of young girls, and the effects of the residential schools on the Aboriginal women, and especially in terms of offering them counseling following these experiences, and also a gender work in terms of employment. Through these gestures or measures, the government is saying that they're putting women's issues at the bottom of their priorities. The Trojan horse budget also hides other cuts that will affect women in terms of jobs. And this is particularly for federal jobs, 925 employers and over 1 million workers. These people will no longer have to deal with the legislation on hiring. The status of women changes are really going to set us back significantly. If they really care about gender equality in Canada, can they explain to Canadians where the investments are, particularly in awareness raising and research? Where is the action plan? What are the goals? And why so many unjustified cuts? And why such disdain shown towards women? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should know that this government over any other government has increased funding for women to its highest level ever. Since 2007, we've approved more than 500 projects from coast to coast to coast that support women and girls. I know that in my riding of London North Centre, some organizations are only able to help women and girls because of the funding from Status of Women Canada that they've received. We are working hard with Canadians across the country to promote greater economic prosperity for, violence against, and encourage the leadership of women and girls. And, Mr. Speaker, more groups are applying than ever before because our practical approach is working. The organizations carrying out these initiatives frequently share information and lessons learned with other groups, as well as the Canadian public. For women and girls in Canada, this translates into real and lasting change. Some examples, Mr. Speaker, are late last year we supported a project that is strengthening the economic security of women in St. John's, New Brunswick. The St. John Community Loan Fund provides women with tools and support to promote and sustain businesses. And, Mr. Speaker, many colleges and universities were happy to send in applications when a call for proposals came out to engage young people to prevent violence against women and girls in post-secondary institutions. In March of this year, our government announced support for a wide range of new projects that address issues of violence against economic security, affecting women and girls in rural and remote communities and small urban centres. Mr. Speaker, these are only a few examples that illustrate how hard we are working to advance women and girls.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. The government can claim that they're doing all of these things and say that they invested the most in women's projects, but it's very, in the history of Canada, but it's very hard when you listen to what I said. You have to look and see that there is still a great deal of discrimination, and there's still a huge gap between men and women in this country. Just think of salaries. Women only earn 73% as much as men. There have been a lot of gains, certainly in the past, but there's a great deal of work that needs to be done, and without these research centres, we will never have full equality with women. With the Conservatives, instead of intelligent investments, we are going backwards in terms of equality between the sexes. Women who want to work don't have the support they need, and there are even backbenchers over there who want to criminalize abortions. What is the minister going to say to women who are seeing the gains they've made crumbling and who find themselves more and more vulnerable to poverty? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite said that we are claiming to have increased funding for women. We're not claiming to increase it. We have increased funding for women to its highest level ever. Since 2007, we've approved more than 500 projects that help women and girls all across Canada. And we are working hard with Canadians every single day across the country to promote greater economic prosperity, end violence against, and encourage the leadership of women and girls all across the country. And, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, more and more groups are applying for funding because it helps women and girls in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pursue a question that was first put on June 1st to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans. And I'm very glad that we have this procedure in adjournment proceedings, because it's very difficult in the short time available to put a question together, as we all know in question period, Mr. Speaker, to fully explain the context. So I'm going to return to my question and more fully explain it and put it again to the Parliamentary Secretary. I started in my question by quoting a quite extraordinary letter written by 4 former Ministers of Fisheries and Oceans, the Honourable Tom Siddon, the Honourable John Fraser, the Honourable Herb Dhaliwal, and the Honourable David Anderson. They all happen to be from British Columbia, and but they don't happen to be in the same party, 2 Liberals, 2 Progressive Conservatives. And what they said at one point in the letter, and I quoted part of this paragraph in my question, but here's the quote. With respect to process, and in context, Mr. Speaker, this is related to those 4 gentlemen calling on this government to withdraw from the Omnibus Budget Bill those sections that have no place being there in destroying the Fisheries Act. What they say is, quote, with respect to process, we find it troubling that the government is proposing to amend the Fisheries Act via omnibus budget legislation in a manner that we believe will inevitably reduce and weaken the habitat protection provisions. Regrettably, despite the significance of the legislation, to date, the responsible ministers have provided no plausible, let alone convincing rationale for proceeding with the unusual process that has been adopted. Now, this is the section I quoted in my question to the honourable member. Quite frankly, Canadians are entitled to know whether these changes were written or insisted upon by the Minister of Fisheries or by interest groups outside the government. If the latter is true, who are they? Close quote. And in putting this question forward on June 1st, I added, where are they? In Canada or in Beijing? Now, I know my honourable friend found that, in his words, a strange question. So let me elaborate on why I think that is the question. We're looking at a lot of changes in Canadian environmental assessment law, in changes to put Cabinet superior to the National Energy Board for decision-making purposes. We're looking at changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act, Fisheries Act, Species at Risk Act, and they're in aid of what's described as a great urgency to approve projects. Now, I've had some experience with this, Mr. Speaker, and my experience with projects of the Government of Canada, in the case I'm going to relate to you, it involved the previous government of Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, in a feverish attempt to sell nuclear reactors to China. They actually loaned China the money to buy our reactors and wanted to evade environmental review. Now, at the time, I was at Sierra Club of Canada, and I actually took them to court, and unfortunately, due to a number of procedural delays imposed on us by Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, the matter never got litigated. But the crux of it is this. When Canada deals with China, in my experience, Canada reduces its environmental reviews. Now, in this instance, we have a tremendous number of changes that make no sense to Canadians. They make no sense to people who've worked in fisheries and oceans. They make no sense particularly to these 4 former fisheries ministers, nor to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that voted an emergency resolution this week to withdraw those changes. And what's driving it? Well, it seems to me that the Prime Minister gave us a sense of that with 2 statements. One was May 10th in this House in response to the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party. The Prime Minister said, it is vital to the certainty, reducing environmental assessments, he said, is vital to the certainty of our investors. At the same time, we know that the Prime Minister already promised the leadership in Beijing when he was visiting China that the Enbridge super tanker project would proceed. So it seems to me that it's a very relevant question. Who's driving these changes? Canadians or investors in the Communist Party of China? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands for her continued interest in this issue. I think the short answer to the question that she raised, or that she included in her question originally, is that the latter is not true. But let me provide just a little bit more information. Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Act was originally established to protect Canada's fisheries resources and defines federal responsibilities for the management of fisheries and the related protection of fish and fish habitat. The current habitat protection provisions of the Fisheries Act are broad in scope, requiring protection of all fish habitats regardless of their value to Canadians. Concerns about the broad and even the unintended scope of the application of the existing regulatory regime have been raised by stakeholders across the country. This country, Mr. Speaker, not China. Farmers and landowners have criticized the Department for applying its mandate and resources to areas with low contribution for fisheries. In addition, significant risks to fisheries have emerged that are not appropriately considered in the Fisheries Act, such as those posed by aquatic invasive species. Many stakeholders over the years have asked us to focus on the significant impacts to significant fisheries. Many stakeholders have also asked us to find ways to work more effectively with the provinces and conservation groups. They've asked us to apply our resources strategically to ensure that Canada's fisheries can benefit Canadians today and for future generations. In response to these challenges, the Government of Canada is proposing to renew and strengthen its current approach to management and fisheries protection through amendments to the Fisheries Act. These amendments would focus the government's protection efforts on recreational, commercial, and Aboriginal fisheries. They would also draw a distinction between vital waterways that support Canada's fisheries and those which do not contribute to productive fisheries, such as drainage ditches in some cases and stormwater management ponds. And they would identify and manage important threats to the fisheries, including direct impacts to fish, habitat destruction, and aquatic invasive species. Let me be clear that the rules will continue to protect Canadian fisheries waters from pollution, as they have in the past, and the proposed legislative amendments would provide additional clarity on the application of the law. Mr. Speaker, proposed in C-38 are a new suite of tools that help strengthen our protection of commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries. We will now be able to identify ecologically significant areas, such as critical spawning habitat for sockeye salmon, and provide enhanced protection for those critical zones. In addition, infractions under the Fisheries Act will now be aligned with those set out in the Environmental Enforcement Act, which provides higher maximum penalties. This will ensure that those who break the rules are subject to stiffer penalties. Through these amendments, we will also be able to establish new, clear, and accessible standards for projects in or near water. It makes good common sense that the government should be able to minimize or eliminate restrictions on routine activities that pose little or no threat to fisheries, while at the same time maintaining appropriate, reasonable, and responsible protection for Canada's commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries. A renewed Fisheries Act will provide us with the tools to develop effective regulations prohibiting the import, transport, and possession of live aquatic invasive species such as Asian carp, which are threatening the Great Lakes. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada takes the protection of our country's commercial, recreational, and Aboriginal fisheries very seriously. Given the importance of the fisheries from coast to coast to coast, we must focus our efforts on the effective protection of these fisheries. Their long-term sustainability and productivity are our priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans. He's put forward that his goal is to renew and strengthen fisheries protection. If that's his goal, he should join me in trying to stop this legislation. It does nothing of the kind. The 4 former fisheries ministers with whom I referenced earlier have concluded in their letter that unless there are changes in this legislation, that we are in very serious trouble. And I'll quote again. They're commenting on these claims that the current legislation is so woefully inadequate. And what they say is, we can only judge from our own experience, which suggests that the shortcomings of the existing legislation have been greatly overstated, and that the remedial action proposed, in other words, this horrible legislation, is vastly out of proportion to the issues they have referred to, but only vaguely. In short, we have the impression that the ministers are using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. This legislation is deeply flawed, and I urge the Parliamentary Secretary and all ministers to reconsider.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we've given this very careful consideration. And in fact, 2 of those ministers to which she refers, the Honourable Tom Siddon, for example, it's his habitat policy written in 1986 that clearly says our focus needs to be on the protection of habitat, those habitats which support recreational, commercial, and Aboriginal fisheries. And then in 1998, that was in the time of the Honourable David Anderson, then they issued another policy document that expanded on the habitat policy, which allowed the decision makers to know how to apply Section 35 of the Act. It again says very, very clearly that the focus has to be, as that is applied, on commercial, recreational, Aboriginal fisheries, and that's what we're doing with this legislation.
La motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.